to go live. Whoa. Well, if there's one thing we're going to do, is we're probably going to go live. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Am I coming through clearly? There's a couple things that I gotta ask, because one, I made some changes to my mic, so let me know if everything sounds clear. Had to reinstall Windows once again, so I thought, why not mess with some settings while I was in there. I still have my old mic settings if I need to go back to them, but audience, please let me know as you're tuning in to the backstage of Living Splitscreen. How are you guys doing today? Is your Saturday morning going quite swell? I know it's kind of early. It's 9 o'clock. See, back in the day, 9 o'clock wasn't early. 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, that's early. You know what I mean? I was getting up around 5. So, you know, and I now that the kids are back to school. For me. Yeah. Yeah. Bass Hand says the audio is clipping. Okay.
Audio's clipping. Let everybody know. Let's go. Anybody else got the clipping? And let me know if I'm fading in and out, folks, because I changed up some mic settings.
No, you sound good.
Sure, I'm not doing that.
You sound good.
Yeah, I know. I sounded good to Mav the other night, too.
Oh, so, well.
You know, and you said in the chat. Okay, 6 says, I don't hear any clipping.
Okay, well, and let me know if it's my mic, because it could be, now that I'm talking at my normal podcasting voice, yeah. That might be a part of the problem, but nonetheless, I am going to try to be backed up from the mic a little bit more. So keep that in mind too. Hopefully, I'm also looking good visually for you guys. I moved my light. I may have to change that some more too, just so you guys can. I know I have a shadow on my face right now, kind of, but I also wear hats, so it's kind of whatever. But nonetheless. Thank you guys for being here on a Saturday morning with us, man. Sorry we missed last weekend. Just a little bit of a, since we backstage, let's chop it up. Y'all a family, man. Y'all, things happen in life where you pay good money for certain things, and this just doesn't work the way that it's intended. I've been trying to work on this internet issue for quite some time, right? I thought it was just me. I was at a point because the only other thing that I haven't done, and you guys can laugh at me for this or whatever the case, I'm used to having my own modem and router. I don't have that now, just because I haven't necessarily had a necessity for it like I used to back in the day. So outside of that, anything else is completely outside of my control. Nonetheless, we ended up having some waters in the line. I don't know what happened with that, how it happened. It probably was from a hurricane and it just never got fixed. But it was just really weird because it was only really affecting my upload speeds more than it was affecting anything else. But nonetheless, I got to check out on, what is that, Tuesday morning. He came out, checked everything. That's when he let me know, hey, you got water in your line and you got this old ass splitter out here that's leaking signal. So that could be the other part of the reason. So I was like, oh, well, all right. That's what you think that it is. He fixed that stuff. And seemingly I haven't had an issue. Though, to be fair, this has been kind of the thing that I've been dealing with where it'll be fine for a while. And then out of nowhere, it just goes completely awry. So we'll see how that goes.
We had like 8 weeks with no issues.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's super weird. It's super weird to me. I don't understand it. Don't get it. Hopefully you guys like my Storm shirt. Shout out to, I gotta pull up his Twitter. I can't remember offhand because I hadn't bought. I was wanting to buy something else from him, but I didn't end up doing that. But nonetheless, but I am here with my brother from another, the legend himself. I won't do a full intro just yet because the uncanny gentleman needs, enough timing for his for that intro. It's not time to go live yet.
Yeah,
but Pong, what's going on, man?
What's going on? What are we doing? This is backstage. This is informal. Hey, happy Saturday morning, everybody. Great to see you. Great to be back. Steele and I missed you guys last week. We missed doing the show. You guys know how it affects me and Steele when we don't get that show in. Yeah, definitely great to be back on a beautiful Saturday morning here, at least in Minnesota. It's a beautiful Saturday morning for the time being. We had some storms roll through last night. But yeah, man, I'm feeling good. I'm I'm just living in a D&D world right now in Baldur's Gate.
I know
man.
you are, man.
I'm just a big old nerd, Steel. I'm a big old nerd. I like rolling my dice. I like getting my swords +1. That's the stuff that I grew up on.
Man, that's not cool. It's not cool for you to sit there and be playing D&D and liking Baldur's Gate. You guys just Nixie said, "Still, please move the internet cables away from the alligators." That's probably what it was. That's probably what it was, Nick. So, my fault. I should have kept that in mind. I got to get the lines off the floor. I still run Cat 5 right outside my house. The gators come from underneath the house and they bite at it.
We haven't had some gator talk around here in a while. Thanks, Nixie. I appreciate you bringing that back, brother. Yeah, stealing them gators, bro.
Hey, man, my fault, man. I got to keep that in mind, man. These gators get a little crazy out here, man.
Actually, the line was running right through a gator nest.
See,
there was a gator nest outside Steele's house, and it was, they built it right on top of those lines. Got them little gators chewing.
Is that what it is? It's the little gators. That's the one. That's the one you got to watch out for, huh?
Yeah,
so stupid.
The sharp baby teeth. Man.
Oh my god. see what you guys are like allowing to happen right now. We missed a show for a week, and now we got alligator talk back.
We got to bring back gators back. Yeah, you were out there this morning poaching, man, getting that breakfast ready. I know.
Okay, Sick, when I got gators outside, sometimes, I can't upgrade to Cat 6 because the gators are going to chew through that too, man. I heard Cat 6 is a little bit more delicious, so, but nonetheless.
It's great to be back, Steel. Saturday morning. Great to see all the familiar faces jumping back in here again. We hate it when we miss Saturday. So, but yeah, just living in my D&D world. Still, actually, I'll talk about it too. I did pop in a little Quake 2 that they just dropped on us this week. We'll get into that a little bit. Tried a little Quake 2 out, and what else? I think that's about it for the most part. It's been Baldur's Gate 3, man. So there's nothing else to be said. Getting ready for Starfield. Steel and I behind the scenes are going to get ready for that because I want to stream Starfield. We might do some live split screen maybe.
We've been thinking about what to do for that, man. Guys, if you guys got an idea of what we want to do, I know traditionally my main idea that I had was me and Pong to kind of see if we could stream at the same time. I don't know if we're going to end up using Discord or what's going to be the best option, but I do think it'll be super dope when Starfield releases if me and Pong's gameplay at least could be like on the same screen. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do the audio side of that though, because that's gonna be extremely convoluted. Or you're gonna only be able to hear one side's audio versus the other side. Well, I mean, you'll be able to hear Pong talk, but outside of that, so I want to figure out what's gonna be best for that. Maybe we just get Pong set up and he has his stream, and we just have a living split screen stream, or I don't know. But it's definitely something that we want to see about doing, because I think that'll be really dope, especially on early access. So that'll be dope. I mean, you guys, if you guys haven't figured it out yet, I will be doing Armor Core 6 every day. Every day, I'm planning for it right now. I'm trying to, at least, where Armor Core 6, once it releases, I'll be streaming that every day. Every single day. So if you guys want to come out, find out whether Armor Core is for you or not, you'll definitely be able to check it out right here on Living Split Screen, and see what works for you. So definitely appreciate everybody rocking out. Talos Ray hit us with the RTS view and ECP emotes. I appreciate that. Using that. Shout out to a fellow splitter. Shout out to all my splitters out there. Oh yeah, guys, don't forget, we do have our memberships live. I believe they're running about $3 right now. Again, every little bit helps just to build up Live a Split Screen, so we can end up streaming to more places. That's our next big thing that we want to do. Of course, we want to get to 1K, and shout out to everybody that helped us get over that 960 hump that we were seemingly at. I don't know what was going on with that. We had people dropping off, coming on. It was just, it's weird. It is what it is. Maybe we weren't cool enough. Maybe we talked about Baldur's Gate too much.
Yeah, and, we're nerds, man.
Lost our cool card, so.
Yeah,
maybe that's what ended up happening, but nonetheless, that is definitely going to be a big part of our conversation today, because apparently, it's part of the reason why I put out the tweet that I did. I'm still going to call tweets. I'm not X, whatever. I'm still going to call them tweets, but The tweet that I ended up putting out was like, hey, you know, do you guys beat games just to be cool? So you guys let me know in chat. Do you guys beat games just so you can be cool? And what I mean by that is cool as in you want to be part of the conversation, cool as in you want to tell somebody else that you beat the game, cool as in you want to impress an audience.
Be a part of the
people.
Conversation.
Now, again, there's nothing wrong with being part of the conversation, right?
Yeah, but even though if you're not enjoying the game,
that's different. That's different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's weird.
Deal, right. Yeah.
So, it's definitely going to be some interesting conversation to have there for sure. Nixie says, big Game Pass game drops next week. Let's fucking go. Nix, which game you speaking on, man?
What is next week?
What game are you speaking on, my good sir?
Is it? I bet you I know what it is.
What it is?
What it is? Because we are already next week is gonna be August.
Is it that close already?
We got the Texas Chainsaw Massacre next week.
Oh, okay.
So that's why you and I are like whatever.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've heard some good stuff about it.
But
you
there
know,
is some good stuff. I watched some people stream it when they were doing like the live beta shit.
Right.
And there's gonna be some people who love
horror
it.
fans.
I mean, again, especially like Dead by Daylight people.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Going to love. Yeah.
That's what I was
this
thinking.
Game. I watch people freak the hell out because out of nowhere again,
it's that
Leatherface with the chainsaw revving up on top of you, like out of the blue. Like, no, but it is kind of funny because you can hide and stuff. And there's people
so it's like Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, literally. It's like Dead by Daylight, but they were like hiding in dark corners and having people just run by them. Like that was funny as hell. Like I was dying because like some of the corners are supposedly like pitch black in that house.
Oh God!
But they modeled again. Shout out to the devs because they modeled the entire house. That is the real house from Texas Chainsaw Massacre that was used in the movie. It is modeled down to the finite details of that house. So it is creepy as fuck.
I just don't like the fact that he's still not caught and that he could possibly be still out there doing his thing. Just the thought of that.
Grandpa's dead. We know that.
Hey man, so. Hey you'll be surprised. People like the fucked up people like to live for a while.
Yeah. But no, not gonna be a game I jump into, but definitely a game that a lot of people are.
That's dope. That's super dope. That it actually ended up being a pretty solid game from what it sounded like. So
yeah, definitely. Again, Dead by Daylight's still rocking and rolling, man. I mean, they just came out with Alien, right? I did see that. I thought that fit pretty well. Trailer,
that's scary as fuck.
I was like, no,
that would have me freaked out.
I played Dead by Daylight for like a minute.
Oh, really?
I have. Yeah. I tried it out. I just wanted to see what everybody was doing. Like, I just wanted to see what it was like.
Right.
And it is interesting. It wasn't as scary. I was okay with it. It wasn't as scary. I'm sure there was parts where I was like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Cause I was just like, yo, where did this dude come from?
Right.
But I wound up actually being the attacker more often than not.
Okay.
And that was fun. Like that was fun. I wound up being the attacker a lot, and that was kind of fun. It was frustrating because some of those people are damn good on that game. And chasing them around, they know exactly the levels and they know how to get, in and out,
right,
and jump over things and knock stuff over so it's in your way. But it was fun being the attacker.
That's pretty dope.
That. Yeah.
Even for you to say that it was like that, that's pretty dope. So
it was fun.
I'll take it for what it is. I won't play it, but I'll take it for what it is for sure. So if you're interested in good old Texas Chainsaw Massacre, y'all know where to find it at. Y'all know where to find it at, man.
I forget which one it is. I forget which monster, I guess we'll call it. Horror figure, whatever you want to say. The one that you can hang people up on meat hooks. That's the one I wound up being a lot.
Oh, wow.
Pick them up and hang them up on meat hooks. When you grab somebody, you hang them up on a meat hook and they got to struggle and somebody's got to try to free them. Oh, it's pretty gruesome. Anyway.
That sounds pretty gruesome. I don't know if I'm about that, man. Just saying. I don't know if I'm with all that. That just sounds like too much,
Yeah, that's exactly it, Nixie. I didn't find the sex talk, so I left it. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Yeah.
I mean, for supposedly that's the only reason why you play Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, because Baldur's Gate is the only game out there that has ever had sex in it.
Yeah.
Only D&D.
Yeah.
No other games. There's no anime, no nothing out there that has sex time.
That's the only reason why you want to play it.
Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah.
Come on, Paul. You got to be real with the people, man.
No. Again, nothing wrong. Again, the bear sex. I talked about the bestiality.
We did.
I do draw a line there, but other than that, a game that wants to be adult, that leans into being adult, I'm all for. Please do give us the option. That's fine. I have zero problem with that.
I agree for the most part. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys are locked in and ready. For those who are live with us backstage, I do have some Atlas Fallen gameplay running in the background for you guys. This was from when I had the game kind of, I'll consider it early access because shout out to Deck 13. I did end up getting a code for this game. I want to say that up front, just in case anybody else feels a certain type of way. I will also be honest and tell you that if you guys know me, you know that just because I got this code doesn't mean that I'm going to all of a sudden front about the game. That's not what I do. I am going to give you guys a bit of a review because I haven't been able to do an official one because of some personal health things I've been dealing with behind the scenes. Trying to fight through it. I'm actually extremely surprised that this morning I feel as good as I do. So we're gonna roll with it, man. I mean, hey, it is what it is. I'm glad that I feel really good this morning. It's gonna help me get my day started, and we'll figure out how to get things adjusted from there. So, Dark Zone, he says, "Hey, Still, is it any good?" I will tell you this. But I'm not gonna give you a review right now. Because I'll give that to you when we start the show.
Give some impression.
But I would just say this. To me, the game is at least an 8 out of 10. It's not perfect, but it's not a 6. I don't know what reviewers are smoking. I understand that this game is not the most impressive game that you might have ever played. If you like Darksiders, you're going to like this game.
There you go.
That's the easiest way that I could put it. If you don't like Darksiders, you're not going to like this game. That's the easiest way that I can break it down. Because this game does take elements from many different games, which is also really dope to see, while incorporating their own flair. I personally think that this is a good baseline for Deck 13 for a new IP for them. Surge, from what I've played from the first game, felt pretty good. And they made 2 games, which over time have gotten some critical praise. Where when they released, people were kind of iffy on them. Over time, though, they've gotten some good praise. And I think Atlas Fallen might be in that same category. I just don't think that it's a 6 or a 7 out of 10. Again. But if you don't like Darksiders, then maybe I can understand that. If you don't like combat action games, then I can understand that. If you were expecting God of War cinematics, that's not here. But I don't think they ever sold the game as that, right? I think the game, from what they showed us at, what was that, at E3, during E3 time last year, I think the game lines up for what they marketed it as. For me. So every bit of $60. So. Dark Zone says, yeah, because it looks really good. Plus I love Darksiders. Again, there you go. That's the best way. And I'll get into more what I mean. So I could possibly pull this out and use it for our actual review. But I also did a kind of a mini review. I did stream the game live when it released, just to give people 3 hours of gameplay that they could kind of draw a reference to. That is on the Living Splitscreen channel also. So there is that. Decado says, still, it's an amazing game. Nowhere near perfect, but it's fun, and that's the point. And what I've been running with, it's a game that did nothing but try to be a game. And did it well, in my opinion. So, but we'll get more into that. It's time to go live, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank all the splitters who are here. I want to thank everybody in chat who is here rocking and rolling. We took a weekend off due to some technical issues, but we're right back at it. Not like a crack addict, even though that was going to rhyme, but We are back at it. Me and Pong are pumped to get into the news, and hopefully you guys are excited too, because I know we are. So let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully nothing breaks, because again, I had to re-download Windows for the third time. So let's see what happens. Let's get to the real show, ladies and gentlemen. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, but now we're here. What's going on, beautiful people? It is I am him, the one and only Steel Rain, one half of your split screen duo, the dynamic cartoon podcast show gaming industry coverage. The only place that you'll ever find the live, raw, and uncut nature of the gaming conversation and the RTS view that we always preach here a little bit. Now, I know that we've taken, we had a weekend off, and unfortunately, we ran across some technical issues. And I'm mainly saying this for our audio listeners, because I'm pretty sure that they're tuning in and they're like, Steel, another episode you guys missed, man. You gotta let us know what's going on. And it's saying my encoder is overloaded, so I'm gonna have to adjust some things here. But I'll do that as I pass it off to Pongs. You might get a little bit of choppy gameplay in the background, because again, I had to change some OBS settings, so that's probably what's going on right now. But nonetheless, we'll figure that out here in a moment. Beautiful people, thank you for joining us on episode 114 of Living Split Screen. Again, it's a non-console centric platform where we cover everything going on within the gaming industry. Hopefully, for the audio side, you guys can hear me a little bit more clear. Hopefully that audio, my mic levels have stepped up a bit. Had to make some additional adjustments because I felt like the filters and things that I was running on my previous mic setup, that it just wasn't as strong. It didn't suit my voice as well. So let me know if you notice a difference, especially your audio listeners. I'm talking to you because you guys, it really matters to you guys. I want to make sure I'm getting good audio to you. But nonetheless, I have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen in these YouTube streets. One of my brothers from another. The elite himself, Mr. PCMR.
Elite.
Yeah, the elite himself. My brother from another. What's going on, Pong? So
that's a little extreme, brother. That's a little extreme. You get to work on that video in the background. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Steel. Thank you, Steel. I appreciate it. What a week. Here we are, Saturday, back again, living split screen. Steel and I hate missing a weekend. It throws us off, as we talked about in the backstage area, but it throws everything off for me. So I'm happy to be back. I'm glad Steel figured out that he had water in his lines and whatever else was happening with his internet. Hopefully that has fixed it, because, man, Missed you guys. Missed you chat. Great to see so many familiar faces back in here already on a Saturday morning for another episode. What a week of gaming. And it's all about Baldur's Gate 3. But I'll start here. We had a surprise kind of shadow drop this week. It wasn't ultimately a surprise because we did have smoke that it was coming. Obviously, we didn't have a date yet, but Quake 2 dropped this week, and I did hop into it. I played through the first level missions and in the campaign, and then I also did actually play a few rounds of multiplayer, which was crazy to be playing Quake 2 multiplayer in 2023. Pretty insane. Definitely as remembered, quick twitch. Lots of people pulling some nonsense around on Quake 2. But it was fun. It was fun just to have that nostalgic moment to jump back into Quake 2. But really, they did a nice job with this game. They really did. Again, there's only so much you can do without building it from the ground up.
Right.
But what they have done, it feels great. It's at 4K, 120 frames on the Series X console. Feels fantastic. Like there's no any problems, no bugs, no lag, no nothing that I saw in my time with it at all. It was a really, again, for what they're working with in Quake 2, for how old the game is, they did a nice job here. And like I said, they also, they added an expansion to it, so there's actually more content to it now than previous, which obviously I didn't get to because I was just playing through the initial levels, but it was fun. And it's great to see Quake 2 around, and I hope they're doing a reboot. I want to see Quake come back, even if it's a game that I don't wind up playing a whole lot of, because Quake 2 is fast. And this old guy, controller wise, has lost a step. But this is the original. This is part of that group of, with Unreal Tournament, Quake, the original Doom. These are the original quick twitch shooters, and that is what it is. But the campaign is still fun. I still enjoy it. Finding the secrets and all that kind of stuff. That's always been a fun time to me. So I jumped into Quake 2, really, really nicely done. And again, at that price point, and we're going to talk about it later in the show with the Red Dead situation and $50 and Strauss saying that it's, commercially acceptable or whatever the hell, I forget his exact quote. $10 for Quake 2. They dropped it everywhere. It's in Game Pass, but it's also on PlayStation. It's also on Switch. $10. This is how you do it. $10 is fair for this type of game. Like it's probably more than fair considering that they added some more content to it. Like this is a gift to gamers. Like, and again, it's not gonna be for everybody, but if you want to go back and play Quake 2, do it. Co-op multiplayer, competitive multiplayer, alive and well in 2023 on Quake 2. Yeah, $10, go support. I think it's well worth it. So that was my Quake 2 gameplay. Otherwise, it has been Baldur's Gate 3. I have not played as much as Jasper and Mav have gotten to. I've been ending my nights, earlier, trying to get to bed earlier, trying to get my times back to normal again as work continues to ramp up even more and more. And I got to get back to the gym. That's important. Health is important, especially at my age. So got to get back to the gym, got to get back consistent. So I've been trying to end it. But Baldur's Gate 3 is simply a masterpiece from gameplay standpoint. From the total package, it is a masterpiece. Is it perfect? No. And I'll get this out of the way here. I talked about it a little bit last week. There is a crashing problem. Not everybody is having the same experience on PC, obviously. We know how this goes. Not everybody's going to have the same experience on consoles. Not everybody's going to have the same experience on PC. Some people are having a pretty near flawless kind of experience, and there's some of us who are having crashing issues. They are hot fix patching this quite frequently. We've already had 2 or 3, I think, over the past week that they've sent out. So Larian is well aware of it. I continue to send my reports. This is crashing on both DirectX 11 and Vulkan. I've tried both. There's certain areas that are bigger problem children than others. And it's not consistent. Like it just happens like randomly. Like I can play for over, an hour, 2 hours, not have a single crash. And then all of a sudden I crash, 5 times in 10 minutes. Right. So just really random stuff happening. So that is the part that they do have to fix. I saw some reviewers bring it up, but like I said, there's other people who are saying they're not having issues. And again, with PC and all the different kind of tech, like everybody's got a different type of system. That's to be expected, I guess, in a way. It's really hard. And I checked out all the posts about it. Same thing. Some people are having massive issues. Some people aren't. So again, that's part of being PCMR, restarting the system and trying to figure out what's going on. Only so much you can do. I just say I'm already a save whore. Now I've become even a bigger save whore in this game just to make sure. There was a battle last night that I was literally saving after every one of my turns completed just to make sure I got through that battle and didn't lose it, because there was a point where I was close to beating, and it's a big battle and it's a tough battle, and I was 2 enemies away from beating it, and it crashed on me and I had to go back. So I started saving, but I got through that battle last night. So let's get to the positives. I don't want to spoil it for people who are going to jump into this, because a lot of this stuff, some people may not ever come across. You might never even do this battle. You might decide to do this battle in a different way than I did. So it's very tough, but this was a big battle. And again, the magic of this game is I chose a certain direction with this battle. And I was going to have an unresolved issue, not like a game issue, but just in terms of my own personal playthrough. I was going to have an unresolved issue that I was going to have to somehow play out afterwards.
Right.
Because of my decision. And again, it was a personal thing for me that I wanted to have happen. And in the midst of this big giant battle, that looming unresolved issue happened to be taken care of for me by the enemy NPCs.
Okay.
It could not have worked out any more perfect in my favor in the way that I wanted things to play out. It was simply a work of art. It was beautiful. It was a masterstroke. I was in awe last night because all this happened right before Xbox Ultimate. And I walked into the back room in the green room of Xbox Ultimate with a big old smile on my face, just laughing my ass off, because thank you. Like thank you to the PC gaming gods, because it just was beautiful. Still, like I was like, oh my God, this game can't get any better. My strategies were working out perfectly.
Right.
And then the randomness, again, we talk about this, and you're going to keep hearing this more and more, folks, when we get into Starfield, because that's a huge part about Starfield, obviously, and Bethesda games in general. They're single player RPGs. They're sandboxes. Anything can happen. Randomness can happen. Larian, with a turn-based D&D based game, has pulled that off in spades as well, because in battle, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Baldur's Gate 3, again, the issues Larian's got to fix. If it wasn't for the issues, I'll take it down as I do with most games. A 9.5 right now.
Okay.
If it wasn't for the crashing that I've had, which my crashing is more severe than some people's, and whatever the case may be, this would be a perfect 10 out of 10 game. And again, no game is perfect. We understand that. I know some people get all up in arms whenever you say 10 out of 10 or whatever the case may be, because, oh, that's perfect. That's no, that's never what a 10 out of 10 game is. 10 out of 10 game means is as close to perfection as possible. I believe by the end, when I get through Baldur's Gate 3, Steel, and this is what I'll say about why I give it this highest score. By the time I finish Baldur's Gate 3, and this will be one of the games I do wind up finishing out. Now, it's probably not going to happen until after I get done with Starfield and all that kind of stuff. We know that. But I will finish this game out. That's how good this game is. I may even go back and play it again with a different type of character. Baldur's Gate 3, by the time it's all said and done, when I finish it, will wind up in my greatest all time. It
Okay.
will knock out
It's
one of my
impressive.
top 10 games. And again, my top 10 games do rotate depending on the day. There's, probably 12, 15 games that kind of rotate in and out, except for the top part.
Right.
Baldur's Gate 3 might even wind up in the top half and bump something out. This could possibly potentially bump out like The Last of Us 1 or, something like that out of that top 5. That's how good this game is. That's how much Larian has nailed every single aspect of it outside of the tech stuff. It is simply just a beautiful game. And I hope people give it a chance when it finally does drop on Xbox. If for those of you that are waiting for that console drop on Xbox or PlayStation 5, even if you're not a turn-based gamer per se, I hope you give the game a chance and see if you like it. And again, I'm not telling you to go waste your money or drop, $50, $60, $70 on a game that you don't think you're not going to like. I'm never that dude, because there's plenty of times I don't as a budget gamer. But down the road, when it gets into sale territory, please try this game out, even if you're not a turn-based person, unless you absolutely despise turn-based, because I think you will find out if you're a fantasy fan, if you're a high fantasy fan, if you like all the skills, the RPG heavy mechanics, this game is going to give it to you in spades. And I think it's worth a try for a lot of people, because I have seen a lot of people expressing, I don't like turn-based games. I never have liked turn-based games, but Baldur's Gate 3 is changing my mind. So I think that's how much Larian has done here with this game. This is going to be in the Game of the Year. I would not be surprised if this does take all the Game of the Year awards. I would not be surprised in the least. This is going to be one of those critic favorites, as we can see by the score. 20 critic scores now. 20 reviews up. I'm so glad the critics are taking their time. I hope this is exactly what happens with Starfield. If Starfield does not give them, if Bethesda does not give them early enough access and they need to take their time to review the game, I hope this is exactly what happens. Reviewers are holding off until they get into the game and finish it. But 20 critic reviews, 97 Metacritic. Again, everybody says who cares about scores, and for the most part I agree with you, but it does give you a general consensus of what the critics who are going to be voting on Game of the Year think of this. And Larian, being not a studio under a big publisher, is going to get bonus points from the voters for that. They're kind of, again, no, they're not indie studio anymore because they're 400 plus devs, but they kind of have that mystique about them. When you say Larian, most people who know Larian think of a small, cute little studio who did great things with Divinity Original Sin 2, especially. I think they could get that in their favor when it comes to voting. And I would not be shocked if it's enough to overpower the Nintendo mystique and Zelda. And of course, my favorite of the year, my hope, Starfield. I would love to see Starfield win it. I would love to see Todd once again beat Zelda. I would absolutely love it to be Starfield,
impressive.
another generational game that comes and blows everybody away, and they can't help but vote for it. But if Starfield's not going to win it this year, then I'd just love to see Baldur's Gate 3 take everything, man. This would be a huge win for RPG fans, CRPG fans, turn-based RPG fans. It'd be gigantic to have this game take the awards across the board and make people sit up and take notice within the publishing arms of these companies that, hey, maybe we should throw some money. Maybe we shouldn't change our games. EA, Dragon Age, we should not move our games all the time to try to get that mass appeal that, hey, let's just make a freaking amazing game and people will come play it, right? That's what it should be. And Larian's proving that right now. I just checked it. Nearly 650,000 concurrent Steam users right now. Again, after an all-time peak of 815, that's retention. That means people are genuinely being real when they talk about Baldur's Gate 3. This is a masterpiece. This is a game that's going to go down as one of the greatest all time in history, at least for me and for many others. Wow, what an experience. Sorry, I've rambled out enough. People are probably sick and tired of hearing about Baldur's Gate 3. I understand. Don't worry. Starfield's coming. You're going to be hearing a lot about Starfield. So let's get down to it. Steel.
Yeah.
You got to ramble. You got to talk about some Atlas Fallen. You got to talk about the stuff you're playing. Give it to him, Steele. Give it to him. What have you been
Whoa,
doing?
man. I've been up to quite a few things. I'll start off with the small things first. So I did jump into some Halo Infinite because in between Atlas Fallen, I haven't quite beat the game yet. Well, I'm not going to say quite. I'm not even past the first area yet. Because I wanted to make sure I cleared everything out. But two, it was just with what I had going on in the background, it was hard for me to focus on that, especially learning a new game with what the game asked from you. And I am playing on the harder difficulty too. So it makes it a little bit extra, but I'll get to that in a second. But I did jump into Halo Infinite, and I, especially after this recent update, because I saw some of the conversation behind it, some of the hype behind it and whatnot. And I was like, you know what? Let me jump back in. Let's see what it's feeling like. And Halo's feeling really good. It's feeling, again, it's a little difficult, at least for me, to speak on it in some ways, because the entire time that Halo's been out, I haven't been the negative Nancy about it. Even now, I'm not as critical as like a Jasper is or some of the other hardcore Halo fans are. I'm just not, because I understand what is asked of Halo, and there's no excuse for that, right? Again, this is Microsoft's #1 IP. Obviously, they're treating it differently now, especially with Starfield right around the corner. But just to see that it's finally stepping into its form, albeit 2 years later, I think it's coming to a good spot. And the thing that makes Halo so unique is that it doesn't have to be a frying pan situation where it's a get in, get out. Oh, if we didn't do well, we didn't do well. It can grow over time. It happened with MCC. It can happen with Halo Infinite. And as long as they continue to support in the game and give people the reason to jump in there and make it fair, make the connection smooth, I think we might have something on our hands. I do still believe that there won't be a major traction switch until they put out a battle royale mode. Because that's what the streamers are going to play. The streamers right now at this point are not trying to play Halo Infinite. They played it back then. They're not trying to jump back into it now and find out they're worried about what's new and other games to play. So the way that you get those people to play and get more people back introduced to what Halo's doing is you got to give them a new mode like a battle royale. So Certain Affinity, wherever you guys are at, hopefully you guys are putting in that work. Maybe you're trying to show us what Halo can feel like on the Unreal Engine. But I'm excited to see what you guys present. Hope maybe we get something at Gamescom. I doubt it at this point. I'd rather them just, they've been doing the right thing. Although it's a double-edged blade, right? Because we want the developers to talk about what's going on, but we also don't want too much information. And we'll talk about that also a little bit here. But Halo feeling really good. I've also jumped back into Warzone because they have ranked Warzone now.
Saw that, brother, pulling out the dub.
Yeah. I was out here getting my thing on, even with the headache. I was still getting some bodies in.
Bro, that clip you posted was impressive.
It wasn't. I feel good about it.
You picked up that dude. You picked him up, and then got up and laid down. Two guys coming through the door.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
That was to get the
reaction.
Yeah, that was to get the dub, and it was a good feeling. Needless to say, Warzone is definitely my favorite mode in Call of Duty, especially as a just drop in. I say that because the unfortunate part for Call of Duty again was when we first got the game, I was heavy on multiplayer. I was excited about it. I was having a good time with it. I leveled up most of my guns. I was like, yeah, let's get it. I feel like Call of Duty multiplayer is back. And then you stop playing it for a bit, and I play Warzone. It just doesn't hit the same as it used to. But again, it's also, I don't feel the same way I used to about Call of Duty multiplayer. So there's probably some of that too. And typically, in most cases, it's better when you got a team and whatnot. I ain't gonna lie, the last time I have this bad habit. Once I feel like if I'm doing too good in a game to where I get turned off somehow, where it's just I don't know if I want to keep playing. That's kind of how the multiplayer was when the game came out, because it was me and the homies, we were running it, and it was just like every match. We were at the top of the leaderboard, fight for the spot, and whatnot. But nonetheless, we were having a good time, having fun. That leads me into Atlas Fallen. Now, with this, I kind of want to preface this with some things. MG is kind of getting into it. Says Atlas Fallen not getting great reviews. What? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. My daughter needs something. What?
Real life. Here we go.
We're live. You gotta. I mean, Pop's gotta do Pop's things. What's up? Hurry up, baby. Oh, then go brush your teeth or something. We'll go play. Leave George. That's fine. Well, see, I guess the wife's in the bathroom right now, so
that's why. Yeah,
you gotta answer the questions. Not a problem. Hey, it's real life. This is the fun stuff. This is the fun side of podcast, and I don't mind. I'm not gonna hide that I'm a dad.
Oh heck no! Shout out to Grub, who's kids
exactly. We're just
pull him off the show.
And you gotta tell Mike, hey, Mike, give me a second. Let me go.
Mike, play your flute.
Exactly. But okay, so Atlas Fallen. MG kind of started it off with the Atlas Fallen not getting great reviews. So what I want to preface is this. Is Atlas Fallen the greatest game in the world? No. Was it ever advertised as trying to be the greatest game in the world? No. It was advertised as a new IP that seemingly had some interesting combat. So with those things taken in mind, I do think that Atlas Fallen, because again, I do want to say this up front, Deck 13 did send me a code for Atlas Fallen. Shout out to Deck 13. Thank you for trusting Living Splitscreen for us to get some early access with the game. So I can at least get my impressions, because it has helped out a lot. The time that I have been able to spend with it, although I'm not where I would like to be with it, it's still, I still have been able to spend enough time to truly understand what this game is about. I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. I basically, what you would consider almost 100% of the first area that you can go into, did all the side missions and everything. So I feel like I have an overall grasp of what this game's trying to accomplish. And like I mentioned pre-show, if you like games like Darksiders, you're going to like this game. This game does take some things and some elements from games like Forspoken also. The only reason I truly mention that, though, is because of the concept of talking to a magical relic that's a part of you somehow. And here it's a gauntlet. In Forspoken, it's a bracelet or whatever, whichever the case. Now, the gauntlet in this game is more interesting to listen to and has more of a diverse and interesting impact on the overall story. Now, give me 1 second, Pong. Hold it down for me real quick.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Steele's got some definite good impressions coming of Atlas Fallen. Everything I've seen, again, this is a game I'll jump into later, probably 2024. But definitely, like Steele was saying, it's got that Darksiders feel. I was watching Steele play it. If you guys didn't get a chance to watch him play it, and it definitely has the Darksiders feel. It looks really, really good. I like the skill setup and how they've got the skills laid out. I think it's pretty. It seems, again, as somebody who hasn't touched the controller on it, it seems pretty easy to get into and to kind of get your character set how your play style. And customize it in that direction. It seems like they've made that very friendly. And I think the aerial combat, the combos, all of that looks to feel really good. And I think that's where Steel will touch on too.
All right.
As you stack those.
My fault.
No. I was just giving my impressions of what I saw of your gameplay as I was watching you play it. So just kind of how it looks if people didn't get a chance. And I was talking about the aerial combat and setting up your character play style through the skills seems to be very user friendly. So
yes, it definitely does. Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. Again, real life. But all right. So where I left off. So Atlas Fallen, if you like games like Darksiders, you're probably going to end up liking this. The reason I draw the comparison to Forspoken, it's not because of the gameplay aesthetic. I put 10 hours into Forspoken. I've put in about 10 hours into Atlas Fallen. I can tell you right now that Atlas Fallen has me more curious and more interested in its gameplay loop than Forspoken could ever hope to, right? At least in my personal opinion, from the very beginning. The combat in Atlas Fallen is extremely intuitive. This is another one of those games where I'm not necessarily going to say it's a Souls-like because it's not that. But the reason I say it's like Darksiders, because even in Darksiders, if you just go through just button mashing everything, at least if you're playing on a harder difficulty, you're not going to just beat every enemy in there. It's just not like that. You have to understand what your enemies are doing. You got to be able to dodge, things of that nature. Though I will say, combining all those elements in this game up front, like in the very beginning, is and can be daunting in some aspects, because they're asking you to dodge, they're asking you to parry, they're asking you to know what your combos are. But luckily, your combos aren't complicated. You have a main hand and you have an offhand, and both weapons are tied to 2 different buttons. Your main hand only uses X. Your offhand only uses Y. And it's either taps or holds of those button inputs. So although it seems complicated, it's actually very straightforward. And then once you get into, because the other thing too is that the moves that you can counter in here, they flash as red. I'm used to those moves flashing blue, and red being the move that's like you can't do anything to. So I had to get past that mentality also. But once you start hitting everything, you start getting the counters in, and the counter's very forgiving, like it is in a Wolong, where you have once you see that red flash, you have some time, you can hit that button and be confident that you're going to parry. Now it gets a little bit more convoluted when there's other enemies and whatnot on screen, and you're trying to not only dodge and counter and fight back, because there is this risk reward system in place to where you also, if you try to make the fight more complicated, it's going to be tough. But if you just kind of evaluate what your surroundings are, be very aware of the combos that are available to you, especially early on, because you get more things become more vast as you progress. You end up getting into this dance that I was telling Pong about in the background, that's very similar to what I've experienced in Arkham, where you literally, once you jump into the air, you can be in the air for the rest of the fight if you really wanted to. As long as you get one hit on the enemy, X or Y, you can literally stay in the air forever. The concept of that is wild to think about, because a lot of the times in combat, either they don't like to go do aerial combat, or it's not held up that way. That's very reminiscent of what like a Devil May Cry would do. So you already start to get some of these elements that they're throwing into this game, but also trying to present you with something new. The sand surfing feels amazing. I was just asking about, the only other thing that I needed was like a boost in the sands, or whichever the case, like if I can move even faster, and come to find out, there is a boost that you can unlock later on so that you can traverse faster through the sands. And maybe I just missed the button input, or maybe I just get it later, but that's an additional. So everything layered on top of each other really works for this game, gameplay wise. Story wise, the biggest problem that I have is that the lip sync is completely off. I don't know if that's a AA studio problem or whichever the case. I can't give it an excuse on one end or the other, because it's not acceptable. Deck 13, I don't know where you drop the ball as far as voice recognition or how the voices work in this game, but it is not on par at all. It doesn't line up. It doesn't add up. It takes you out of the experience in some assets. But as far as what the story is trying to present to you, is it very campy? Sure. It's somebody else made the reference when I was live streaming the game that, oh, this game has those Saturday morning 90s cartoon vibes as far as the story goes. And to be quite frank, yeah, it does. It's like it's trying to be serious, but at the same time, you've experienced so many, you as the gamer, more than likely have experienced so many games or stories that are similar to this, where you kind of have an idea where the story could go. Now, that didn't take away from me to say, oh, well, this game is boring as hell now. Oh, I'm able to predict it. I don't know what's going to happen. I have an idea, but I don't know. And I don't want to sit here and say I know for sure, because I don't. So it's really interesting to see how Atlas has fallen as failed to reviewers, because I do feel like in some assets or some facets that this game has been treated unfairly. Right now, again, to each their own. If the game wasn't for you, the game's not for you. But I do personally think that this game is literally worth every bit of $60. On PC, it's $49.99. That's another conversation that I do want to have. I get why PC players are given more of a discount or more options, because sometimes it is hard to get that audience. So giving it to them $10 less does make it a bit more attractive. But it's like Deck 13, I don't know if that was y'all's choice or whatever the case may be. It had to be. I think it should have been $49.99 across the board. $6 for the top of the line version. Like, just charge the same price across the board so everybody can kind of level their expectations, and maybe that would have helped the review score a bit at that case. It's just, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth when you tell somebody, hey, I paid $49.99. Well, I didn't pay anything. They gave me a code. But when you hit that $49.99 versus $59.99 on console, it's just really weird to hear that, right? But even outside of that, for this to be a brand new IP from Deck 13, I haven't played co-op yet. That's the next part. That's another thing that I really want to jump into, is the co-op aspect, because from the people that I have seen play co-op, they said it adds on so inherently to the gameplay loop that if you thought you were having fun before, when you add another person in there, it completely transforms the experience at one more level, if anything. So I definitely highly recommend Atlas Fallen. It is so far, and again, this is me giving you my review in progress. I have not beat the game yet. It is something that I am going to work on, but I just haven't beat it yet because of personal things. It's easier for me to play other games to get my mind off of things than try to sit here and try to work through things, especially because I like to play games on the harder difficulty. So, with that being said, again, Sly Crow, it's not a $40 game. If you think it's a $40 game, if you want to hold off to the game is $40, yeah, that's on you. I think the game's worth every bit of $60. If you can get it on PC, it's $50. So go ahead.
You know, I was just gonna ask you, like, it's hard to get a sense of it watching you play, but you've played obviously more than what I've watched. So
right,
exploration wise, is there a lot of exploration? Are you basically headed point to point? Like, is it more like Darksiders where you like know where you're going and it's like, hey, I just got to get there? Because it seems like, you know, the world is obviously a desert world, so there's a lot of.
Well, it's just one world. There's just one aspect of it.
Right.
Because there's different sections.
How is the exploration? Like I see, like right now on screen, I'm just watching you, do these ceiling totems and whatever else. Is that basically it? You're like looking for different like little collectible area, whatever. No.
It's not Ubisoft like at all. It's not, okay. There's not icons on the map and they want you to go search for everything.
Yeah.
No, at least that's not the way that I've approached it thus far.
Okay.
And not from what I've noticed. And again, it's rare that I end up pulling up my map. How I've played it thus far is I'll get missions or whatever. Like if you go to a town, there'll be people that have like different missions that they want you to do, whatever.
Sure.
And then it adds it to your mission quest log.
Okay.
And you can just go to your quest log and set whatever mission as a priority. And it'll put that icon on the screen for you, and you can just head that way, and you can do whatever you want on the way there. You want to go explore over here, you can go explore over here. And the thing about exploring is that you are rewarded for it by resources or getting artifacts, because the only real way to get money in this game is by selling artifacts that you find.
Got it.
And that's how you buy armor, or that's how you buy, there's a couple other abilities that you can buy from some of the store. There's a secret, there's like a secret traveler essentially, that flies a big kite, that we'll call out the dude who's with you. He'll call, he was like, oh, there's the kite's out and there's a secret guy over there. We should go check him out, see what he got. And that's how you'll sometimes get your armor. That's how sometimes you get rare resources and things like that. But you could also, just from exploring, you can also get rare resources that way. So the game leaves it really up to you on how you want to explore. And it's not giving you you need to do all these things to 100% this area. It's more free flowing. It's, hey, here's the world. This is the section of the world that you're in. Go explore it. I haven't noticed the boundary yet, but it's not like I've pushed the boundary either, right?
Yeah. Do the monsters randomly generate, or do they come back? Do they respawn, or is it just kind of? From
what I've noticed, the monsters, there are monsters in certain areas, right?
Sure.
That are blatantly put there.
Right.
But because of how they have the game set up, and because it is based off of sand, the enemies do respawn, and it can happen randomly, but it's not so random to the point where it's annoying. Where it's just like, oh God, I gotta fight. Oh, wasn't trying to fight. No, it's just like, and it's one of those where you don't have to fight them. You can keep surfing by if you want to. You know what I mean? But it gives you an option to approach or work on your combat or whichever else the case may be. So the game is very open and forthright with giving you control of, hey, how are you going to play this game?
Right. That's what I was kind of more curious about, is how that felt, because I was watching it looked like it gave you that freedom. And it looked like, I said, like with the skills and stuff, kind of set up your play style is very flexible. You can definitely hone in on exactly what you like about the combat and make that, take that to the next level, versus kind of the game forcing you down a path. So that's
the other thing too.
Yeah.
Where this game is also very diverse in its combat, to where I've only found 2 weapons maybe.
Yep.
So mainly, you start off with like an axe that transforms into a scythe, that transforms into a greatsword, which again, that's also a super dope concept. It makes you engage and be like, oh, I need to get my combo meter up so I can be able to make my weapon bigger and do more damage and on all the other stuff. And then you also have the what's like a grapple hooks kind of mace kind of thing, where it pulls you to the enemies. It has a wide ranging attack. And then the new ones that I found were gauntlets, where it's like fists. You can literally go around punching stuff. Very Asura's Wrath, like literally, which is also super dope. So, and not only that, but then the game gives you mods that are so diverse, and how, like, you can have a mod that, for an example, gives you an ability to put a bubble on the floor, and when enemies come to the bubble, they get slowed down and they get additional shatter that can be applied to them. Or you can get something that's like, if you use this weapon, you'll get X amount of damage if you dodge the enemy X amount of times, or whichever the case. Or you'll apply a certain amount of shatter damage for every certain amount of damage that you do, and you'll heal for whatever X amount. So it gives you a variety of different ways and different styles for you to play, to completely set up your build. And yes, there are some things that kind of stand out, like, oh, maybe this would work a little bit better for my scenario and how I'm playing the game currently. But it's still, because there's at least, because they break it down to 3 different, there's like 3 different sections, and there's 3 different main abilities that I can remember. So like you'll have your LB, your RB, for an example. Those would be 2 different abilities, and those abilities have modifiers that you can place on them. And there's like 30 different modifiers at least right?
Nice,
So
nice.
you can mix it up and everything. It's really dope, man. It's interesting. It's been a lot of fun to play. Again, I personally think it's exactly what I wanted from the game.
Yeah. Which is all that matters.
And that's the main thing. I don't think it's a 6 out of 10. Again, at least at this point, with a review in progress, I'm sitting right around an 8. There was some minor performance things that I noticed in certain fights when I was fighting some of the bigger enemies in enclosed spaces.
Yep.
I went from playing max. I'm playing at max settings at 1080p. I went from going from anywhere between 90 to 144 frames to 40, which felt weird. But I will say, this game has to be optimized pretty well, because even when it dropped down to 40, it still felt responsive enough for me to react to what was going on, which doesn't tend to be typically the case. Once you start lagging, everything is out of whack. Right. It didn't happen in here. But that's on PC. And from everything that I've heard on console, and people not playing max setting, it does have FSR, I believe, available to it. So you have some options to go through. But from everything that I've seen on console, people have been saying that it plays really well. They haven't had any issues. I don't hear anybody really talking about pop-in the way the reviews are talking about them. And again, like audience, like as y'all are tuning in, as y'all are watching this gameplay in the background, especially since it's smoothed out now, let me know if you noticed the pop-in, because I truly didn't notice a lot of that until it was brought up.
Right.
Now, of course, like there's little things that you see, like in the far back when you're looking and trying to take in the world, like you're like, oh wow, those trees kind of popped in over there, but it's nothing outside of the normal that you haven't seen in any other game or is acceptable in any other game. But for some whatever reason, people are really up in arms about it in this game.
Right.
And it's like, I don't think, especially when you're like sand surfing and stuff like that, like sure, if you're looking off into the background, you can see some of that. But if I'm looking at my character sliding through, adventuring, trying to gather resources, like I'm in my own world, like you typically are in a role-playing game, because that's literally what you're doing.
Yeah, it's crazy how people pick up on certain things bother people. And like, I understand you got to make mention of it if it is something that you do see, but overall, like you said, Steel, in this type of game, in an action game, like when I'm focused in, like I never notice that stuff. Yeah, if I do, it's like whatever. Again, I've been playing games for too long. I've seen that shit forever.
Yeah,
like, whatever.
It's just certain aspects of it where it's just like I don't know if that's something that you could just be like, oh, the game is okay, but man, this pop-in is trash. Right. Jedi Survivor played a lot worse than this game ever did.
Right.
By a long shot. Jedi Survivor literally was chopping down in like 20 frames when I got into one of the main cities. It's like, in comparison, this doesn't deserve as much criticism as if we didn't give Jedi Survivor that smoke, and I did, and I still rate the game high, and I still gave it a game of the year. Still is on my list. If you're going to rate that, if you're going to rate that game high, I don't see why you'd be overly critical about a team's first, like their new IP.
Because it's not.
I don't know.
It's not Star Wars, Steel.
It's weird.
We know a certain IP get forgiveness, right? So it's one of those things. What are you gonna do, right?
It is what it is. It's just weird. But nonetheless, I've been having a good time with it, and that's been my week thus far, man. So
awesome, man. Good breakdown, brother. Again, of a game that obviously, if it wasn't 2023, probably be getting more attention, right?
Yeah.
If it wasn't so much out right now that people are getting into, and obviously on the Xbox side, a lot of people just holding off until Starfield in a couple weeks, right? So I think that this game would be getting much more attention. If I didn't have Baldur's Gate 3, if I didn't know Starfield was right around the corner, I would have gotten this game and I would be playing co-op with you. It's just that I'm holding off because I just knew I wasn't going to have the time for it. So, but it's definitely going to be a game that down the road, 2024, and 2024 is already looking ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely going to pick this up on sale and play it for sure, because it looks right up my alley. I like Darksiders.
I'm telling you, bro.
I loved what I've seen from your gameplay and all that kind of stuff. It looks like something I definitely would enjoy. So I'll definitely pick it up at some point and hopping into it. Yeah, shout out to Deck 13.
Definitely shout out to Deck 13. And again, this is the gameplay that you're seeing today. Is me playing on the hardest difficulty, so don't expect to fall into the same things that I'm falling into here. Like this one fight, you're probably going to see me do 6-7 times because, again, I was still learning the combat. Was also trying to fight a headache, and try to be consistent with my combat and whatnot. So, but nonetheless,
absolutely. Great overview right there, Steel. Love it, man. Love it.
So hopefully you guys can enjoy that. If not, Armor Core 6 is right around the corner. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Anyway. All right. Well, with that said, I definitely appreciate all the love there. Chat. I'm gonna shout you guys out here in a moment because we definitely got to show some love to you guys. Everything's running smooth this morning, so that's looking good. We had sorry for the lag earlier. For whatever reason, it said my encoder was overloaded. I don't know if it was because I was recording at the same time. I'm usually always doing that, and it's never been an issue. Again, and reinstall Windows a couple times, settings change. And now OBS acts like my encoder's overloaded, although my computer has more than enough power to be able to handle doing all these things. It's weird. But nonetheless, we'll figure that out on the back end. Hopefully everything is smooth for you guys now, from what I can tell it is, so that's perfect. But let's get into these upcoming games, because there's a few that people are interested in, one that we mentioned earlier, and a little bit behind the scene.
There actually is some stuff this week, Steel, for sure. So you want to shout out the chat now?
Yeah, real quick. Dark Zone says, "Hey, Steel, you sold me. I just picked up Atlas phone on Xbox Series X, digitally downloading as I watch the show." Hey, shout out to that. That's dope, Dark Zone. Hey, man, hopefully you definitely enjoy it. Again, there's a reason why I pick Darksiders out of anything, and it's literally the exact feeling. If you enjoyed those games, it doesn't have as much puzzling as like Darksiders does. It's more about the combat and exploration and really be involved in that world. And if you don't mind a Saturday morning 90s cartoon type story, I think it's well worth it. So hopefully you enjoy it, man. If I had it on Series X, I'd probably rock with you some Splitscreen or some co-op or something. I only have it on PC, so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, MG is in the chat hanging out. We got Capper Grant 692. It's Timmy. What's going on?
It's Timmy.
Tim the Sorcerer was popping. How you feeling? He says, yeah, Atlas Fallen should have launched last year, not 2023 swamp year. Again, that's the hard part about making games, right? And we could have said it should have released last year, but the game wasn't ready last year, right? We just saw it for the first time last year, so, and they needed that time. They needed that time to get this game right. So, Vandal says everything is butter smooth. Thank you, I appreciate that, man. Xbox International Podcast, is that Louie in the building?
I think it's Louie because he mentioned he was going to go take a shower. So it's not Sour Bro. I think it's Louie.
It's got to be Louie.
I'm pretty sure. It's got to be Louie mentioning it.
If he's talking about taking showers, it's definitely Louie. Let's see. We got Talos Ray in the house. I shouted out Dark Zone 2525. Appreciate you. Hazardor Gaming. What's going on? Appreciate you, Hazard, coming through. You've been lighting up the timeline, getting people riled on up as he tends to do, it seems like,
and giving good information.
He does. He always does. That's why I don't mind him. Everybody should be able to give out a little bit of smoke every now and then and have some fun. So, Capper Grant, what's going on? How you feeling?
Shout out to C Unit. Chris Jones jumping in here.
Chris Jones in here. Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
Razor NZ, what's going? He said he's only seen one instance of pop-in in Atlas Fallen. Okay. See, that's what matters. Mav was in the house. What's going on? Fun speculation.
Up,
the mod himself. Decado, what's going on? Talos Ray, how you feeling, man? Let's see who else we got in here. Jason Max, what's going on?
What's going on, Jason Max?
Sanchez MTZ Gaming. He says, I'll wait for a sell on this one. I still have to finish Forspoken. Yep. Hey, Sanchez, I would tell you to play this game over Forspoken. After I'll be 100% honest with you. After playing this game, I have less motivation to go back to Forspoken.
There you go.
Fortunately, unfortunately, and I was starting to get into Forspoken. I was getting into it. I'm getting 10 hours, 10 for 10. Atlas Fallen is hitting way above its weight in comparison, especially when Forspoken is made by who?
Square Enix.
Square Enix doesn't. Deck 13 doesn't sound like Square Enix.
No, it doesn't. No.
But nonetheless, I'll keep that smoke to myself. Mr. Boomstick XL himself came through.
What's going
Double
on,
Barrel Gaming. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
The Sly Crow says Darksiders on hardest difficulties like Souls difficulty bosses. There's some of that. There is some of that here. Though because of how the base game works in Atlas Fallen, that risk reward system where you do more damage, but also take more damage inherently. As you go into the higher difficulties, I feel like it balances itself out a little bit more than, I just took more damage. Oh my, this is all that it is. No, it balances itself out and the abilities work really well. So this is actually what I've experienced so far, this is good AI design and good difficulty set design from a game, which is also very impressive to me because that's something that I'm typically pretty critical about. Because I hate hard difficulties because I always do play on those difficulties that just have, you just take more damage, but the AI is still as dumb. You just get caught by dumb shit. I don't like the thought of that. This doesn't make sense. Make the AI smarter, make the game funner to play. Just add little extra things. Visual walkthrough. What's going on? He said, would you recommend playing the game? Atlas Fallen, yes. Again, there's more times than not. I tell you that it's worth the $60. If you got to pay the $60 for it, if you could get it on PC, it's worth every bit of that $49.99 that they're selling it for. $50. So, $10 difference there. If you had any interest in Forspoken, choose Atlas Fallen over Forspoken, please. It's the better game, in my opinion. We had Unrama come through. He said, Nixie, I think YouTube blocked me from you again. East Side Vandal. Oh, well, Nixie, look at you out here blocking folks again. Nixie says he was taking a peep at ACG's video. He has some Forspoken vibes with Atlas Fallen. Yeah, I love ACG. I really respect what he does with the reviews. I do feel as though ACG is kind of, he gets kind of hit with playing too many games. I feel like sometimes that he has to review games, and that does inherently kind of put a timeline on you in some facets. So it makes you look at games differently. The things that he was critical about in the game were fair criticisms. I don't think that it was enough to deter anybody from the game. But it is a solid overview about the game in totality. Again, I feel like he was overly critical on certain things, like pop-in was one of the main things, like he hounded about. He just made it seem like it was just extremely obvious. And even before the day one patch, again, everybody's like sensitivity to that stuff is going to be different. I dealt with bugs and stuff in Cyberpunk 2077. And I thought it was one of the greatest games ever made. So yeah, it's perspective, right? I don't think it's not as bad in here as it is in the Forspoken. I'll tell you that. This is made by a AA team. Again, they got some experience behind them, but it's not terrible. At least in my opinion. Sly Crow, what's going on? He said we need a Darksiders 4. Yeah, we definitely need to get another Darksiders. I need to play that that third one. What was her name? Because it was the chick. The sister this time around. Because it was War.
I always forget too.
I can't remember the other ones. But anyway, War is one of my favorites. Let's see who else we got in here. I believe that was pretty much everybody. I think I got pretty much everybody. Dragonheart, Yobi, want to make sure I shout you out.
Hey, the
if legend. I didn't.
What's up?
Scrolling on up here. It looks like I got it about everybody. If I didn't shout you out, definitely let us know in the chat below. Visual says
it was Fury, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
And Visual Walkthrough says I will wait for a sale. Thanks to I will play it next year after Starfield, which is fair. Again, there's so many games you got to be able to decide what you're going to play. Luckily, this is in a perfect spot for me because really the only game I'm waiting for, I'm not playing Baldur's Gate. I do have ways to get access to it, but I would rather spend some ducats on it. And for me, I'm not trying to throw myself in the game, and I don't have genuine enough interest to say, yeah, I want to play this game right now. Especially with Armored Core being right around the corner and me playing this game right now, and then other things going on behind the scenes. So it is what it is.
Huge. It's gigantic. Like Jasper said last night, he thought he was getting close to the end, and then he found a whole nother realm. Like that's how this game rolls. So yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is gigantic for sure.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not something you just hop in and like, oh, I'm just gonna quick finish this up in 20-40 hours. No.
Right, some people said you could. Well, I think it's only because
I think it's a very tough time doing that.
Maybe it's just because you're not cool enough to finish the game that fast.
Yeah, probably. We'll get into that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into these upcoming games so I can show you guys what you should be excited for or what you shouldn't be excited for. Let's get to it. Right. Are you ready, Paul?
I'm ready, sir. I've been ready.
Get to it.
I was born ready.
I know you were.
Let's go. So we are upcoming week, August the 14th already, because we missed last week. It's really weird because I had to skip a whole section of games. I'm like, we didn't talk. Oh, that's right, because we didn't have Living Splitscreen last week. All right, so let's see here. We are going to start out with a Game Pass game that is coming. It has been out on PC. Both Steele and I have played this as well and tried it out. But Everspace 2 is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and again, yes, day and date Game Pass. It is already out on PC Game Pass, has been on PC Game Pass. Everspace 2, if you want a space shooter roguelike type game, this is your bag. Steel might have some different opinion as far as if it's good or not. Jasper's been playing it. I've been playing it. Or I have played it. I have not put a ton of time into it by any stretch of the imagination, but I did play Everspace 1.
Mm-hmm.
This game is gorgeous. The flight mechanics are very well done. Again, you got to know what you're getting into. It is like a roguelike. So there are going to be many failures, but that's part of the game. You're going to power up. You're going to loot. You are going to, again, the developer even said Diablo had some influence to them. So it's interesting because it is all about the space combat, and that's all it is. But the story I actually think is kind of decent from what I played so far. And I like the first Everspace as well. But Everspace 2, if you're looking for that game right now to kind of hold you over until Starfield comes out, it's a good one. And it's Game Pass, so no risk. Go download it, go check it out if you're on Xbox. But it's gorgeous. Again, space games done well. There's just nothing like them. Again, there can be beautiful games in high fantasy and different realms and all that kind of stuff. Space, when it's done right, for me, it's just different seeing planets, out there, stars, black holes, suns, like it's just different. It hits different when you're in space.
It does.
Like for me, it's freaking an amazing backdrop to games. So Everspace 2 coming this week, August the 15th. Steve, you got anything to add to Everspace 2?
No, Everspace 2 it was a dope game. Again, I'm probably more so disconnected from it because I played in early access. Yeah. And again, I have a hard time going back to games once I drop them. And for me, I just couldn't get back into it because I do play on the harder difficulty. And here, it just didn't make any sense. The first section in my previous experience, and then when I went through it the second time, there was just a night and day difference. Maybe I was just playing on a different difficulty at that time also. I don't recall what it is, but me playing, when you play on the hardest difficulty and the first enemy that you run into has the best aim that you've ever seen in a game period, to where that you can't dodge it at all. That's not good gameplay design to me. That's not good difficulty design. You inherently gave the AI a cheat and calling that a difficulty. I don't agree with that. That turned me off of the game. But nothing against the game, because again, previously when I played it in preview, I even have gameplay still that I could bring up on the channel at any time. And I put about 10 hours into it originally when it was in early access, in game preview, and was having a good time with it. But the second time me going through it, because of my difficulty, I know for sure because I tuned it down and it wasn't as bad. And the second thing, it just wasn't the game that I'm looking to play right now. So nothing against the game itself, nope. But that's what worked against it for me. So
no problem. Everspace 2, go check it out. Hammer Watch 2 coming to PC, and this will be coming to console at a later date. We don't have a guaranteed date yet, but Hammer Watch 2, Diablo fans, if you're looking for an old school bit style Diablo that will remind you of Gauntlet type graphics, but more variety, obviously, because again, you've got an upper world, underworlds, dungeons. You got everything that you want in Diablo without all the monetization and all that kind of stuff to it. And you just want that old school feel. This is the game. Hammer Watch 2 looks freaking amazing. I have it wish listed on Steam. I'll eventually get to this game. Single player, co-op, it's got it all. Looks fantastic. And again, we'll be coming to consoles later this year. Hopefully the devs are still on track, they said, for the later this year. But Hammer Watch 2 looks freaking cool. I want to play this game. Again, get me a looter action RPG. I'm all about it. I don't care what it looks like. I'm going to try it out because I just think they look awesome. So Hammer Watch 2, go check that out. Moving out to, you like packing fun with, just crazy mechanics, crazy physics, right? Moving out to, I know Mav played this with Caitlin and his daughter, I think, too. Moving Out was an interesting game, like chucking boxes across just stupid fun. Moving Out 2 is coming. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC from Team 17, developed by SMG Studios and DevM Games, August the 15th. And then what else we got here? We got Wayfinder coming out for PlayStation and PC.
Played this in closed beta.
Plays this in closed beta.
Yes.
So this was the game that was showing off. MMO. It looked really awesome. And then it came out that it was a PlayStation exclusive, console-wise, right? Console-wise, it was going to be PlayStation exclusive. What did you think of the closed beta, Steel?
The game is actually, because I was kind of down on it, but before I played that closed beta, but after I played it, I was actually definitely more intrigued and impressed than I was expecting to be. I am a little bit put off by the game still coming out to be in early access, essentially. You could become a founder and essentially get early access to the game here coming out on August the 15th. I'm debating whether that's something I want to consider or not, mainly because I hate doing that. Jumping into a game that's not necessarily fully out yet can sometimes put you in a spot to where you may not return to it, right? And Wayfinder, it's not, again, this is another one of those games where it's not going to be a super impressive game, but for it to be an additional MMO, to be based off of Heroes the way that it is, the grind, the aesthetic of the game, the way that it kind of
combat, didn't you?
Yeah, the combat was fun. I was having a good time with it. It felt good to play. I was playing one of the assassin classes though, so keep that in mind. Maybe that has an effect on it. But it seemed like a game that you can group up with a couple buddies, even go solo, and get some of those MMO vibes from, right? So if you have a PC or a PlayStation, I would at least advise you to try it out to see if it's something for you. It does have more of that cartoonish-esque style to it, so keep that in mind. But it does have a good level of customization to it, at least for colors and things like that. So it's an interesting game. I can't necessarily say, hey, go be a founder, or whichever the case, but if it's something that you're interested in, definitely go check it out.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And again, from what I remember you talking about when you first dropped in there, it definitely interested me
Mhm.
for sure. So, but again, not now.
It's
Not
a
now.
fun. It's a fun to be at, but
Yeah, but just not now. But if you guys are looking for that MMO style game again, and you got on PlayStation or PC, go check out Wayfinder. Maybe like Steel said, it'll be something that you dig. It's going to be early access. Next up, something we'll get into. We don't need to get into it right now. Steel will bring it up as a topic a little bit later, but obviously, Red Dead Redemption, the port. I'm going to call it a port. This is not a remake. This is not a remaster by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not going to give them credit for it. Again, no slight to the devs. They did the job that Take-Two asked them to do. This is on Take-Two. This is on Rockstar. Red Dead Redemption and Undead Nightmare, the DLC, which is one of the greatest DLCs ever put out, in my opinion, despite all of its flaws, performance flaws. Undead Nightmare was just simply fantastic as a follow-up DLC. But Red Dead is coming to PlayStation 4 and Switch, as we all know now. And again, we'll get into the $50 price point later. We'll get into Strauss Zelnick's comments and kind of where I sit at it with it, and we'll get Steele's opinions on it as well. But Red Dead, hey, PlayStation 5 fans, backwards compatibility, PlayStation 4, that's why they're doing this. If you want to go back and play Red Dead, go ahead. Switch might be big on Switch. This is a great get for Switch, obviously. For everybody maybe on the Nintendo side who never got to play Red Dead, here you go. Red Dead 1 is one of my goats, one of my greatest all-time games. I like it more than I did Red Dead 2. Again, I didn't finish Red Dead 2. I finished Red Dead 1. I think I was near 100%. I did get the 100% achievement. I'm trying to remember if I fully did it or not. I can't remember. But Red Dead 1, John Marston, one of my favorite all-time characters in video game history. I absolutely love Red Dead. So we'll get into it more later, but that is coming August the 17th. So go check that out. Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew. This is also on my list, bro. I have got so many. I don't know where I'm going to get to these games. Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew by Mimi Games, whatever it is. This is a strategy turn-based tactical game. This is with pirates. Okay. I'm all about this. This is right up my alley. And for you guys who don't know Mimi Games, they do have a history. Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun, which was a ninja tactics strategy game. Very difficult. I played it. Okay. Excellent game. But very difficult. You had to pay attention. You had to plan your moves. Otherwise, you were going to get killed real quick. They also did Desperados, which I also own. And I played for a couple hours, probably maybe 3-4 hours. Desperados, turn-based Wild Wild West game. Fantastic. Fantastic games. But I'm looking forward to Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew. Again, you give me pirates, you give me undead. You give me a great atmosphere, which again, go watch the videos on this. Looks fantastic. I'm all about this, but this is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC August the 17th. Please go take a look at that. The one, the only Vampire Survivors, the phenom that it was, especially when it hit Xbox and hit Game Pass. I didn't know too many people who weren't playing Vampire Survivors, including Steel. We were ripping up Vampire Survivors. Like, it's an addictive game. It is finally dropping on the Switch, which is going to be huge.
Yeah, it's dope. Yeah.
For the dev, shout out to Ponicle. Just amazing that this came out of nowhere, took over PC, came to Xbox, and just went to a whole nother level for them. Again, $3 game steal. Like, this is what indies do, man. This is what indies do. This is why I support indies. This is why I love these guys when they come out with new games. Now it's being copycatted everywhere. There's a billion different Vampire Survivors type games coming out, and it's all because Ponicle and what he did. So shout out to the Vampire Survivors coming. Jet Set Radio fans like me, listen, again, it's too bad that I'm in the middle of Baldur's Gate 3. It's too bad that I got Starfield right around the corner, because I'm all over this, and this will be something I pick up. whether end of 2023 into 2024 at some point, but Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, the spiritual successor, is finally here. Now, it drops on Switch and PC August the 18th, okay? But they did confirm PlayStation and Xbox September 1st.
Okay.
Well, we know what's coming September 1st for me, so Starfield. But I know there's a big group of you. I know we got a lot of people in chat. Jet Set Radio fans, go check out Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. Absolutely incredible spiritual successor. I can't wait to dive into this game at some point. This is definitely going to be my game. I'm definitely getting. So Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, August the 18th, Switch and PC, September 1st, PlayStation and Xbox. So it'll be on our list again when Steele and I start talking about it around that time.
Of course.
But looks great. I can't wait, man. Well. Shockingly enough, this is Madden launch week as well. So we got Madden August the 18th, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Watched a little gameplay. They had a little gameplay going. Was it this week? Was it early this week? Can't remember if it was early this week or late last week. They had a little gameplay. They had a little presentation. They had a couple YouTubers, streamers, Twitch streamers playing it. Yeah, it's Madden.
Oh, nice. Good to know.
It's another iteration of Madden, of course, touting some features that, okay.
Oh, they're touting features.
I don't see how they improved everything again.
Oh, really?
Looked the same, played the same. Everything I see, it's Madden. So again, shout out to Madden, shout out to EA. They do what they do. Hey, listen, Xbox Ultimate Game Pass subscribers get the 10-hour trial.
Okay,
right? So
nice. Yeah.
Jump into Madden, check it out for yourself and see if it's something you want to invest in this year. But Madden 24 coming out this week. There you go. Then a game we did talk about as well, still kind of behind the scenes. Or was it the beginning of the show? Somebody mentioned?
Yeah, it was behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes. That's right. Behind Backstage. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre Game Pass, day and date. Again, Dead by Daylight. If you like Dead by Daylight, you're probably already well aware of this game. If you're a horror game fan, you're probably already well aware of this game. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I watched people playing it when they were having their open betas and showing it off.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if you like that style of game, you're going to love this game. Again, shout out to the devs. Sumo Digital. They mapped out the entire real life house that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is based upon. They did a phenomenal job. The little details in the house are incredible. Again, you know what you're going to get out of this style of game. I even just watching the video with my headphones on, when Leatherface all of a sudden fires up his chainsaw out of nowhere right behind one of the survivors. I even jumped a couple times just watching people play it. Like, it scared the hell out of me. Like, really cool mechanics as far as playing the different members of the family, because they all play extremely different, as well as the survivors do. That's and the ways that you can get out of the house and kind of do really interesting techniques and mechanics involved here. So again, if you're into this, you're going to know about this right already, but this is finally coming to Game Pass 2 day and date. So Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I know there's gonna be a ton of people playing this game.
Oh yeah.
Dead by Daylight just dropped Alien DLC. Those games are, again, games that necessarily Steele and I certainly aren't talking about or playing because it's not our style. Like I said, I did play some Dead by Daylight. I liked being the monster more than I liked being the survivor for sure. But I could see this kicking off, and I could see a lot of people in Game Pass playing it multiplayer. It's gonna be fun. Texas Chainsaw Massacre this week, August the 18th. Again, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. So pretty much everywhere outside of Switch. It is going to be there. That is, okay, computer, you want to work with me here? Jeez, oh man. Okay, there we go. And I think that's it. That ends this week. I can go into Xbox Wire here. I did bring it up. At least I thought I had. Yeah, there we go. I did bring it up. We do have some more smaller games. I won't read the whole descriptors because there's a lot in here, obviously. So we already hit on Madden. We've got Astral Flame Starfighter coming out August 15th. Classic scrolling shooter with modern 3D graphics. Sounds like a shmup. So go check out Astro Flame Starfighter. We got Black Sands, which was actually an interesting indie title that we got a demo for from the Idea at Xbox show. This was in there. I actually fired it up for a very short period. Very cool concept. It's like a steampunk open world sandbox top-down shooter adventure game. This is how they really describe it.
Interesting.
I didn't play enough of it to get into some of the really mechanics that they were going for, but it's got a really cool art style to it. Obviously old school style,
right?
But gorgeous, really, really well done. So Black Skylands, August 15th. We talked about Everspace 2. We talked about Moving Out 2. A Castle Full of Cats, August 16th. An object game with a Metroidvania structure. So there you go. Interesting combination. A castle full of cats. We got Boxville coming out August 16th. Adventure puzzle game about speechless cans living in a city of boxes and drawing doodles on cardboard to tell the stories. Okay. I love indies. They just try and do whatever they want, and I just absolutely love it. Even if the games don't sound appealing to me, it's just like, how did you guys ever think of this? Like, really, what were you guys doing that made you think of creating a game about cans living in boxes, living in a city full of boxes? Honestly. Creepy Tale, Ingrid Penance, coming out August 16th. A macabre interactive adventure filled with bizarre events and puzzles. All right, we got that one. We got Gnome's Garden 8. I didn't know there was 7 other ones of these. Here you go. Gnome's Garden 8, Return of the Queen, August 16th. Yeah, go check that out. Gnome's Garden 8. We got Iron Danger, August 16th. Tactical combat game with a unique time manipulation mechanic.
Okay.
Never before seen combination. Ooh, you.
Oh no, Prince of Persia did some of that.
Tactical though, Steel.
Oh, okay. True. Okay.
Turn-based.
That might be different for that.
I'm trying to think of. That's a big, bold statement. I mean, I'm going to believe the dev if they say that it's never been there. So combination that blends the tactical depth of turn-based games with exciting action of real-time games. We have seen that before, but hey, Iron Danger, like the sound of it. Die After Sunset. Blasting an action-paced adventure through time where Earth is under attack by aliens. Okay. So experiment with different item combinations and power-ups through missions as you race against the clock. Okay, so it's going to be time focused there too. Die After Sunset. Cool. Dust and Neon. Dust and Neon is an action-packed twin-stick roguelike shooter, always for these, in a post-apocalyptic Wild West overrun by villainy. That sounds up my alley. That's got to go on my list somewhere. Let's see what the... Oh, yes. Love the style. Like the look of this. Dust and Neon is going on my list at some point here. Go check that out. Then we got Gourd coming to Xbox on August the 17th. Dark fantasy adventure strategy game set in a hostile forsaken land. Forsaken, not forspoken, forsaken land inspired by Slavic mythology. Slavic mythology gets really creepy. There's been a couple games that came out based upon that. What was the other? Blacktail, I believe, was the other game that came out that was based on Slavic, or was it the other one? One of the, man, I can't remember too many indie games. This game, however, go check it out. I'm looking at the graphics. Looks like Diablo style graphics. This looks cool. This is another one that's going on my list. This looks fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah. This is looking real good here. So we got Gourd on August 17th. Hello Engineer. You guys like Hello Neighbor? Hello Engineer's here. It's a multiplayer machinery construction game set in Hello Neighbor universe for up to 4 players.
Interesting.
Scavenge, craft, and overcome challenges. Hello Engineer. Again, Hello Neighbor. You say to yourself, who plays that? A lot of people play.
My daughters do.
They keep coming out with them. So Hello Engineer. Hidden Shapes, Cat Realm, plus Trick or Cats. Offer you 2 enchanting and calming minimalist puzzle games. All right. If you're looking for a minimalist puzzle game, you get 2 for 1 in that bundle. August 17th. We got Marble It Up. Shout out to Luke Lore. Shout out to Insipid Ghost. One in the same person. Everybody knows him. More people know him by Luke Lore. He was just on PM to PM with me and Mav. He interviewed these developers. These are the guys who've been making marble games forever. If you like marble games, I used to love Marble Madness back in the day. Played it in the arcades, played it on console. Okay. Marble Madness was my jam. Marble It Up looks super dope. Looks like a 2023 version kind of Marble Madness on a new level, like tons of different things to do. So Marble It Up Ultra comes out August the 17th on Xbox. Go check that out. We talked about Shadow Gambit. Warstone TD Gold Edition, tower defense game with RPG elements. Also very cool. Go check that out. We got Airy Flow of Time. In this game, you play as a little bird and search for a cure that can save your village. So Airy, AERY, Flow of Time, August 18th. Blasphemous 2. Hey, I know there's a lot of Blasphemous fans out there. That's Souls. That is definitely a Souls game in the old 8-bit, 16-bit style, right? So Blasphemous 2 is a very tough game. According to most people that have played it, I think I tried it, the original, when it was on Game Pass, I want to say. Okay. Actually, it's a little bit more. It's more 16-bit than it is 8-bit. I shouldn't have said 8-bit. Castlevania kind of looking atmosphere, but Souls, very Souls-like, 2D version of Souls. Okay. Blasphemous 2, August 18th. Go check that out. Chess, all you chess fans out there, Chess Royale. We're getting another chess game. Chess Royale, August 18th. If I had more time, I'd play chess. I love chess. I played chess as a kid growing up. Played it in my early adulthood. I love chess, but we're getting a new chess game August the 18th. Xbox Play Anywhere included. Chrome Wolf, August 18th. Blow your enemy ways in tank battles. Jump in a tank and defeat enemies in turn-based battles.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Chrome Wolf. Another game that sounds like something I might eventually have to check out. Oh yeah, old school RPG setting with tanks. Okay, yeah, we're cool with that. Embraced by Autumn, August 18th. Let's see if I got any quick descriptor. I don't have a quick descriptor on that one. I don't know let's see what style game this is. Looks like narrative, story driven game, anime style for sure. So Embraced by Autumn, August 18th. Talked about Madden. Mirrored Souls is coming out August 18th. Puzzle platformer game. Tells the story of Ravi and Daru, two completely different celestial beings connected to each other but separated in a mirrored universe. Mirrored Souls, August 18th. Pirate Bloopers, coming out August 18th. Isometric action game in the style of time survival, where you take control of a ship in the dangerous waters of the Pirate Bay. Your goal is to survive as many waves as possible. Okay, cool. All right, like it. Virgo versus the Zodiac. Sci-fi fantasy JRPG with a focus on memorable characters and unique combat mechanics in which you play as an obsessed villain. Okay, so you're playing as the baddie in this one. I'm always down for that. Interesting art style. I like this one too. So again, Virgo versus the Zodiac, August 18th. And then finally, Zombie Derby, August the 18th. Exactly what you think it is. Cars, zombies, and you're just causing havoc, right? That's what you're doing. You're building up your cars, adding different attachments to them, all that kind of stuff. So Zombie Derby, again, also coming out this week. And that's it, Steel. That's all I got.
Nice.
There's a lot of games.
Games. Definitely seems like there's a lot that's lining up at least for getting further into the year. None of those that I'm interested in because I got Armored Core 6 around the corner. Why play any other game when you could literally play Armored Core 6? I'm trying to figure out why anybody's excited for Starfield when you could play Armored Core. I'm also trying to figure out why you would ever want to play Baldur's Gate when you could just play Armored Core.
We're not doing this. We are not doing this,
I'm so for real. Like, listen, when you have Armored Core right there, you might as well just stop playing everything else, because when it releases, there's no other game that matters. You know what I mean? Like Starfield, I gotta fight with Pong behind the scenes because it's like I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to do Starfield early access. The 31st, like I don't know, man. I think I might.
Just told him to knock it off.
I think I might just do some Armored Core, man. You know, I don't know if Starfield's big enough of a game for me to, you know, really get out there and do some content for it, man. So much content that's going to be in Armored Core.
Nonsense, Chad, please.
So much Armored Core content.
I love your hype for Armored Core 6. And excited for Armored Core 6 too. In fact,
See,
I am planning on picking it up, Steel, to play with you for 6 days.
5
Just
days.
saying a lot.
4 days.
4 days. 4 days. Technically speaking, August 31st is when it drops in.
Well, no, that's it. It would be 5 days.
Okay.
Yeah. It'd be 5 full days at least. Because
the fact that I'm even planning on picking up tells you all you need to know about Armored Core 6. And I love Steel's hype for this game because his hype is legit. He's maybe going out of his way with the I don't need to play Starfield stuff, and it's going to win Game of the Year stuff.
Yeah, it is.
It's from software. There's a chance. There's an outside chance. Dark Horse. I'll give you Dark Horse, right? I'll give you long odds.
No, there's no dark horse here. It's just blatantly obvious. I mean, look, when Starfield wishes it could have mechs like Armored Core has in it, I don't know if. Look, I mean, you can make decisions to traverse the star system in Starfield, and I get that. But I can make decisions about what weapons and how my mech looks in Armored Core and go fight some enemies. See, I can shoot down ships from outer space. I can come out there and, shoot them down, and then I can salvage the parts, and then put them on my AC. It's just, there's so many things, there's so many advantages that Armored Core has over a game like Starfield. Even like Baldur's Gate, like I understand that it's a good RPG, CRPG as you guys reference it, and I know Larry put a lot of good work into it, making sure it was optimized, and I know split screen doesn't work on Xbox yet, but Armored Core doesn't have those problems, man. It's going to be good storytelling, a very overdeveloped character customization. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Are we done?
D&D wishes it had dice to roll to get Armored Core out of here. It wishes.
We're not.
Okay. I'll stop. I'm sorry. But no. I mean, definitely the Armored Core hype is real. But the Starfield hype is real too. I mean, I'm interested in it. I gotta give it some smoke, but I gotta give the excitement out. It's mainly because it's one of those that, for me, I wasn't expecting for them to ever go back to, and the fact that they are freaking. And they're confident about it too. That's the other thing. Mm-hmm. It leaves much to be desired. So we'll see.
I'm on board.
That's what I'm saying. Mods can put Armored Core in Starfield. Again, it could. Starfield would be better with Armored Core mods.
If somebody gives me mechs, I'll be down for it. Right? If a mod comes along and makes Starfield, again, I can't wait to see what the mods do in Starfield. I can't wait. I want capital class ships. I want a whole different experience. I want hardcore mode in Starfield where I have to monitor my fuel, which they took out to travel. I want to have a ship that I can move to gun ports and not just have my cockpit view, but actually move to a gun port. I want torpedoes, right? I want space torpedoes, right? I want all the things. We do have missiles, which is cool.
Yes.
But I want torpedoes, right? I want cannons on the side of my capital class cruiser. I want to be able to outfit that capital class cruiser with about 15 to 20 different people, right? All working different systems. Mods are going to do all this, by the way. We're going to have a whole new game in Starfield. By the time we're done with it.
We'll definitely see.
And then give me mechs. If I can launch Robotech mechs out of my capital class cruiser and go attack the ships,
I doubt that it'll get that far. Depending on how the game's designed. I mean, it's still limited. It's still limited to the overall design of the game. Skyrim is still very limited in what it can do. Yes, you can change the combat and it can feel more modern, like in some ways, but it's not. It's an inherently new experience if you're used to your Skyrim experience, but they didn't change so many systems to the point outside of what was already kind of capable in the game. So it's going to be interesting to see how they treat Starfield, because it is going to depend on how well the creation engine works for this and it's going to take some time before they really get into their bag. That's why the next 10 years are going to be interesting, at least for Starfield itself, because it's going to be one of those games where the mods for it probably won't really start popping off for real until we're 3-4 years down the line. And you got people that have had time to really play with all the mechanics in the game and see what other systems are there and make sure they take advantage of everything. Because the other thing too, that I've been seeing from people, shout out to Fun Speculation for becoming a splitter. You get them RTS view and ECP emotes down there. I greatly appreciate you. But one of the biggest things like that modders have had an issue like with Skyrim is that every time that Skyrim there was an update that was put out for Skyrim, especially on PC, it would break mods and whatnot, and that can be extremely annoying. And not everybody wants to go through that. That's why there's like certain mods that end up getting higher voted, and you gotta roll back and downgrade your game files so that to be compatible with these mods. And it can be convoluted. But I am extremely interested in I want to see the biggest thing that I want to see up front first. Because it's the most possible, is whether they're going to end up bringing Star Wars into Starfield and how quick that ends up happening, where you get Tatooine or you get all the planets in Starfield represented in Starfield along with their cities and everything, speeder bikes, whatever they end up doing. I can see those things being extremely possible. Maybe even like a Cowboy Bebop type planet. I think that would be really cool. It's just so many different. There'll be so many different things. Death Star, yeah, that's going to be 100%. Turn the entire planet just into a Death Star.
Take one of those moons and turn it into the Death Star.
Be make the whole inside so where you can, be whatever, or you can fly through it. That would be dope.
Give me the Stormtrooper arbor.
Yep, that would be dope. That would be super dope. There's a lot of potential for sure.
Bro, they're going to be able to mod the ships, like the parts for the ships, so they look like, so you can build X-Wings,
hopefully,
so you can build TIE fighters.
Hopefully, for sure.
And just mod in so I can capture that capital class cruiser, man. They've already got capital class ships in here, but they haven't mentioned whether or not you can take them over. If you shoot everybody in there, can you take over a capital class? If you can't, it shouldn't be too hard for the modders to figure out how to make that happen so we can attack and pirate one of those capital class.
It just depends on how they treat it, how open they really have it. Because that's the limiting factor right there is trying to think about how Bethesda, because I know they're going to say they're going to be more open to mods and whatnot this time around too, that they completely planned that and had that in mind when they were designing the game. But how far did you go, right? Is it to what Paul was talking about, to where that is a possibility? And if it's not a possibility, is it something that can be modded in? How complicated is that going to be? I don't know. It's going to be extremely interesting to see though. Let's see. Mav is now the CEO of LSS. I don't know. He's not the CEO. He's definitely a partner in crime.
Fun Speculation Network. That's for
he's a partner in crime. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, I think the best place to take this topic, to take the subject matter. Let's start with Forza, because I have actually just watched some new gameplay for Forza. I don't know why I didn't see this yesterday. Let me see if I can.
Rain multiplayer.
Yeah, the multiplayer Rain gameplay that they were showing.
Yeah.
I want to see if I can get that up on screen for you guys. Hold on real quick. Let me see what I can do here. Get to my show stuff.
Yeah, it's compressed on top of yeah. Yep. Mm. Correct. Right. 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 Mm. Mhm. I can hear you. I can hear you. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Whoa. Am I muted, guys? Am I muted? I'm not muted anywhere that I can see. What happened? Is it because you brought up the video? Did it happen? No sound. Did it happen? Oh yeah, I suppose.
You might be able to hear me now. Dang, I was going off too. So mad he lost his voice. God damn it. Chat not visible too. What happened?
I don't know.
Can you guys hear me now?
Chat. I'm seeing chat.
Can you guys hear us now? We can only hear Pong. We would like to hear Steele's rant.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay.
You guys can all hear me.
Well,
interesting. Did it happen? Did it happen when Steele brought up the video?
Yeah, I guess. Did it happen when we swapped over? Well, that's interesting. How about now? Can you guys hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me now, because that's weird.
Yeah, they're saying it happened when you switched to the scene for some reason.
That's weird. That's really weird.
Now we can all good. Now we hear Steel now.
That's really weird that y'all couldn't hear me because I'm looking at the meter and everything, and it's moving.
The video for some reason cut it out. Interesting. Run it back, Steel.
Okay.
Run it back, Nixie says. Run it back.
Well, okay. So, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what that was about. That was weird. I'll have to fix that on the back end for processing, I guess.
Turn 10 clipped you.
Turn 10 did clip me. That's crazy. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what happened. I was trying to show you gameplay and of the game at least, and now it's anyway. Since we're back in it, that was really weird. Anyway,
that is weird.
All right, now that we're back here, so what I was saying was, so Forza Motorsport, right? A lot of people, the main thing that I've been hearing from the game, because we're going to get into the issues about the split screen missing, the drag racing missing, and the drifting missing. Now, the point that I was trying to make when we swapped over and y'all couldn't hear me was that one of the main things that I was hearing is that people felt like what they've seen from Forza Motorsport wasn't impressive, or that it wasn't graphically fitting for what Turn 10 would typically put out. And I'm completely dumbfounded and lost by the thought process behind that, and the fact that anybody can just say, hey, the game doesn't look good. I legitimately, and this is something that I said while I was muted, I want somebody, all the people that were comparing Forza Motorsport 7 to GT7, I want them to do the same thing with Forza Motorsport when it releases. And tell me legitimately what game you think looks better to you. Not, it looks better in replays and the fidelity of the cars and in this mode. I am a dude who plays these racing games in third person. I don't have a wheel, so maybe that's why I don't play in first, but I've never enjoyed playing in first person. It's just not for me. I treat a game as a game, and unless I was trying to become a professional racer or whichever the case, that was my overall goal, then maybe I would treat it a little bit differently. But my fun has resided in that third person mode. GT has been extremely weak on that since I found out that Forza Motorsport was a thing, right? So we're going way back with that. So for people to say that the game doesn't look good, I personally feel like it's quite disingenuous because, and this is where I want to pass it off to you, Pong, because I know you hit this, and this is something we talked about last night also with fun speculation and whatnot, and this is something we're pretty consistent about, at least as far as features missing and modes missing and things of that nature. When you do have these features missing and you bring them up in a fashion that not only you reiterate and say, oh, well, these are legacy titles. And Gene, I'm not saying the GT7 doesn't look good. Not saying that. But when you draw comparisons to games, you got to be real with the comparisons that you draw, right? Anyway, and again, I can also say, I guess it's going to be personal perspective, but nonetheless, when you're removing modes and making it a bigger deal than it possibly would be if you wouldn't have said anything at all. And again, I'm not of the mindset that you just shouldn't have said anything, because that's also backhanded. I can't, for me, business wise, you shouldn't say anything, but I'm not your business partner. I shouldn't be telling you how your business is run. And I would have preferred you not to say anything, but I also would like for you guys to speak, but understand that you're a business and you still have to sell a product at the end of the day. I'm not going to sit here and say that you should purposely lie to me and I should be okay with you lying to me.
No,
that's not okay, because that's what you would be doing if you didn't admit that these things weren't there, which I would also have to speak on.
Not if you never said that they were going to be there.
But then you're hiding. You're hiding information.
No, because there's stuff that we never know about that is cut from games, right? We know this for a fact that throughout game development, there are things and features and DLC and whole sections and levels and mechanics that are tried and never make the final cut.
That's true, but when you say legacy features,
right,
and these are things that have been in the only perspective I'm coming from on that, when these are things that have been in the game and you said that they are legacy features and you don't carry them over, again, for us to not have ever cared about these things, never really noticed these things, again, when we throw our hands up and be like, I didn't even know split screen was there. I mean, that kind of tells you, again, it's about the wording and whatnot, mainly.
Legacy is just a word, bro. So again, if I get where you're coming from, because again, we had this discussion last night. I don't disagree with you. The only fact is that in this case, with the things that they brought up, specifically yesterday. Now, I'm not talking about per se drifting and drag racing, right? But I'm talking about the things that were brought up yesterday. Like, the only reason why they're even something that people are talking about is because they brought it up. So you can attach legacy features to it all day long, but if the game is not known for those features, I don't really count them as legacy, right? Splitscreen for Halo is a different story. Would you agree there?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that that's a different story, because that would be in the same breath. That would be the same exact thing. Because nobody plays split screen like that in Halo. They have not played split screen like that since Halo 3. Since Halo 3, they have not done that. No,
but there was legitimate people who have completed every single.
You can say the same thing about Forza. You can say the same thing about Forza.
I know nobody. No, because nobody ever.
All the way up to 5. All the way up to 5.
Nobody ever raced.
You don't know anybody. That's the key word. You don't. You can say the same exact thing about Halo. You can say the exact same thing.
That's not true, because Halo campaign was played co-op in split screen for year after year after year after year. There's no campaign in Forza Motorsport still.
Yes, there is. There's a story. There is a campaign mode.
Bro, you know what I'm saying.
It's the same. You can't pass one and then not pass the other. No, it's a legacy mode.
Okay, all right.
In that aspect, it's still legacy.
I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
It doesn't. It all the way up. At the end of the day, it's still it's perspective. Just because you or I have never seen people play split screen, or whichever the case may be, doesn't mean that it's less important or more important than it is in a different game. If it's a feature that has been in there since the beginning and they have always done it, then I can say the exact same thing about Halo split screen. It's not inherent to the game anymore. We've had online multiplayer for a long time at this point, and that's how people have been playing. Now, when you go back to LANs and stuff like that, that's what opens that up, because split screen is more so, it's not necessarily campaign split screen more so, it's more multiplayer split screen, at least in my opinion, that matters in Halo. Because online multiplayer or co-op was inherently easier to access or get people to play because of how we evolved with online. For me, I see them as the same thing, or I would evaluate them as the same because of that fact. Now, again, I do agree. This is something that most people, this is part of the reason why it's not in the game, because the metrics tell you that the same way that they did it for Halo, which is why it wasn't there. You can't say metrics for one and not say metrics for the other. The metrics told them that there is not enough people playing those modes for it to be inherently important to the game. That's why it wasn't in Infinite. That's why it's not in Motorsport now. Because of metrics. There is no other reason. And people can run with the Series S conversation and all these other things. It is not the Series S's problem currently, outside of RAM and needing better optimization and them having to develop on a new game GDK compared to like the competitor PlayStation, who's using the same GDK. There's tools that aren't being used. So saying that was the problem, for me, it comes across more in the metrics told them that it was an unnecessary mode, that we didn't need it. And I agree that most people probably even know that split screen is there, but also it's hard to just speak in definites about that, because I've also seen too many people who play offline or who aren't as connected as we are and play these games in a different way than we do. So I can't say that, there wasn't players who cared about that, because there could have been millions of players who cared about split screen and Forza, and now that it's removed, that it's going to be an issue for them potentially. But we also know that Forza Motorsport is going more of an online direction, and has gone more of an online direction since about 6. So it's like, at that point, split screen doesn't become as inherently important, because I can connect with you online and we can play on different screens. So again, I'm not focusing on the part of what game is split screen more important of. What I'm saying is that if you're saying it's wrong for one, then it's wrong for both. If it's right for one, it's right for both. For me, at least, there is no, because it matters more in this. No, it could matter equally. We don't know how much it mattered. Obviously, it doesn't matter to either, because they said it does. They don't need it. They Halo 343 said they were going to implement it and didn't. And still haven't. All the people that cried about it. Obviously, it wasn't enough for them still not to implement it. So that's the perspective that I'm coming from. Not necessarily which one matters more than the other, but it's just split screen inherently for you. Again, if they're going to use the words, I'm going to bark back at what the terms that they use, the marketing speak that they decide to use to pitch to the consumer. This is the same thing with velocity architecture that we've never seen anything of. Although, like some people say that, we've seen little glimpses. No, we haven't. There has not been a game made yet that has been made from the ground up to use velocity. Motorsport was supposed to be the first one. And obviously it's not either. At some level. Maybe it is. We won't know until it releases. But that's more so the perspective that I had, but that I was coming from with it. It's just, it's that.
Okay. All right.
So now what? What is your side of the table?
Listen. Number one, is this going to stop anybody from playing Forza Motorsport? Realistically, no, it's not. Again, This is why games, and again, as I stated last night, this is not an Xbox only thing.
Right.
This is not a Turn 10 as a dev only thing. This is not a Forza only game thing. This is happening more and more frequently across the board throughout the entire industry. Where we're sitting at now, publishers are pushing games out the door that are feature incomplete and saying, we'll fix it later, we'll add it later, we'll do this later. This is industry wide, and it's a growing issue, if you want to count it as an issue. Games are getting more passes nowadays as gamers become more used to games as a service style. I'm not saying that's a good thing in any way, shape, or form. What I am saying is it's becoming more normal. And there's never going to be, in my opinion, a time overall on a game-by-game basis. Maybe there are examples of games that have come out where people have said, no, I'm not going to play this. And I think Redfall probably being the most recent one that had so many problems that a lot of people stood up and said, I'm not playing it. And it probably did hurt internally. But overall, it's not ever going to be a collective effort. There's never going to be enough gamers that stand up to Forza and Turn 10 and say, I'm not playing your game until you get the game ready to go with everything that you stated was going to be in there. We're not playing this game. It's just not, realistically, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to download Forza. I'm going to enjoy the hell out of Forza. And there was a lot of good things said yesterday that we'll talk about as well when it comes to the multiplayer mode that is overshadowed because they chose to point this out. As I said last night, if you are a game developer and publisher, I'm all about transparency. But when you talk about your games really early and you make a lot of promises, you got to come through with those promises.
Yes.
Like that, or you got to delay the game until those promises are met, in my opinion. The answer to that is going back to the old way of doing things. And I've said this long before this topic ever came up. Go back to never talking about your game until you're ready, until you know that game's locked in. If that means 30 days from launch, so be it. That means 30 days from launch. Surprise the hell out of the world and say, surprise, here's our game.
Right.
Do that. If it's 2 months, if it's 3 months, whatever that is, when you're sure what your game is going to be and what features you can legitimately promise are going to be there, then talk about it. And I know that flies in the face of everything where we're at as a society, with social media, with promoting your game, with making sure you get your game out there for hiring purposes, which is another big reason why they talk about games so early. If you still have to do that stuff, then don't come out and talk about specific performance. Don't come out and talk about specific features until those things are set in stone. Because you wind up in scenarios like this because of the day and age we're in. And again, I'm not here to judge for good or for bad why it happens or, what actually goes down. You will have moments like this where all the good news, all the great stuff in this community, and again, not talking about the wider audience, the masses will never know the freaking difference. Unless they pay attention to what's going on in the community. They will never know. Unless IGN writes an article about this stuff, they will never know. But in this community, the loud voices, those of us that are enthusiasts, those of us that are passionate about this industry, those of us that do pay attention, you have these moments now where your good stuff is overshadowed by some stupid negative stuff. And it has to be talked about because it is a conversation to be had. We're seeing another developer. And again, this isn't the first list that Turn 10 has provided.
Yeah.
No drift, no drag racing, no spectator mode, no AI and multiplayer, which I actually think is a bigger problem.
I mean,
even though I don't care, but it's a bigger problem. I'm a single player Forza guy, so I don't get into heavy multiplayer stuff. Like Fuzzy said last night, if you want to play with your friends and you can't get a full field because they don't have AI and multiplayer, that kind of sucks. It'd be better to have a full field of cars, right? So I think it's a bigger one. And no split screen. It really does draw away from what was said yesterday. And you can sit here and say, well, you guys don't have to talk about it. Nobody has to bring it up. We can just move on. We can just go on. No, not really. Like Steele said, we've been consistent. We talk about games that come out that are not feature complete. We're going to continue to talk about them no matter what they are. Because I think that devs and publishers, and again, it's not an Xbox only thing. Unfortunately, the narrative is heavy on Xbox side because yes, everybody who says Xbox is held to a different standard, you're absolutely correct. Xbox is held to a different standard than everybody else. It's up to them to change that narrative. You've got another game on top of what just happened with Redfall, no 60 frames, etc. All of a sudden, Forza, a game that has been 6 years in development. Yes, absolutely 1000% a brand new engine, a lot more tech heavy, adding tons of sim elements, adding tons of visual elements that haven't been in previous Forza games, not taking away from what Turn 10 is doing here. But 6 years in development on top of an additional delay from when it was originally scheduled to come out. And you come out over the last couple of months and being like, yeah, well, we're not going to have this. We're not going to have that. We're not going to have that. Stop. Don't talk about it.
Yeah.
If it's something that you previously promised, and I can't remember a time when they promised that split screen was going to be a part of this deal.
Think they ever did.
I don't remember. I don't think they ever did. Like the drifting, And the drag race, yeah, you announced those modes. So from that aspect to your original point, Steel, don't lie to me and don't just hide it. Yeah, you kind of got to come out since you guys talked about those modes and say they're not going to be there on day one.
Right.
But this stuff yesterday, honestly, you never promised it. And even if it is something that was in those games previously, you really don't have to talk about that because you never really promised they're going to be there. And games can change. Even legacy mode stuff can be eventually dropped, like you said, Steel, as we move forward, as things, tech changes, as the play style changes for people. You don't have to continue to have those things just because they were there. Again, I will argue that, and I argued with you and I pushed back against you, that with something like Halo Infinite, there is a much larger group of people that did play Halo campaigns narratively that way and would like to continue doing that with their kids going forward. I can say I would push back and say it is more important than something like split screen in Forza. But anyways, it doesn't matter. The fact is you didn't promise it. You don't have to talk about it. You don't even have to mention it. Sure, when the game drops, will there be certain people that say, hey, what happened in split screen? Hey, why do we not have AI in multiplayer? Yes, there will be people who say that. You address it then as in, oh yeah, we're working on bringing that to this game. You take that hit then, but you focus right now up to launch on all the positive stuff. Again, yesterday there was a ton of positive things, and we will hit that list. But you don't take a step back by mentioning things that you never promised that aren't going to be there. And again, I appreciate that you guys want to be honest and transparent, turn 10, but in this day and age, you don't need to do that. Again, Gran Turismo GT7 had things like not being able to sell your cars, had things like a very, very unbelievable monetization model with the auction house in there, which they didn't say anything about. And guess what happened? The reviewers didn't say anything about it either. It wasn't until it dropped that everybody was like, whoa, what's going on here? And then Polyphony addressed it. But the game came out to critical praise and success and overall good reviews from the users until they started figuring out some of the missing problems. But at the same time, they then worked on that and they fixed it later on. And everybody went about their business. You don't hear about it anymore, right? It's done. It's over with. It's spilled milk at that point. The bigger issue about devs and publishers pushing games out the door before their feature complete. I think we've jumped the shark on this. I think we're long past the point of no return because of the digital age. Again, it cuts both ways. Games now can be fixed. Games now can be adjusted on the fly as they get feedback. That was something that was obviously impossible back in the day. So that's a positive. The negative is that at a certain time frame point in the development cycle, the publisher, the heads of the development team, whoever, do finally say, hey, we got to put this game out, but we're not ready. Yeah, I know it's not exactly the way you want it. We'll work on it. We'll give you the time to work on it, but you got to put the game out the door. We got to get it out there. And I think that Xbox here, potentially, whether we wanted to discuss if they needed it this year, because of the promises, because of the delays, because of what happened in 2022, kind of feel like Xbox is just like, yeah, no, we need it in Game Pass. We got to get it out there. We want it in our ecosystem. We got to get it out there for the fans. So if these things aren't going to be ready, that's cool. Turn 10, continue to work on them, but we want the game out the door. So get the core experience in there and let's do it. And they've done that. Again, tracks, cars all seem to be in line with everything they've done in the past. It looks gorgeous. Seems like it's going to play very well. We'll find out. Now, again, they've gone quiet about ray tracing, which is a question mark. I believe it'll be there. I believe it'll be at 60 frames, but we have some people questioning whether or not that's going to happen now too. That'll be another big topic at some point if that doesn't happen. But for right now, The key is getting the game in the hands of the gamers, and they're going to work on the rest because Forza Motorsport now is a platform. It feels like it is more of a games as a service. So they're going to continue to add to it. Again, that's a good thing, but it also leads to these situations where they can say, yeah, it's not going to be there day one, but we'll get it in there eventually. It is what it is. We're going to talk about it, but I think we're past the point of fixing it because, again, you're never going to get enough people to stand up at one time and say, we're not going to download your game. We're not going to buy your game until it's feature complete. It's just not going to realistically happen. So this is kind of the spot we're in. And like I said, I'm not saying I'm not going to download it. I did it for Redfall, right? I played it on PC until I lost, a couple hours worth of gameplay, and then I was done with it. But I played it on PC because it was 60 frames. I told you guys I wasn't going to download it on console till I got the 60 frames patch. I didn't. And we still don't have it still, right? Redfall developers promised us we were going to get a 60 frames patch. 3 months, still no patch, right? I think it's important that we hold devs' feet to the fire when they promise certain things and they're not there at launch. I think that's still important to do. I think it's still important to have the conversations. But is it ultimately going to change how the industry is doing? And it's not everybody, but it is wide ranging. No, it's not going to change how they do this now. It is a crutch that they now use to be able to update games consistently over time and add things that even if they promised they were going to be there at launch weren't. They just excuse it and say, we'll get it there. Because it's more important we get the game out the door for financial reasons, for timing reasons, whatever the case may be. It's more important that we get that out the door, take the hit, fix it later. That's where we're at with this deal, I think, personally.
Yeah, and I mean, I definitely agree with I definitely agree with most of that. I am going to go into a little bit more on the selfish side of things, just because to offer an additional perspective. For the things that Forza Motorsport is missing, even in the grand scope of the game, are not enough, in my opinion, to ask for a delay or to call the game feature incomplete, in my personal opinion. The main reason I say that is because drag and drifting are still going to exist in the game. Just because you're not getting points towards a specific thing, like this is PGR, like it's Need for Speed, like it's any other game, doesn't mean that it won't exist. We were doing dragging and drifting before they made them official modes. That has always existed in Forza. For them to point it out, though, is why people is why people feel the way that they do about it. Now, if you wouldn't have said anything, the game would have released and no drag or drift or whatever the case, people would have figured it out and said, oh, we can still do these things. We just there's not a specific mode for me to set up to do those things, which is unfortunate. But again, for me, I think it's more so about how it was presented versus the actual information, because none of what was mentioned are grounds, in my belief, for you to delay the game. Now, if you, like Mav mentioned in the chat, if you say it's going to be 4K 60 with ray tracing, you're locking yourself in this whole 4K thing again. And that's just unnecessary. I'm telling you, I know it's easy for marketing to just say 4K, but maybe we should throw an upscaled 4K in there, somewhere like an upscale word in there or something. So at least you have more grounds and more room to kind of play with your performance, right? To give it so that people can have maybe some form of options. But like Mav mentioned, January, they did double down, triple down, and let people know that, hey, we are going to have ray tracing on track. That is something that we talked about because GT hinted at some of that, and come to find out it's only in replays. Turn 10 made sure it was a point to come out and say, no, we're going to have ray tracing on track. Now, me knowing how that stuff works, there's more forms to ray tracing than just lighting and shadows. So when you tell me ray tracing, I think about, okay, well, how are you implementing it? The main ways that I think about it are the most performance intensive ways that I never care for or like in any game. I turn it off in Forza Horizon. I don't need to see it. I don't care. Sure, it makes things look shiny and look cool and whatever, but it's not enough to determine to make up for the performance loss that you take. It's not. So for me, and I know people are like, oh, well, they should just delay the game and it's not ready, or now I'm worried. If there's a studio that I'm not worried, that I'm legitimately not worried about them releasing a game, is Turn 10. I have no reason to deny or all of a sudden out of nowhere doubt their capability. I don't. I do have a problem, and this is something that's consistent with Microsoft once again, with the way that you pitch things, the way that you market things, the way that you tell your consumer base about your product. Because as much as I don't want to be lied to, as a consumer, it is also up to you as the business to sell your product in its best light possible. And telling me that you have features that aren't going to be there, in lieu of all the grand things that you said with the circuit racing, with the class racing, where you now are going to have the capability where you have a mode where if me and Paul want to jump on and use all the same cars and have a really even race, we could jump on with a bunch of randoms and everybody's using the same car when we go do one race and it feels fair. Oh, now they're open racing. Oh, it's all class-based. You can do these things. You're going to be able to, it's going to be more competitive. People are going to get marked for racing dirty. You're going to get, there's like a, kind of like a risk reward system, because if you're a dirty driver, you're going to get a rank on your card, and depending on whatever ranks on your card, it's going to affect who you're matched up against, and you'll have an idea of the kind of driver that they are. You had so many positive things that came out of this, along with showing even more great gameplay. Because again, the last thing that we can say, in my personal opinion, is that Forza looks bad. If you're somebody that's saying that Forza Motorsport doesn't look good, I'm going to tell you you're smoking crack. You might want to get that checked out. I can't help you. I don't know of a way to help you. If you just don't like Forza, I get it. But Forza Motorsport is seemingly trying to nudge out and fix most of the problems that people have been complaining about in comparison to like iRacing, in comparison to like Assetto Corsa, in comparison to these other sim racing games that true sim racers argue about and say that Forza Motorsport doesn't do good enough. That people say that Gran Turismo does better. Currently, I don't see anything in this motorsport that any other racer is going to be doing better at. But you need to double down on those factoids. Talk to me more about the pressure points. Talk to me more about how tire wear works. Talk to me more about how the pit stops work. Talk to me more about multiplayer. Talk to me why I need some more information about career. Show me some races in career. How does that progression work? How does leveling up a car work? Which kind of leads me into my next section. I do have some worry, more so because it's unknown, how you're treating the car RPG aspect of the game. You're changing us from making money to upgrade our cars to getting attribute points to rank up to and level up our cars. And from what it looks like thus far, it seems like if you end up online, for an example, and we talked about this yesterday, and I'm completely different, so it's going to be not a major issue for me. I'm the guy that wants to have 2 to 3 cars for every class, so I know what I'm racing with when I go online. But if Pong hasn't been on in quite some time, and we get into a random custom lobby, we got we got all the splitters in there, we got fun speculation in there, we got the whole team in there. Y'all haven't played in a while, and I'm like, all right, well, let's use Ferraris, right? And maybe Pong hasn't had enough time to really level up his Ferraris, even though he loves them. Pong is going to have to spend 3 hours leveling up at least depending on how you play the game. Spawn is going to have to spend time leveling up the one car to be able to play that race. And that's just one car. Because we don't know if it's by manufacturer or how they're going to end up playing that out. So it seemingly is going to limit some players from having easy access. Again, not saying that it's going to be a problem or whatever, but it seems like it's counterintuitive to the experience. Although, and this is something that me and Mav are in agreement on, I do feel as though the system that's in place is supposedly going to give you a more warm feeling as far as the cars that you end up choosing. Hey, this is my car. I built it up. This is the one that I want to race. But then if you have other cars that you just want to kind of jump into, instead of just being able to spend money, upgrade it real quick and be on a race, now I can't do that. I have to go level it up to be able to go do these races, or it's going to be very limited to what certain people are going to be able to use, which has some worries for me. And I want to see how that plays out. And I want some additional information about that. But overall, it's unfortunate that Turn 10 turned a little bit of a negative light on them. But again, and Nick's mentioned this earlier, if these were things that didn't matter to them, I don't think that they would have said it. He made a point to make sure that they were said. So, and that's very interesting for me also. You made a point to make sure that they say there's no split screen. You made a point to make sure that they say there's no drag. You made a point to make sure that there's no drift. So obviously you know that there's a base out there that wants these things. And I mean, like, the lady seemed like she was trying to get off the topic, like, and he was just like, no, I need to tell you this. So if it's important to you, it's just, to me, it doesn't make sense, because if it was important to you and if it wasn't ready, if I was in that situation, I would have just said, hey, we'll see what we have at launch. This is what we have right now. I want to focus on all the things that we are bringing to the table right now, and we'll address these additional things at launch.
That was my point. Yeah.
Everything outside of that is unnecessary.
Focus on the build up to the game launching, and focus on what is going to be there, right? That's where I would be too, Steele. That's what I said earlier. I think this is a big moment. Turn 10 this is the longest we've gone without a Forza Motorsport ever. 100%. Right? So
had a lot of time.
And again, brand new engine. And they've made all these promises about what's going to be there. Focus on what is going to be there, right? And not what's not going to be there. Like, that's my point. Again, if you've promised something in the past and it's not going to be there, then it needs to be addressed for sure, because you got to prep people. Right. You can't say something's going to be there and then launch it and be like, yeah, no, we never said anything about that. You can't act like you never did. That's why I say, when you're talking about your game a year in advance, 6 months in advance, 2 years in advance, don't promise certain things. Like,
don't promise anything.
Right. I know you want to be like, if you don't know for sure, don't say anything about it. Like, be excited for your game, promote your game, talk about what you know for a fact is going to be there. But until we're at launch point or close to, and you got it locked in, don't talk about specific features. Like, that's like where I think that a lot of devs go wrong these days, because again, yesterday should have been about all the cool stuff, and they should be promoting the changes that they've made, even if we aren't all sure how this is all going to work out, this lean into car PG kind of thing, that they're doing with them. Even if we don't know how that's going to look, or even if we've got some questions about it, like I said last night, I'm happy when devs say, listen, we're not necessarily going to reinvent the wheel, but we think we came up with this really kind of exciting new mechanic that's going to change how you experience Forza Motorsport. After 7 other iterations, we think it's time, and we really found this nice new way to do things. Like, I'm happy that Turn 10's trying something different. Like, I will never fault a dev for doing that. Like,
oh, no.
I want to be excited. Even if I have questions about how it's going to work, I don't care. I'm still excited that they're trying something new, and I want to see how this all plays out. And like I said, the other exciting part is the other side, the good side of where we're at in 2023 now with the digital age is if they get the feedback from us as gamers and whatever this new mechanic isn't working, they can fix it, right? Hopefully they can adjust it on the fly and try to make it better. That's the cool part about it. So I think that's kind of what was lost along with all the multiplayer stuff that they did. I know you're probably going to touch on it, Steele, that they did talk about yesterday. It sounds great. I mean, it sounds fantastic. And that's what should be the focus leading up to launch. Not, oh, well, we had some legacy stuff that we didn't really ever talk about. Maybe some of you are aware of it. Some of you might not be, but let's focus on that and tell you what's not going to be in this game. Like for me, it just was the wrong point. It could have been a blog post. It could have been something after the fact that they talk about that stuff, not directly on video when you're promoting how much goodness is coming our way. And again, like you said, Steele, 100% turn 10. I have zero doubts in my mind. This game is going to be phenomenal, right? This game is going to be nothing short of phenomenal. So turn 10 is the least of my concerns as a dev. I just think that they could have just, the stuff that's not going to be there could have just been done a different way. That's all.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. And again, a lot of the multiplayer stuff is stuff that I just went and touched on, with just them having the class system, them having the open, them also having the more classic, to where everybody's going to have basically essentially the same car. You're going to be able to have that even racing experience. There are a lot of positive notes that these are things that I've been wanting out of the multiplayer experience, because at the end of the day, I do like playing single player Forza, but I also like jumping in multiplayer. That was one of the biggest things that turned me off of Forza Horizon in the beginning. Multiplayer was extremely limiting, and then also with them being attached to the Xbox One generation still, the load times were egregious. I'm not trying to wait 5 to 10 minutes for a match every time. That gets boring after some time, because I'm waiting for other people to load in. It just doesn't make the game experience fun, right? And they seemingly are changing a lot of that in Forza Motorsport. This is not going to be a cross-gen title. This is going to be current gen only. So with that in mind, I am excited about what they're bringing, but it's just the optics of it all, like Chad is mentioning, like we have mentioned, and like we will continue to say, about all of it. It's just the optics don't make any sense. Why put yourself in the ditch that you didn't need to be in?
Yeah,
like, you need to market this game, but again, we have people who are now going to strum up the conversation again that Microsoft is inept, that they have no clue, and even one of their best studios in Turn 10 doesn't have their shit together. That's what is happening right now. I've been listening to entire shows that talked about this once again. So it's like, and again, there's a lot of disingenuous takes on that side of it too. Of course there is. Yeah. It's like, I can't refute against it. I can't fight that, because there's you put yourself in that box for what? That's what I don't get. For what, man? I'm not running Microsoft. I'm not running Xbox. I'm not running Turn 10.
You're not?
But obviously they know something that I don't know. Again, it's just like the whole split screen and taking out drag and all the other stuff. It's just like, obviously you guys know something that I don't know. So what's going on? It's just weird. It's just weird.
It is.
From my perspective.
A couple of things I did like hearing about, Steele, on top of what you said. I love that they once again confirmed that progression for your cars, you will earn no matter what you're doing.
Yes.
So you're playing Builders Cup, free play, Rivals, multiplayer. That's the other thing too, Rivals. That's something I always did enjoy, was Rivals. I thought I even enjoyed it a little bit in Forza Horizon, like having that ghost car of a rival pop up, like, and trying to beat, whoever, that's fun to me. Like I do enjoy that part of it. So I think that's cool. And they did talk about the customization, a lot of options for private multiplayer matches. So if I do wind up hopping in with you guys, we are going to have be able to make the races the way we want them to be, right? Outside of full field with AI, which again, I think is a big miss for me. I would like us to be able to jump in and have a full field of cars, but again, it's coming. It'll be there down the road. But the fact that they are putting a focus on the custom races for you and your friends and opening up that experience to play how you want to play, that's sweet to me too. So, but the progression was the big one for me. Knowing that, yes, this is going to be a different style. It's not just going to be about earning money and upgrading my, car through money. I got to earn these points, and it takes about 3 hours or so to get to level 50, which is max level for a car. But the fact that no matter what I'm doing in the game, I'm going to be earning that progression is a big deal. Like that definitely makes it much more appealing to me on how they're doing this new system. But again, I'm a big RPG guy, so it is interesting that already to me, just from that aspect, like how he's saying, basically each car is like one of your classes in an RPG, one of your characters in an RPG, right. And you got a level. Like, that's cool to me. I can't wait to see how it all plays out. Now, does that mean I'm gonna love everything about it? No, but I can't wait to see how this actually plays out. So yeah. I'm excited for sure.
There's definitely a lot of potential in it. And again, gotta understand who you're speaking to. So,
and it looks gorgeous. I was happy to see the multiplayer rain racing, that footage that you were trying to show yesterday. I love to see that because the weather effects are always a big deal to me. I want to see some more night racing as well, Steel. I know we've seen a little bit of night racing, but I want to see some different tracks. I want to see some different aspects from that, because night racing has always been freaking. It's hard. It's harder, especially in the dark corners and stuff. But I love how it looks, and I want to see that show up. But the rain effects looked really great yesterday on track, so I was excited for that as well.
Absolutely, and definitely is looking really beautiful, man. I cannot refute that at all. Let's see, where you want to take it next, Paul? We want to get into this Rockstar drama, this good old Red Dead drama. Do you think that $50 for Red Dead is commercially accurate? That's what Strauss said.
I love Strauss.
Give it to the people. But lead it up for me real quick if you can, and let me run to the back.
Yeah, go to the bathroom. So yeah, for anybody who doesn't know or hasn't heard yet, obviously the Red Dead Redemption 1 and Red Dead Undead Nightmare, the DLC, are coming in a package. I'm going to call it a port. I'm not going to give Take-Two and Rockstar the pleasure of calling this a remaster. I'm not. This is a port, okay? Now, this is something that Xbox, shout out to Phil, who was a part of the push for backwards compatibility, right? Who plays old games? Well, a lot of people play old games. We've had the best experience of Red Dead 1 for a very long time because it was 4K. We got the frames boost, right? Red Dead has played great for a very long time on Xbox Series consoles. The fact that obviously the PlayStation 3 version of Red Dead was not, because of the cell processor, and we know that issue that they've had, was never really backwards compatible at all. The fact that, Rockstar Take-Two had to go find a dev team to port that over to PlayStation 4 so there could be some playability there is funny enough. Obviously, Switch has never seen Red Dead 1, so the fact that they're getting it, great. I'm happy for all the players over there who get to enjoy it that way. But this is not a remake. This is not a remaster. This is a port. I like Strauss. I've said from the beginning, Strauss is extremely intelligent. He does get the business side of this industry better than most people. If I was running a company and I cared about my shareholders' bottom line and my share prices on my company, I'd want Strauss at the top. He's that dude. He said a lot of good things about the industry and talked in a lot of great ways about the future of the industry. However, this is hypocritical here with this, because Red Dead 1, this port is coming out and they're going to charge $50 for this. You're going to charge $50 on PlayStation 4 and Switch for this port. This is a money grab situation coming off of what they just did with the Grand Theft Auto trilogy, which we also know how that turned out. And to me, this is sad because I've talked about this a lot of times. I've talked about this plenty of times. You've got certain franchises throughout the history of the industry that have really made a company or really made a genre. And I think if you're ever going to go back to those games, they should always be treated with the love and respect that they deserve from the place that they have within your company where they got you to. And there's zero doubt that Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption are two of the reasons why Take-Two is one of the biggest publishers in the world right now. It's undeniable. So if you're going to go back and touch these games again and bring them forward, treat them with the love and care and respect that they deserve. Don't just make it a money grab situation, a cash grab situation where that's all you're doing is living off the nostalgia and saying, oh, whatever we do with these games, people will buy it. So we can just slap a price on it, throw it out there. We don't have to do anything extra special to these games, and people will still buy it because that's our fan base. That's the dark side, the business side, the evil side of this whole industry that I don't appreciate, especially when we have examples of really well done, respectful remasters, remakes, right? EA, I would not consider EA a generous company. I would not consider EA necessarily a consumer-friendly company. They've done many things that have been god-awful to us as consumers. But even they took the time with one of their biggest franchises in Mass Effect, when they came out with the Legendary Edition, they gave us 3 games, especially the first game, with a lot of work done to them. No. Did they build Mass Effect 1 from the ground up? No. Did they switch it to a newer engine? No. But they took what they had and they worked on it extensively to update the gameplay mechanics, to update the graphics, to give everybody jumping into Mass Effect, like Steel, who may have not played it, or us, those of us that did play the original trilogy on Xbox 360, give us the best experience possible. We charged $60 for it. 3 games. Very well done. Beautiful package deal. I'm good with that. That is a good one. We have Take-Two, who has done this in the past, right? Take Mafia, for an example. And again, if you guys have not played the Mafia remake, please go do so. But they rebuilt Mafia from the ground up. And they charged $39.99, $40 for a completely rebuilt game. Freaking plays fantastic now. Beautiful. That I'm okay with. But $50 for a port with minimal improvements is shady. I've also got a quote from Strauss from 2 years ago. Shout out to Legacy Killer HD on Twitter, who brought this article back up. 2 years ago, he did an interview. GameSpot made an article about this. Strauss said, quote, I'm not sure. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Hold on for a second. Let me get that back. There we go. Quote, what we've done differently than the competition is we don't just port titles over. We actually take the time to do the very best job we can, making that title different for the new release. Really, Strauss? You think you took the time and the care and the effort with the Grand Theft Auto trilogy that you just slapped out there, which was mobile versions?
Yeah, no.
Do you think you're taking the time and care with this Red Dead Redemption?
No way when the backward compatibility version on Xbox runs better. No way.
It's bullshit, Strauss. Again, respect you, talked about you, praised you, but this is bullshit. And again, I think there's certain titles that deserve it, or simply don't touch them at all and leave it where it is. If you're not going to put the time and effort into it for whatever reason, even though your company is printing money hand over fist, even though reports are that the next Grand Theft Auto is supposed going to cost you upwards of $1 billion,
which
or
is crazy.
more,
Crazy.
Even though that opportunity was given to you based upon the great games that you put out in your past, and you take some of those great games and just slap them out there with a new price tag on them and say, here you go. And I know Nintendo's another one that does this. But the fact is that shows a lack of respect for your consumers. It shows a lack of respect for the history of your company and where these games put you on the map. And I don't like that at all. Again, if you want to leave them where they are, that's fine. Leave them where they are. But to simply drop them back out here, slap a price tag on them, say, yeah, our fan base is dumb like that. They'll go ahead and buy these. They're going to snatch these up. They're going to eat these up at this price, no matter what, just for nostalgia. It's bullshit, man. Again, I don't like that nonsense. This would have been a major W for Rockstar. We all know this. Had they taken Red Dead 1 and taken a small team, it wouldn't have taken a gigantic team. And again, I'm not a dev, but I do know certain basics of this. With how big they are, with how much money and power they have and draw they have, they could have certainly split off a team that could have taken Red Dead 1 and put it into Red Dead 2's engine and brought it out. I'd be willing to pay full price for that game. Had they done that, I would have been willing to go back to Red Dead 1 and re-experience everything about that game in the Red Dead 2 engine. Hands down. There would have been a huge W. They would have sold millions upon millions upon millions of games. The same thing for the Grand Theft Autos. Had they actually done a nice job of up-resing with frames and everything on all of those, you could have just sold those separately for almost full price, and I would have been good with it. But you didn't. And now you got two black marks against you. You got two stains on your reputation, which, again, do you care? No, because you know GTA 6 is going to be the biggest selling game of all time. Instantaneously is going to break every single record unless you guys absolutely screw it up. It will be the biggest one-time selling game of right away. I already said, I guarantee you the weekend that it comes out will be the biggest selling of all time. It's easy. It's a guarantee. It's locked. You don't care, but that tells me as a consumer that that's how I should respect you too, that I shouldn't care because you don't care about us and you don't care about your legacy titles that got you to this point where you are printing money nonstop. Again, it's just the small little things that show you who people are or who companies are that you got to take at face value. Again, they did a great job with Mafia. Beautiful job. Why would you not do that with two of your biggest franchises in the world? But you're going to do it with Mafia 1, which is a great trilogy.
They did it for the Switch.
Right.
They did it for the Switch. They did. That's where all the dev time went to, the Switch. Yeah, Nix was bringing up some good points in here. You're saying, I think the sensible thing is to call out the gamers who buy the games. Calling out the businesses who are into making money is probably skipping steps. And I mean, I agree with you on one level of that, Nix, but the other side of that is that, people are, it's always up to people to buy whatever they want to buy. And if you think it's worth your money, then you think it's worth your money. And it's hard for me to say yay or nay on that, because I can't tell you, I'm not going to tell you to do what to do with your money.
The hustle's real.
So the main reason why we will always talk about the business or attack more of that standpoint, and hopefully I can speak on for Paul on this facet of it, is that honestly, it's simply for that fact. You as the consumer have to decide what you're going to do with your money. I can say, hey, I recommend you not buy it. And if you buy it anyway, what was the point of me telling you? Because obviously there's not enough of an influence to say, oh, it's not, well, I feel like it's worth it to me. Just the same way people did with Redfall. Redfall is not that great of a game. And it's even worse now that I've lost progress also. Right? So it's like, but there is a group of people that say that they liked Redfall and they don't think it's that bad of a game. Could I say that they're being disingenuous? Sure, I could say that, but that also could be just their experience. The same way it was our experience with Cyberpunk 2077. We didn't have as bad of a time as some other people did. I didn't run into a lot of the issues that other people did, right? Or Paul didn't either, but that was on a Series X and I was on PC. So there's a different perspective to be had there. What I can say is CDPR, why did you allow the game to be released that way?
Sure, right.
Rockstar, why did you allow the game to be released this way?
$10, $20, different story. Again, to get back to the
That's
original
true.
point, $50.
That's true.
After I mentioned in the beginning of the conversation. Sorry, Steve, I don't mean to jump back in again.
No, you're good.
The price point was another one I didn't touch on. $50 is really a big crux in this whole thing.
Atlas phone is $50.
Right. And Strauss saying that it's commercially accurate is bullshit. Again, we just had Quake 2 launch for $10. If they had come out and said, hey, straight up, this is a port, we're going to do a couple different things to make it a little bit better here, but this is a straight port just for the fact that Switch owners have never had a chance to play it, and for the fact that it's not backwards compatible with PlayStation because of the PS3, we're bringing that forward to make sure that those players can also have a chance to play it. So because of that, we're just doing a straight port. We're making it a little bit better, but don't expect the world. $20, here you guys go. Absolutely fine. But when you put it at $50, and again, yes, we talk about value. Steel was just talking about, it's always going to be in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
And Nix, you're not wrong. The consumers go out here and buy it. I think they sold 13 million copies of the GTA trilogy, something stupid like that. But to come out here for Red Dead in the DLC as a port for $50 and try to say that it's commercially accurate when you drop Mafia Remake from the ground up for $39.99 just a few years ago, bullshit. I call bullshit. You're taking advantage of those PlayStation players who have not had a chance to bring that game forward, and the Switch players who have never experienced it. You're just taking advantage of that. Is that business? Is that hustle? Absolutely. Again, Nintendo does it all the damn time. So again, sure, respect the business side, the hustle, but I'm not speaking from that side. I'm speaking from the consumer side. The consumer side, it's bullshit, and I'm speaking from the history of this game and what it means to people. How much it made Rockstar. Could you put a little investment back into it? Because you know what? Had you done it the right way, in my opinion, you could have resold it to the Xbox side as well. Had you done it and bumped it up to the Red Dead 2 engine, you could have resold that to all of us Xbox.
Oh yeah, we would have bought it.
Who bought it? Right. So sorry, Steele. I didn't mean to jump
No, I mean you're good. I more so jumped in on you, so that was perfect. I was just it is really sour, and no pun intended, the sour blow in chat. But no, it's very sour and leaves a really bad taste in your mouth. And Fahim, it's $50 for the Red Dead Redemption quote unquote remaster that they did, which technically isn't. Maybe it's just remastered for the Switch, and whatever little changes that they made, they added on to everything else. Although it's hard for me to believe that when, from everything that I've seen, the back compat version on Xbox looks better than that version does. It looks like there's more done to it than that version does. And that all that version has, as far as I know, is it's at a higher resolution and it's 60 frames. So why is that the case? But you're telling other people that that's the disconnect for me. And I guess if you're an Xbox gamer, you just have that advantage because Xbox has taken backwards compatibility very seriously. A game that you already have is being essentially upgraded for free. And if you played it on any other platform or want to play it on any other platform, although you could probably go get the game for $25, I don't know if that's going to work when they're selling this version for $50. I don't think you're not just going to get an automatic upgrade if you don't buy this version, per my understanding, which is really, again, it's cringy, it's weird. But this is also why, like, me and Pong will bring up Strauss and everything for some of our points and say, hey, he knows what he's talking about. He's the kind of guy that I would like to see represent gaming in this, another way. But it's also another representation of, we also say that you as a consumer have to do what's best for you. That none of these guys should be seen in a godly light. Strauss isn't some great dude all of a sudden. And I mean, and this proves that point. He's a business dude.
Yeah, he's business.
He doesn't care less. He's not the gamer who's going to spend $50 for $50 for Strauss probably isn't a goddamn thing. So him thinking about it and sitting down with the board, it's like, oh, well, so many people like our Red Dead Redemption 2 and the hype for that is up here right now. And they want more. They're asking for Red Dead. So why not give it to them? And it's probably going to do exactly what they want. Because on Switch, it probably is one of the most graphically impressive games on that console. But it's an old game. It's just weird, like just the concept behind it. But again, they're in the right to do so, and it is up to y'all as the consumer, us as the consumer, to speak up on it as we are now, and to either not purchase it, or if you do purchase it, understand that you are part of the problem, which is fine, I guess. But all of us are part of some problem in some way, shape, or form. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be spoken on. Doesn't mean that we can't give our takes on it. Doesn't mean that it's right in any way, shape, or form, especially when you have an ecosystem that is allowing you to get the game for, go to your GameStop, go to Amazon, buy it for $20, pop it into your console, at least if you have a Series X, and you get all those upgrades, or even on the One X, go back a generation where you get all those improvements, regardless. So it's real stinky, but I mean, it is what it is. It's another perfect point to show that, hey, yeah, I mean, they're not your friends. And that's why we don't sit here and defend companies. That's not at all our point. We are a non-console centric platform because we want to talk about the industry in totality. Just because we may have a favorite ecosystem or whichever the case may be, as far as that goes, doesn't mean that we're parading and saying, yeah, Microsoft is the greatest thing out since sliced bread. Game Pass is the reason. No, you still got to give me a reason. You still got to give me a want to invest. My recent issues with the Xbox Store app, even though I can say that, hey, this is the first time that I've really experienced these types of issues, as bad as it has been, makes me say that Microsoft is fucking is ass for allowing this to be something that is consistent on Windows. I still enjoy the ecosystem. It's working now. I have no complaints now. But once it starts messing up again, of course, I'm gonna bring these things up. I'm still gonna address the issues and just kind of go from there. So it's just unfortunate to see, because I wanted more. The same thing for GTA. I want to be able to support this because I wanted Red Dead Redemption 1 and that Red Dead Redemption 2 engine, because I played and beat RDR 1 and I loved that game. I played 10 plus hours of Red Dead Redemption 2. I played about 20 hours of that game, and I played more online, and that game just didn't hit the same for me. It didn't feel the same. I understand that people are like, oh, well, there's so much more going on, and its league's better than the first game. I don't know. Maybe I'm living in nostalgia, or maybe I'm just not a cowboy fan, which I don't think that's necessarily true either. But it's something was off for me there. So I would have loved to see that attention to detail, and it's unfortunate that they didn't have enough care to go through all the hoops to make sure that this was going to be a good look for anybody on any platform. Right? So that's my biggest thing.
Agreed.
Let's see. Where do we want to go from here, Pong?
Tell me, sir. What do we want to do? What do we want to get into? Should we get it? Should we do a quick community rant here?
We got a community rant. You want to talk about how cool it is to play Baldur's Gate? Is that what you want to? Is that the rant you want to go on? Is that the direction we want to take? I do want to let you lead it a little bit. I got the hat turned back. I want you guys to be able to see my face. I had a little shadow going on, but. So look, check it out. Chat, and I want you guys to be involved with this conversation.
We always want.
I have a question, and I just want you guys to give me your honest answer. right? I've had people, writing me back in comments and whatnot on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and giving me their responses, which is much appreciated. I've had some people to say, yeah, sometimes I do the fit in. I'll be honest and I can admit that. And I've had a lot of other people say that makes no sense. To why are you gaming if you're doing it to impress people? So this week, and I say this week because it's become more of a thing since Baldur's Gate has gotten the attention that it has. And yeah, oh, you're talking about something else for him. I got you. I'll get to that in a second because I think he's talking about sports or whatnot. But the thing that I'm bringing up now is the cool factor in gaming. Supposedly, games like Baldur's Gate, you shouldn't admit that you're having fun playing. Games like Baldur's Gate, you shouldn't admit that those are a good game. And matter of fact, if you're into games like Baldur's Gate, you are part of the problem with the gaming industry. You like mediocre games, these turn-based strategy games that have no real meaning to them. You guys just like them because you support bestiality. You guys like them because there's just a bunch of nudity in it. You guys are just a bunch of hornballs, and you don't have a real life, so you find a life in Baldur's Gate 3. You're so obsessed with wanting to be and disconnect from your real life that you want to be involved in this fantasy world in such a point that you just want to get off to it all the time. That's why you play Baldur's Gate. There is no other reason why there is 800,000 concurrent Steam players playing this game outside of you guys just don't know what good games are. Now, I want to say this. This is not me saying this. These are things that I've heard. This is conversation that has gone through the community. This is also things that I have traditionally heard growing up, right? That certain types of games are for certain types of people. I don't agree with that mentality. Steel doesn't agree with that mentality. And I don't think games, all of a sudden playing a certain type of game makes you any more or less cool than anybody else, right? I don't think that that's anything that ever required or was called for in the gaming sphere, right? I personally thought that this was a hobby, and as long as you were enjoying the hobby and having fun, that was the overall point. Now, again, because me and Pong have had this conversation, do I agree with the level of, and shout out to Gene Park, he made a good example of what I was talking about, the level of, and again, I haven't played the game for myself, so I can't say that, it's this way. But he made Gene Park made a comment that the game is overly horny, which from everything that I've seen, it's like, I can see that. And that's one of the things that I was saying. It's just like I get it. You want the game to be adult. I'm 100% behind that. I don't want us to get another Punisher game, for an example, like the one that we got on Xbox, OG Xbox, from what I can remember, that all of a sudden is tailored towards children. No, I needed to be gritty. I need to be able to run up to a saw table and put a dude's face in it and bring the saw down on his face and see. I want to be able to see that. It's adult. That's, if you label your game 18 plus, they can be 18 plus. I was actually expecting more from Cyberpunk than what we got. In a lot of ways, I think Baldur's Gate turned up that heat as far as approaching the adult themes and sexuality and all that stuff way more than Cyberpunk did. From my perspective, at least from what I got out of the game. Now, I know now Cyberpunk is much different. There's also mods that have enhanced a lot of those things. We also have DLC that's on the horizon that are going to enhance a lot of those things. So it's like, in perspective, like I get it. But I don't think inherently that, just going back to the conversation of what we've seen talked about in the community a little bit, and the rant that I'm gonna let Paul go off on here in a minute. There is not a game in existence, and I'm gonna use Armored Core as an example. I am a mech fan. I am a mecha fan. It just doesn't stop at Armored Core. This goes back to Voltron. This goes back to Robotech, like Pong mentions. This goes back to Gundam. This goes back to Transformers. I am a mecha fan. You know how long I've had to deal with people making fun of mecha people? Oh, you just like all that robotic shit. What's that robotic bullshit? You want to be a robot so bad. Now, I personally didn't have to deal with like things like that, but I did have to stand up for people who were into those types of things, right? Who really had that passion for it, cybernetics and so on and so forth. Armored Core has always been a very niche thing, and there was a lot of people who got picked on for playing that game because it was just like, oh, just make a game. It's not a real game. It's just shooting stuff and I don't think that I'm any cooler for liking mecha shit or liking anything than anybody else is for liking the things that they like. I'm not here to kink shame anybody. Whatever you like, you like. But I cannot respect anybody that is trying to bring a class system or some level of coolness or celebrity to gaming. I don't get it. And I don't know why people think that bringing more separation to the gaming industry is going to be inherently a more attractive thing that's going to, instead of Baldur's Gate 3, we should have got a better game that had good cinematics in it, told a good story, was coherent, had good combat in it, and it wasn't turn-based. So you're telling me that you just want your games. You just want games, whatever game that you want, that's what you want. That's cool, but don't sit here and downplay an entire subset of people, and really 90% of gamers more than likely, just because you at the 10% of whatever category that you're in care about that one thing more. That isn't going to help grow your ecosystem. That isn't going to get another God of War. If God of War costs $100 million to make, and I didn't want to make a correction to somebody earlier because they were talking about Final Fantasy 16 and the $700 million thing. It didn't cost $700 million to make Final Fantasy 16. That was Square Enix. That's what they spent. That was their dev budget for all of their games that they have in-house. But if we're going to get another $100 million game, more of these high quality single player games, quote unquote, that people find cool, then you need these corny games like Baldur's Gate 3 that you think are lame, have no point to them, are stupid, that you think that people just are all of a sudden, because you support this game, you support bestiality. Because you support this game, you support pedophilia. Because you support this game, you support doing weird things with weird creatures at any form facet. Because you support this game, that you are all of a sudden the problem with what is going on within the game, within the gaming sphere. When I think it's the exact opposite. If anything, all these people that have drawn this attention to Baldur's Gate have literally pushed against that gate that I always bring up, of that RTS is not as attractive as it used to be. Now, I still feel that way because Baldur's Gate is an outlier. Because this game was given the capability of being built with its community in mind from the very beginning. They put the game out in early access. It spent 3 years building the game with the community. It makes sense that this game has gotten the recognition that it has gotten. Now, at the level that it's gotten it, I don't know what's caused that. Is it a good game? just sells a good game? More than likely. That's exactly what it is. People love storytelling. People love being thrown into a world. People love character building. People love feeling like they're in control. In Baldur's Gate 3, and again, this is another aspect that I didn't know, not only allows you to get that behind the character kind of perspective, but if you're playing with controller, but then you also get that over the top perspective if you're playing on PC or playing with mouse and keyboard. So you already have a level of variety. Even a gamer like myself who isn't traditionally into those types of games have considered playing Baldur's Gate 3. So with that, Pong, you said you have a little bit of a community rant that you want to get on based off of these topics that I just mentioned here. How do you feel about the cool factor in gaming? Do you have to be a certain level of cool to play Baldur's Gate, or are you cool with not being cool at all for playing Baldur's Gate? Do you agree with the sentiments that you support all of a sudden, you support all these other things because you support Baldur's Gate 3?
Yeah, well, you already know I don't, because I came out and spoke about it. Again, I think there should still be lines. I think that shaming should still be a thing. I think that this whole idea that we shouldn't shame certain things that are obviously not acceptable, that should still be something that we all do. So again, that side of things, that's why I came out and said, developers didn't need to have bestiality in this game. Again, I'm all for adult stuff, but we don't need that. That's, again, because there's other lines then that certainly can be crossed that, oh, well, it's just a game. It's just fantasy. Anyways, my main point of this is that we've come full, maybe we're starting to come full circle in this industry, in this entertainment form, in this hobby. And it's kind of weird to me. Let me make this clear. If you play video games, whether you like it or not, no matter how popular it gets, no matter how mainstream it gets, you are a part of nerd culture. You are a part of geek culture. You are a part of everything that the cool kids used to bully us for and call us names of back in the day before it was popular, before it was mainstream. You're a part of all of that, whether you like it or not. To simply come out here and decide that you are an arbiter of what is now considered cool within this space, you are fooling yourself and you are a narcissistic asshole. You don't get to determine what's cool, what's acceptable in a hobby that back in the day, you probably would have had nothing to do with if you've been a part of the cool kid club. There was some cool kids who certainly hid the fact that they liked aspects of nerd culture and geek culture, but overall, that wasn't the case. You would have been that bully, and you don't get to bring that attitude in now. You don't get to create class system within this industry now just because you now like certain aspects of it. No, it's not how this works. Okay. We were here, the OGs, long before you ever came along and decided, oh, because of my Call of Duties, because of my God of Wars, because of my Maddens, now I can play these games. We were here long before you were. And we'll be here long after. I just can't believe, well, I can. Again, my bar for humanity is so damn low that nothing really surprises me. But the simple fact that I was seeing that this week, that because some people don't like a game, specifically Baldur's Gate 3, that we're going to turn around and start calling people nerds and start saying in my town, I would never admit to playing D&D, you freaking geeks. Like, the fact that we're back here, like I said, maybe that's an indicator that we're coming full circle again. But I don't want it. I don't want it a part of this. Again, I've spoken out about the fact that I've had to accept certain things as that comes with different what do I want to say? That comes with certain things that I grew up with that I really enjoy, right? Star
Okay.
Wars, video games, D&D, high fantasy, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
As those things become more popular,
Mm-hmm.
there's good and bad because
Oh yeah.
it gets watered down. The more people that enjoy it, the more watered down it gets. I saw an interesting discussion. I actually didn't bring this up with you, Steele, at all. And I didn't send it in the DM. I
Oh.
was going to, and I didn't. But I found an interesting thread that somebody had thrown out there as a hot take because somebody had done one of those. What's your video game hot take?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Everybody triggered.
Mm-hmm.
And this person basically expressed my views, which I've been very open with, that there is a certain bad side of things becoming ultra popular, becoming mainstream, that some of us that grew up on it, that were there from the start, can kind of look at and say, God, I kind of wish it wasn't so popular, right? I wish it was still that niche thing, right? I still wish it was kind of in its purest form, that when it does reach the masses, it loses a level of shine. It becomes, because again, so many people have their hands, so many cooks are in the kitchen now. It doesn't have that same draw that it once did. And not all changes are good changes when it comes to that aspect. Again, I've also spoke on the good side of things. When things are more popular, when things do hit the mainstream, we get more money, we get more content, we get more of it, right? Which means that I have a chance. That's why I call this the golden age of gaming. Sure, I can say there's a lot of games that we can talk about that probably should never have been put out, that don't live up to quality standards, that don't live up to story standards, all that kind. I can say that, but at the same time, I could also say I have more to choose from that are awesome, that are great than I ever imagined, that I ever could have imagined when I was a kid. I never thought I'd see this many video games. I'd never see a game like Baldur's Gate 3 show up that completely took my tabletop experience of D&D and put it in video game visual form to such a degree that I'm out here calling it a masterpiece. I never thought it would have happened. We had really good examples of those games back then. Baldur's Gate, obviously, Neverwinter Nights. We had plenty of that stuff. But never would I thought we would see the quality that we're seeing in Baldur's Gate 3 right now. So there are two sides to things becoming this popular, but the fact that we have community members out here legitimately going back to that cool kid club, that clique kind of situation where we're going to bully people for liking Baldur's Gate 3, a highly praised, critically accepted, like, masterpiece in a lot of people's eyes. You're going to go on here and bully people and go back to nerds and geeks when you yourself are a part of that? Really? This is what we're going to do in 2023 now.
Well, the type of game determines whether you're cool or not.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, Steele. And that's why I started this conversation with that. You, not you, Steele.
No, I get
you out there who are trying to create a class system, whether that is, oh, we have the premium experiences on this console. You guys are trash gamers. You guys are budget gamers. You guys are poor gamers. Whether it's that or whether it's taking specific games and saying those don't count because it's something I don't like. And if you play that, there's something wrong with you. You obviously aren't cool. No, we're not doing that. You don't get to do that. You don't get to be that judge, jury, and executioner of nerddom. Okay, you don't. Yeah. Pure and simple, you don't. I don't do it with people who play on their phones primarily. I'll never do it with anybody. I don't care if you play Candy Crush 24/7. I could care freaking less. Again, in my book, you're a gamer. Sure, you can hold your opinions. Again, free speech being free speech, right? That's right. Fine. I'm not asking for these people to be canceled, kicked off the internet, or anything stupid like that. I ain't about any of that life. But if you don't think you're not going to get pushback, and then you act surprised when you get the pushback, and then you triple, quadruple down by turning around and labeling everybody who's pushing back against you, okay, well, then you're in for a battle. And I'm here to tell you, you're wrong. Flat out, you are wrong. You are everything that was wrong originally with people who bullied those of us that were into this stuff originally back in the day. You are that same narcissistic asshole who believes that for some reason you are better than everybody else out here because you think you get to determine what's cool and what's not cool. Doesn't work like that, especially when you're talking to adults. Again, I'm long past the point where people's opinions of what I do or what I play mean something to me. I've gotten long over that. That's something internally that I figured out how to get past. I don't care what people think about my clothes, about what games I'm playing, about what I'm watching, about what car I drive, none of that shit.
Right.
Maybe you still do. Okay. That's a you thing. But the fact is, I'm not going to sit by and stand on the sidelines when I see this type of behavior from somebody in the community or from many people in the community. I am going to speak up about it and say something about it and give you my pushback to what you're doing. You are not a positive force in this community. You are not somebody who is responsible for growing this industry and this hobby and this entertainment form. Again, you are the complete opposite in my book. You are that energy demon. You are that negative person who some reason believes that they need to bring other people down because they're feeling a certain way. You will never be considered a positive person. I don't care how many followers you have. I don't care what shows you've been on. I don't care what you've preached. You are in fact showing your true form when you turn around and do this stuff that is talked about openly from those of us old enough to be a part of the generation, especially Generation X, who grew up with this stuff when it wasn't cool or when it wasn't mainstream, when there were the bullies out there. I could speak on it directly as somebody who was in that position. You are nothing different than those assholes back in the day. I don't care what you support. I don't care what games you play. I don't care what you think you are. You are nothing but a straight up bully asshole who once again has to somehow feel like they're better, more powerful than the people that they're speaking down to. Fuck you. Flat out. Fuck you. Don't like it, and I think it sucks. So that's my rant. I'm done. I'll leave it.
I mean, and that's 1,000% respectable. I mean, it's because, and it's difficult because these are the people that are getting the traction. These are the people that are getting the views because they like the drama, they like the mess, they like it's that reality TV side of it, right? Where maybe that is how you genuinely feel. Right, where certain people who play certain games, maybe people think, as much as I'm sitting here capping for Armored Core, think it's going to be the greatest game since sliced bread. I might sit here and end up cursing fucking about the game when I get on stream or whatever. Again, Armored Core 6 is probably going to be one of my most streamed games that I've ever done, right? This is going to be my real true foray in trying to see about, really doing content consistently. I'm legitimately going to try. I'm setting up time and room, and you could think that I'm a fucking cornball for doing this. But this is a game that I care about. This is a game that I legitimately, I love Halo and all, but Armored Core has been so slept on and so looked over for such a long time. Mecha fandom has been so shunned and shamed and looked over for so long that it's like, I'm excited, right? And anybody who enjoys their hobby, it doesn't matter what your hobby or passion is, if you're excited about it, nobody should sit here and tell you and get an audience based on just clowning on folks for playing a certain style of game. Now, clowning on folks for an example, what people do a lot in our community, clowning on folks for lying about playing games that they didn't play, that's understandable. Stop lying about shit that you didn't do. That's why I made another post this week on Twitter about that shit. It's completely unnecessary. If you don't have to lie on yourself, stop lying. Stop trying to fit in with these folks. I don't care what your community is called. I've heard so many people disclose themselves. Oh, I'm part of this side. I'm part of this side. I thought we were gamers. Why are we secluding ourselves to, I'm part of this side because, we're not as big as Colt and them, and, you're somebody that's talking about gaming. So let's talk about gaming then. Nah, that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about in this gaming space is drama. Oh boy, he ain't beat such and such game. Oh, let me see your gamer profile. That's what matters to me instead of talking about these games. very rarely, it is more rare for me to hear engagement like what me and Pong do, where we talk about our weekend games, the different types of games that we play, the experiences that we're having in the games that we're playing, and for us to the whole first hour of our show, typically right here on Living Split Screen, is us covering games that we played through the week. It could have been the same game. We talked about Diablo 4 for at least 3 weeks, talking about different experience, the same game. I don't hear anybody else doing that. They instantly, it's ready. Oh, let's talk about drama. And y'all ain't doing nothing but reiterating the same bullshit over and over again. I just, and no, cornballs aren't edible. No, they're not. The dudes is corn, but the same people who think that they're bullying or telling people the type of games that they need to play or don't play, you're a cornball too. You're the dude that me and my crew would have walked up on and snuffed because we didn't play that. I didn't like that shit. Judging people because of their hobby, unless you're doing some uber weird shit, fucking sniffing grass outside, topping off some dude outside the high school, like we got to talk about it. That's a little weird. You like a little animal left? Like, it's a little weird. Like, yeah, we could talk about that stuff. And I do think when you bring Baldur's Gate in that conversation and branch that off of and turn this into, oh, well, since you like this game, you support these things, doesn't make sense. If we're going to use that mentality, are we going to use that mentality for every other thing that we do in our lives? No. If you have an Apple phone, there's no way that you're thinking about child work, how your phone's put together. There's no way, if you support anything in the United States at least, there's no way that you're sitting here refuting everything that the government is doing and not buying things purposely, not everything. I don't like the mentality of, oh, I'm going to call it out here, but I'm not going to do it in everything else. I personally don't like that. I don't like the mentality of, oh, I need to feel bigger than, or I need to feel more important, or I need to feel like I'm the guy right now. Who gives a fuck? The only thing that's going to do anything for me is, can you beat me in a multiplayer game? If you can't beat me in a multiplayer game, then we have nothing to argue about. We can have conversation. Until it comes down to PvP action, we have nothing to talk about as far as arguing about dumb shit. Because that's where I take it to. Because it doesn't have to, none of this shit needs to be real life bullshit. It really doesn't. People calling out people for playing a specific style of game makes no sense. And if you think people are corny for playing those styles of games, great. But like Pong mentioned, and like Pong says, you're not the light in this community. You will continue to be the light in that dark corner in the room that attracts those flies. And if you getting if people that are doing these things that get thousands of viewers, are the ones that are truly making the money in this industry, I'm glad I'm not doing this for the money. I want to be able to do this and be able to build the community up or top it up with a community of people that love the hobby. They got a passion for it. That when we get into a party chat, no matter what platform that we're on, we're talking about games. This isn't, oh, let's talk about drama. I wasn't like that in high school. Or when people make that reference, oh, that's high school drama. I wasn't like that in high school. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Are we talking about games or not? So that's my perspective on this scenario. I'm always going to speak out about these types of things. The same way Pong is. It's just I don't get the class system that people try to move into when it gets into our hobbies and our passions and things that we really care for and want to deep dive about and the reason that we're even here in the first place. Don't lie about the shit that you're doing. It's never good to lie about anything. It's not. You can create a persona all you want, but eventually you're going to get made. And I know it's easy to hide on the internet. I get it. And it's tempting, but you don't get anything from that personally. And maybe you do. And that's what turns you on at night. I'm not kink shaming nobody, but don't get mad at people playing Baldur's Gate saying they're the epitome of why gaming's a problem right now, and then turn around and justify all this other shit that you do. That's the epitome of the bullshit that we continuously deal with in communities like this, right? Because this isn't the only place this shit happens in. It happens everywhere. Somehow. Go ahead, Buffalo. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, without the Baldur Gates of the world, without the tabletop RPGs like D&D, you wouldn't have your God of Wars.
Yeah, 100%.
You wouldn't have your Horizon.
Yeah, 100%.
You wouldn't have any of the games that are based. We wouldn't have the Bethesda games that we have. You wouldn't have any of these games that you claim are the cool ones to play without the OGs being around first, right? And you wouldn't have video games, period, if it wasn't for us OG nerds and geeks who are out here playing JRPGs, playing Western RPGs, playing all the classic style games out here that we did back in the day.
Slow-mo.
This industry wouldn't exist. Again, just because you're here now, just because you think it's now cool to be able to come out and admit that you're a gamer, doesn't give you the right to tell everybody else what's cool or what's okay or who's a nerd, who's a geek. You are one. You just so happen to think you're better than everybody else. Again, I'm here to tell you.
Yeah.
You're not.
Playing God of War doesn't make you cooler than the person that's playing Halo. I don't get I personally don't get the concept of that. Pong shouldn't be muted. Vandal, you got Pong muted. Why'd you mute Pong? I didn't mute him. You should have been able to if you heard him earlier, you should be able to still hear him now.
No, I was there. I was live.
But yeah, man. So again, that's on that little bit of a community rant there, because those are the things that we like to do. And this, again, it's not any individual person. This is something that's always existed that people consistently go back to, and it's just a little bit of that drama side of it, man. So again, I don't mind touching on it. I don't mind giving a little bit of smoke out there. I don't mind jumping into the smoke. But that we here at Live in Splitscreen are always going to favor that RTS view more than anything. And you can say whatever you want to about that, but that's the reality of how we look at the industry. We pull ourselves out of the world. We look at the darker crevices of the map. We pull those resources together so that we can build up a foundation, not only for our community, but potentially reach those 3 billion gamers. That's the goal.
Yep.
So that's why we're always going to speak out on these things. Dark Zone 2525 says, "Hey, Steel, thanks. I'm having a good time in Atlas Fallen. It really is like Darksiders. Good analogy. I'm glad that you were that you're having a good time with it. Again, that's the biggest reference that I can make for that game. If you like Darksiders, I think you'll like this game. If you don't like Darksiders, this game might not be for you. And if you're debating or waiting for it to come to Game Pass, then I guess you can wait, or whichever the case. There are other games to play, but yeah, shout out to Atlas Fallen. I'm definitely loving it.
Yep. Shout out to RWK88 jumping in here. Shout out to Slow-Mo Backslap jumping in here. Shout out to the one and only John Wolf jumping in here. Everybody else who's been jumping in here too as well. Dusty, I see you out here. Always good to see all of you jumping in here, even if you come in here like this. Hey man, we're still rocking and rolling. So let's go.
Right.
Let's go. Appreciate you all. Live supremacy. What's going on? Great to see everybody. So thank you all for listening to our rant. That was our community rant.
All right. Tim the Sorcerer with the 2 euro says, "Camping trip for 2 weeks. Next 2 weeks next. Have a great shows."
Hey,
shout out to you, Tim.
And you have a great camping trip, brother.
Please,
get that relaxation,
be safe.
touch that grass, breathe that natural air, touch some trees, talk to them, get that real life going. I love it, Tim.
Yeah, definitely. Stay safe out there, man. Crazy people out all over the place. It looks like Modern Warfare 3's beta will be coming to PlayStation first. This has been an interesting conversation happening in this week, because there has been rumor that the deal we don't know what the true marketing deal is for PlayStation and Call of Duty. We don't know. Where
Call of Duty's been quiet, or Sony's been quiet.
Sony has been extremely quiet, and there's a lot of things that haven't been quite adding up. Right, Microsoft has been a little bit more vocal about Call of Duty than what I have noticed in the last decade personally. So that was leading people believing that potentially the marketing deal might be done for PlayStation, but we're now getting, and this is so funny because it's seemingly coming out like it's last minute information, right? Or maybe it's just Sony playing with that timing of it, because that is something that Sony's extremely strong at. But apparently the beta is going to be coming to PlayStation first. If that doesn't tell you what you need to know, I think that this is exactly the scenario that Pong had kind of been alluding to for some time, that, and he was probably one of the main ones that I've heard say it, initially first at least, that Modern Warfare 3 is seemingly the game to get Activision out of whatever deal that they're currently in. That this is the last game on that contract that they needed to fulfill. It's kind of leading to more credence that the rumors that the DLC and everything that was planned for Modern Warfare 2 got changed over into Modern Warfare 3, leading more so on the truthful side of things, but we'll never know for sure. But it is extremely interesting to see that in Defined, that PlayStation still does have a little bit of their hand in that pot. But in the case that they don't, and Microsoft somehow was able to, I don't know about necessarily finagling a thing to get the game into Game Pass, although once the deal does finally close, do I think that that's a possibility? Could be, but if this is part of the contract dealings that they currently have, with that Sony has with Activision, and knowing that Jim Ryan has actually himself come out and stated that he wants to get from under any deals that have connection to Xbox because he doesn't want to promote or sell a game that's going to be on a competitor service, is yet to be seen, which opens up a very interesting conversation because, again, we don't know what direction this is going to go. Now, personally, for me, I'm not going to support Modern Warfare 3. I'm not going to buy the game. Point blank, period. If it comes to Game Pass, it comes to Game Pass. If somebody else wants to gift it to me, a homie's like, yo, Steve, I want you to play, I'll jump into it then. I'm not supporting Modern Warfare 3. I got Modern Warfare 2. I have what I need out of Call of Duty. I mainly play Warzone for Call of Duty now, and telling me that slide canceling and all these other great things that should be part of the current game that you have is going to be in the second game, and knowing that Sledgehammer historically has not been the strongest dev leading a Call of Duty. For me, it's always going to be between Treyarch or Infinity Ward. Those are the only two that I really trust to make a good Call of Duty game. If it's not those two, I'm not playing it. Not only that, but it's just, I don't want a game that is going to be DLC. You want to get multiplayer, a campaign. Other than that, everything else is carrying over. If that doesn't tell you what you need to know about like where the state of this game is currently, everything that you currently have in Modern Warfare 2 is carrying over into 3. It's crazy. Cosmetics, gun level ups. There's going to be additional guns and things that they bring in, but it's just, if it were up to me, I would advise for people to probably, I know they're going to Microsoft, but you need to tell Activision that this ain't it. And I hope that this game doesn't do the greatest, so that Activision does get the point. I mean, again, they've already stated it before that they couldn't keep churning out Call of Duty the way that they have. They're again doing it, releasing Call of Duty the way that they always have. And like Nick says, weapons attachments are being carried over too, so not sure why it couldn't be DLC. And again, the only thing that makes sense is what Pong has been alluding to, is that this is the thing that they needed to get out of this contract, which makes sense for it to be called Modern Warfare 3 because it's a continuation of the story, a continuation of essentially everything. We're not getting a new Warzone mode. They might bring in a new map or something like that, or like game modes inside of Warzone, but it's still going to be the same Warzone. in the multiplayer, sorry to say, guys, like, it doesn't carry the weight for Call of Duty anymore. Warzone does. So it's really weird to see how things are playing out. But Pong, I mean, like, do you feel like you're getting some justification here, kind of alluding to the fact that this is more of a contractual obligation or a meeting of a contract than it making sense for just them releasing a new game, especially coming off the fact that they themselves have stated that Call of Duty can't, with releasing Modern Warfare 2, they made it blatantly known that we can't keep doing things the way we've been doing them.
Yeah, I mean,
What do you think?
I think it's, who knows? Justification, we'll probably never know what the decision process was, but it's just timing wise, it all lines up, right? Because prior to the ABK deal, it was going to be DLC. They were going to take a year off.
They should have, yeah.
You know, they were going to come back fresh. You know, that's everything that we were hearing. And then after the ABK deal got serious, things are rolling along. All of a sudden, we're doing a full release. You know, and this was after Sony started fighting the ABK deal, all that kind of stuff. It just makes sense from a business standpoint that if you're about to join another company, and again, we got more smoke too behind the scenes that Jim was trying to get out of the marketing deal at one point because he doesn't want to be promoting a first party Microsoft title, right? Like that. So it all just lines up,
right?
That this is the reason why they
too
turned
perfectly.
This into it does. And obviously, again, I said it's a good thing, whatever the reason, and it does make sense that obviously Modern Warfare 3 started as DLC. That's why we're getting this carryover aspect, right? That's why the Modern Warfare, because it was probably already built. No, it hasn't happened like this, but it was probably built in because this was going to be DLC. It should have, and I'm still going to say it's a good thing. For whatever reason it's happening, I hope down the road that becomes a permanent feature where you can carry stuff over from season to, or from game to game when they launch a brand new Call of Duty. So I got to give them props there. Great. But it does make sense that was already built into the coding because they were making this DLC. So yeah, why wouldn't it? So they're not going to take it out. It's part of the code. So, hey, let's carry stuff over. I think it's a big win for everybody. But yeah, overall, I think everything lines up to where this is the case of Activision trying to finish off that marketing deal with PlayStation a year earlier than they were originally going to, because they're now going to be owned by Microsoft Xbox. So I think that's definitely what's happening here. I have zero interest in Modern Warfare 3. If it shows up in Game Pass, great. I'll download it. I'll play it. If the deal gets done and Xbox can put it in there, fantastic. I'm not planning on buying it. Again, this year, the second half of the year is going to be single player.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be crazy.
I don't have any interest, right? Next year, Battlefield supposedly is returning with a campaign. Well, that's going to start ramping up my hype again for a multiplayer shooter. I can tell you that much. When we get down to business, Xbox will own ABK by then. Obviously, that'll be their first Call of Duty underneath them. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But this year, again, everybody's going to buy it. Everybody can complain about it. Everybody's going to say, well, it's Sledgehammer. I'm not interested in playing it. It'll still probably be the top selling game of the year in Modern Warfare 3. They are going to lean heavily, if all the rumors are to be true, they are going to lean heavily into the nostalgia factor. They're going to sell this as a full purchase game by bringing in a ton of the old maps, including Terminal, which everybody has been clamoring for Terminal to come back. That's one of the rumored maps already going to be included in Modern Warfare 3. I can already see their game plan. So for all the people out there going, I'm not going to buy Modern Warfare 3 this year, I don't care. People are going to wind up buying Modern Warfare 3 because they're going to load it up with classic maps, and people are going to be like, okay, I got to get back in there. I got to hop in there. I got to go play some Terminal. I got to go do a. That's exactly how they're going to sell this thing. Whether it turns out to be good or not, I don't know. Maybe it will be. Maybe Sledgehammer. Maybe it'll be Sledgehammer's best Call of Duty. I mean, I don't have faith in Sledgehammer at this point, but maybe it will be. Maybe it'll turn out to be great. Maybe like Mav said, maybe Infinity Ward, because obviously Modern Warfare 2, this was going to be DLC. Maybe they helped heavily
They did
with this version.
And Treyarch did too.
And Treyarch. So if that's the case, because
it's literally the same
because
game.
next year's is Treyarch, right?
Yeah, the next one, yes, is Treyarch.
Yeah, it's Treyarch. So if Infinity Ward helped and Treyarch helped with this game, maybe it'll turn out to be freaking fantastic. Maybe it'll just be like great, right? And everybody will be like, oh, okay. And Sledgehammer will get a lot of the credit because their name's going to be on it. Right? Maybe. Whatever the case may be. Call of Duty is going to continue to sell. I think this is get out of the contract. I'm always curious to see what they're going to bring. And if they're bringing back the old school maps, it'll be cool to see everybody dropping in there and playing again. But overall, Warzone is their moneymaker now. Warzone is their bread and butter. Warzone is the thing that, again, the classic style Call of Duty is falling off. Now, I brought this up last week, was it, on the Shop podcast? I'd love to see them, and I think that there's a market for it still, once ABK is fully owned by Microsoft and Xbox, to make a Call of Duty classic game. We saw the popularity spike of the backwards compatible, the older Call of Duties. I think that there's a market to make a game where they call it Call of Duty Classic and strip out all the bullshit that they've added through the years and give us base Call of Duty again.
I got the solution.
Cool package. Yeah, go.
Call of Duty Mobile is exactly what Call of Duty should be right now. Why does Call of Duty Mobile have a dumb amount of maps? Have the old school maps, have all the guns, gunplay. Why does Call of Duty Mobile have better gun skins than the actual full game does? I don't get that. And I only say that because I recently, when I was having issues with Battle.net and everything, I recently, downloaded a emulator, which is how the emulator works is you can only play with other people who are playing on PC or using a controller. So no cheating. But anyway, and it's from Tencent. So anyway, I had to give them some information. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But I was playing Call of Duty Mobile, and I was doing it on mouse and keyboard. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take this experience to work back on my mouse and keyboard skills. And I was getting into it, and I was having a good time with it, man. And I started noticing like the gameplay rotations and how they have it set up. And it's just like, why isn't this how regular Call of Duty multiplayer is set up? It's easily accessible. There's you have such a variety, the map voting, all the different levels of what you would expect from a Call of Duty and the variety. It's all there. Hey, Call of Duty Mobile has third-person battle royale. You better know that I was fucking having a good time in there. Now that I got regular Call of Duty working again, I haven't been back to it because again, there still is a level of graphical fidelity that I would like to have that Call of Duty Mobile doesn't offer. Just some certain things I don't want to give up. But it's still like they already have the baseline of what is necessary there. And they're also planning on when they release Warzone Mobile or whatever the case, that Call of Duty is going to become this big thing. And they're already moving in that direction because Call of Duty, even on PC, isn't called Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 anymore. It's just called Call of Duty. So you're already creating a house, and like when you boot up Call of Duty, you go down to the bottom, it says, hey, these are the games that you have. Like it's trying to treat it like a hub of, hey, this is your central point of where you get in, and hey, if you spend $70 getting Modern Warfare 3, you just boot up this one Call of Duty app, and then you go to the Modern Warfare 3 section, and you have access to Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer maps or the Modern Warfare 3 story content. Again, I do think that Call of Duty needs to go in MCC direction. Maybe not. I would like for it to be more consistent because all the Halos play differently from one another, right? So it's like you got to be used to how Halo plays and those different generations or whatever, because 2 doesn't play the same as 4. If you have that in rotation, then maybe that could throw you off and your aim is different and all that great stuff. No, I would love to see Call of Duty starting right now. Maybe they do it starting with Modern Warfare 3, where it just becomes one consistent IP. We have 3 development studios that work on this game. Treyarch, Infinity Ward, and Sledgehammer. Those are the three. And every other year, we're going to drop additional story content. Maybe we'd go to a different time period, whatever the case may be. And for $40, you get this additional content. And everything will always carry over from this point going forward. That's how you grow Call of Duty now at this point. Like how we say about sports games and other ones of those ilk. Stop releasing new games. Just reiterate on a game. Have it be the universe now. Like what Battlefield was trying to do, but seemingly couldn't do for whatever reason with 2042. Bringing in that hub mode that you can go in and play some Battlefield 3 and play some Bad Company maps and play some of this and play some of that. Except have it be more refined. Again, that's why I have to agree that anything else doesn't necessarily make logical sense about what the current situation is outside of you just need to get out of a contract. So it's going to be interesting to see how these things play out. Is Modern Warfare 3 going to be another great selling Call of Duty? I guess we'll find out here shortly. Them carrying everything over, I think that is going to work. It's going to work on a lot of people. And $70 is fucking crazy though.
It is, and it's cross-gen again too, by the way.
Yeah, and I just seen that too.
Yep.
Which is also, again, it's not expected. You know, Call of Duty doesn't look like some magical game. It's not, but.
And they need those numbers, so
guys, what are we doing?
They're not going to get rid of it. So.
What are we doing?
Yep.
But nonetheless, it's just interesting to see how things are continuing to kind of unfold on themselves as we go through. So,
right.
Where would you like to go? Where would you like to go next, Pong? Or you want to start winding things down?
We can start winding things down.
I didn't check out Devolver Digital, so I don't have much to say about that.
THQ.
I didn't check out that one either. I did see the trailer for Last Ronin, though.
Yeah, THQ had a showcase yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Some really good games. They still got 20 more unannounced games that they have to talk about. Wouldn't be surprised if they show up at Gamescom with a couple more. But they did have a showcase yesterday. Great diversity. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I think there was like 13 games they showed off yesterday.
Okay.
Something like that. Great diversity of games as always. THQ is obviously a big publisher, and they have a little something of everything. Some more teasers for Alone in the Dark, which some people are definitely going to be interested in. South Park got a new game announced for Sony.
It's co-op,
hilarious.
whatever.
Looks co-op multiplayer. Yeah, it looks kind of cool. That'll be a big one. Outcast, for all you old heads out there who remember Outcast, the new one is coming. We already knew that. They showed off some more gameplay. Basically, they ripped off Avatar. Like blatantly, and just leaned right into it. So, hey, okay, I'm cool with that. That's fine. It looks cool. It looks like a good game. It looks different enough where you kind of gotta you impact the world by doing research and helping out the aliens kind of develop their world and kind of secure it. And that changes the world around you as you play. And it's got a kind of a skill tree set up.
Okay.
Almost like a tech tree. If you guys are familiar with 4X strategy games and that kind of stuff, as you open up stuff around the globe, you kind of fill in the spots. And then, like I said, the world kind of changes as you go. Humans show up to destroy it. You're obviously on the side of the aliens, so you fight the humans. Again, Avatar. They just totally,
that concept. Yep.
So yeah. But it looked kind of good. I definitely had interest in that. Titan Quest 2, action RPG, Diablo fans. Titan Quest has been out. It's on consoles. The first one, it was PC mainly, but then it came to consoles. I played it probably 20, 30 hours on PS4, I got to say. Haven't touched it on Xbox yet. Titan Quest is a AA version of Diablo with some interesting takes because they use a little bit more real, kind of Greek mythology and that kind of stuff, Sparta, all that good stuff. But Titan Quest 2 looks like they're stepping up their game a little bit. They didn't show off gameplay yesterday, but the trailer they showed off definitely had some interesting stuff to it. So Titan Quest 2, and that's coming everywhere again. At some point, they did not give a release date. What else was kind of cool in there? Like Steele said, obviously Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Last Ronin. Everybody's saying don't expect it 2 to 3 years from now. That's probably when we're going to see it. So they showed off a trailer kind of real quick, kind of give it the feeling. It is definitely going to be a darker Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. They're definitely leaning into the comics. So that looked cool. Gothic.
By the way, real quick, that the Last Ronin game, it's made by the same developers that make Destroy All Humans.
Correct. Yes. Thank you for bringing that up.
That's going to be that's going to be interesting to see how they play that out. I know they're good with the humor and everything.
This is going to be a dark.
It's going to be different in the type of art style that they've gone for with that game. I just hope that it's not going to be similar to that, because I don't know if I want my Ninja Turtle game to look that way. I don't know, but we'll see.
Yep, we'll see. Definitely. Gothic reboot got another trailer yesterday, supposedly using in-engine assets, whatever you want to count that as anymore. It was just a trailer, no gameplay per se. Kind of gave you an idea where they're going. For those of you that don't remember, Gothic, I believe it's Piranha Bytes is a developer. It's being made by a new developer, but this was one of those AA games from back in the 360 era. It was definitely better on PC than it ever was on the port, although I played it on 360. It was a AA version of a team trying to go for Morrowind, trying to go for Oblivion, trying to get that Bethesda style, kind of feel. Serious tone, darker tone, muddy tones, not a lighthearted RPG by any stretch of the imagination. And it looks like they're keeping that seriousness. I'm interested in it because, again, I did play Gothic back in the day on the 360. Falls in line with Risen, if you guys remember Risen as well. Definitely in that same mold. I'm looking forward to this. I want to see what this team can do with it. So Gothic was there as well. Last one I'll bring up is Last Train Home. Set, I believe, in World War One. Interesting take on strategy and RTS. And why I say interesting is because you're a commander like in World War One, but you're traveling through the countries on a train.
Okay.
And you're making decisions on your train, and you can upgrade your train, which impacts what you can do on the battlefield. You also make stops along the way, and that's when it kind of gets into the RTS kind of 4X strategy as well. Mm-hmm. Because when you make stops along the way, sometimes you wind up engaging in battles, but other times you stop at towns and can improve and upgrade the towns, which in fact help the battlefield as well, and you trying to obviously win the war. So there's it's a unique take that I haven't really seen done this way. That is interesting. So yeah, again, it's on PC only, obviously. But the Last Train Home is the one I'm talking about. I know we do have some fans out there of that. So yeah, overall good show from THQ. Nothing like mic drop moment, nothing, oh my God. But again, THQ has just such a great lineup of all different types of games. I'm always interested in what they're coming out. And there was definitely some that caught my eye in there. So I'm looking forward to more. So yeah, that
sounds pretty dope. So it definitely sounds like they're on the ball, if anything.
Still going.
We also got major PlayStation console exclusive games scheduled to release in the next 6 months. This is coming from MBG. So take it for what you will.
I threw that in there because we've talked about, because obviously this week we did have some PlayStation news.
Yeah.
There was, their internal docs when they did their quarterly earnings call.
Mm-hmm.
They reported that there was some internal delays. So people were throwing out specific numbers like 9 games. I could not find anywhere where people are coming up with this, but supposedly there was some internal delays. Everybody was guessing at what internal delays these were. Obviously, there's a couple that could be guessed. Obviously, Twisted Metal. We've heard Smoke that's being worked on. That could have been internally delayed. Again, these weren't official announced games that were, had a date and they came out to the public and delayed them. These are all internal stuff, but they were supposedly delayed out of 2023 and first part of 2024. Nobody knows for how long, but that adjusted their projections. Obviously, that's why it was mentioned in the documents. People were running wild with it. So that conversation sparked up again. Well, we don't know what Sony's got going on. And of course, MBG, shout out to MBG, being one of the PlayStation dudes out there. One of everybody's favorite ponies out there. He decided this week to throw out his roadmap for the next 9 months. What he believes is going to be there for Sony PlayStation. So I just thought it was curious. Mav and I talked about it in PM and the PM, so I threw it in our chat. So go ahead.
No, I mean the list that he puts on here, it's not like it's outside of being believable, except for Firewall. Firewall Ultra is that VR game, right?
VR game, yes. Yes.
I mean, they said that they got 6 exclusives this year, and PlayStation's on it right now. So
read how he labeled his list, because that's the interesting part.
Okay. So Firewall Ultra is confirmed August 24th, 2023.
Yep.
Stellar Blade, confirmed 2023.
Which could be one of the delayed ones.
Unless they're going to show a trailer for Stellar Blade around the time that Spider-Man releases, I don't think that game's coming out this year.
And there was
or maybe did they delay it that they were going to put it on PC?
There was some smoke too that it wasn't in great shape when Sony took over.
Really?
That this week too. Yes.
Do you think that that's why maybe it got skipped over?
It would make sense, right? If Sony took over and they are now heavily invested, they're publishing it. They stepped in and said, yep, we're going to delay this until you bring up the quality to our expectations. It's certainly possible.
Is that another game like Lost Soul Aside? I don't know if you saw the gameplay for that too, that doesn't look or come across. Yeah, it doesn't come across as good as it originally did.
Yeah.
That's the only thing about the Eastern talent that I will say that is of negative, is that it's just like Chrono Odyssey, as much as I'm hopeful for it.
Yep.
And they keep showing stuff from it, and it looks very replicant of what the game was going to actually look like. Whereas in these other games, I'm hyped for Stellar Blade also. It's not a system seller for me, but I am very interested in the character, the combat. That's my right up. That's my alley. Was also very interested in Lost Soul Aside, and it doesn't. I can be honest and say it doesn't look as good as they initially showed. It doesn't look like the gameplay trailer that had me like, yo, that looks like my jam. It looks good still, but.
Some of the Eastern developers still have a little bit of, before we went through Division and Watchdog, and all that kind. They still have a little bit of that. Hey, we're gonna pass off some high end assets as actual gameplay when
this is what you're gonna get on your box, huh?
We're targeting this, but this ain't what's gonna show up, right? Like that's like they still got a little bit. Some of them, it seems, still have a little bit of that. Right. So, and again, just to point out, MBG, the way he labeled this in his post was major PlayStation console exclusive games scheduled to release in the next 9 months. Major PlayStation console exclusive games. And he put Firewall Ultra in there first, which is a VR game. Mav and I had to die laughing at this. It's not a console exclusive. But it's because you have to buy a $500 accessory to play this game.
But it's exclusive to the console. The hardware is exclusive. The game is exclusive
to the VR. You can't pop it in your console and play it without the VR headset.
I mean, you could, but it might not work.
It's not going to work.
What? Anyways. No way. There's no way you pop a disc in and it won't do nothing.
Continue. We just thought this was funny because obviously he's stretching the list here to make it look like there's a roadmap a little bit. So
look, it's not his fault that PlayStation is innovative and they're releasing more games than anybody else on the market right now. First party.
All right. Continue, sir.
First party games.
Continue, sir. They're in a lull. They're reloading.
Look, you guys keep saying VR is struggling, but they got 6 first party games.
Yep, they do.
Ready to go.
Exclusive
consoles. Yeah, because VR is exclusive to the console, then the game's exclusive to the VR, so that's part of the console. So exclusive to the you need the console. You got to start there. Yeah. You might be able to see the intro screen if you pop the disc in.
Yeah,
I would hope.
So continue, sir, because this is a great list.
Okay.
And again, these are
Helldivers 2.
Yep. Which fine.
Can I correct that? Because you did bring some attention to it. You said console exclusive games.
Yeah.
I guess it is console exclusive.
He does.
But doesn't console exclusive mean it's only on the console? Has that wording kind of changed because like console exclusive, like because things come out on PC also?
Depending on who you talk to, depending on what day of the week it is, depending on where the moon is at relative to Saturn, the exclusive definition changes.
Okay, gotcha.
Again, if we're gonna take the classic, this is a console exclusive.
Okay.
Because the only console it's coming to is PlayStation.
Okay.
It's not.
I just want to make sure. I just want to make
sure. Pure exclusive because it's also coming to PC.
I thought these PlayStation games were never coming to PC.
Yeah, well, we know better than that.
Day and date? Helldivers? Wasn't Helldivers 1 only on PC?
But it's not first
party. On PlayStation?
It's technically not first party.
But it was only ever on PlayStation.
Right, but it was because it's published by PlayStation, but it's not technically first party because that studio is not owned by them. They're still independent.
The yams are taking time to cook. He said stellar yams.
Yes.
Y'all are so fun. Y'all are so stupid. Yes. Y'all are so funny. She got him.
Sporting the yam.
She got him. I ain't gonna lie. She's a very well built character.
Nope.
I'm not gonna lie.
Nope. I just want the game to be as good as Bayonetta, and then we got the double feature.
Or better. Yes.
Or better. Yes.
That truly. I mean, you got a good point there, Pong. Because honestly, if I could take a Bayonetta trilogy right now. Remastered? Remade? No, I don't need them remade. Just remaster them.
Phil needs to talk to Nintendo and work out a deal.
I need to send an email.
And then get Platinum to do a current gen.
I'm going to send an email.
Update to Bayonetta. And
I need a Mass Effect legendary. I need a Bayonetta Legendary Edition.
Yes.
That's what I need.
Full Witch Edition, whatever they want to call it.
Yeah, whatever. You know how excited that would make? I would get really excited.
Bro, I'd be so fucking pumped.
I'd buy that day one. Anyway, Horde of War. Anyway, but yeah, Helldivers 2 is rumored to be coming in October. It does look really good. I'm interested. I want to play it. It's coming to PC also though, so I'll definitely cop it there. Then Spider-Man 2, which is also October.
There's the legit one right there.
Yeah, Spider-Man's legit.
I'll give him Helldivers 2.
And I have changed my tune a little bit about Spider-Man. Which I can get into here for a second. It's nothing major, but Final Fantasy VII Rebirth confirmed early 2024.
Sure.
Okay.
For right now. Yep.
Shout out to Rebirth.
Yep.
Why does the grass move in Horizon, but it doesn't move in Rebirth in Final Fantasy?
I don't know. 2 different teams, 2 different styles.
I thought they liked quality though.
Different engines. Anyway.
Okay. No, I'm just. I mean, I don't really care either, but these are things people draw attention to. I just have questions. That's all.
Why does Naraka have better details in the environment than most games? I don't know. Like when you slash your sword and make things move and all sorts of stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, then I'd have to bring in Zelda because I mean. Yep. Why does Zelda have better wind physics than most games?
Correct. And how did they make that work on that way underpowered?
That's a potato.
That's a potato. And they still somehow figured out to mash in about 8 different physics engines into that freaking game, which is insane.
Anyway,
again,
I have questions. I'm just curious.
Yep.
And then Rise of the Ronin confirmed 2024, rumored early 2024.
Stretching, but okay. I mean, again, we're stretching with these rumored early.
I think the last rumor we heard of Rise of the Ronin is that maybe I'm getting games conflated.
Probably.
Or mixing games together.
Yep. Way of the Wind or whatever the hell that other one is.
Was it called Way of the Wind? I'm talking about the one that it had the super crazy combat in it.
The Crouching Tiger, a Hidden Dragon looking one?
Yeah, I think so.
That's Way of the Wind.
That's Way of the Wind.
Yeah, I think it's Way of the Wind. Yeah, this is the Koei Tecmo one, right? Rise of the Ronin.
I think so. Okay, then I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of rumor here, a dump truck full of salt on this one. I would say. But again, I mean, we don't know what's coming from PlayStation outside of Spider-Man.
This is Team Ninja. Rise of Ronin's Team Ninja.
Okay, so yeah, I got a little bit more faith in that, even though I wish they would have did better with Wo Long. It's unfortunate. It's a good game. It's a good game, but a not very deep game. That's the bad part about it. It's weird. Anyway, it's a very interesting list. Again, we only know about Spider-Man 2 and Helldivers that are supposedly coming. Spider-Man 2 is an exciting thing, but I have come to the conclusion, especially from what I've played from Spider-Man 2018 to what I've played in Spider-Man on PC, that I'm going to wait to get Spider-Man on PC.
Sure.
It is no longer a reason for me to get that console.
Correct.
It's not. It is what I like. The other day, this week, through my headaches and the in-between times, I was just watching Spider-Man 2, and I am extremely excited for the game. Like, I am. Like, really. But the experience that I got from that game on PC, Spider-Man 2018, compared to what I remember from playing that game on PlayStation 4, it's almost embarrassing. Like, even at a standard level, it's kind of embarrassing. Like the amount of difference that there is in that game. The 120 frames, how me and Pong are like over the moon about Armored Core being 120 frames for the first time ever on PC. And again, that's a big deal. And it's going to be a noticeable thing in hand. I'm telling you for sure. 120 frames on Spider-Man is extremely noticeable. And you have the quality to go with it. And I have the instant access to mods, and the way that the mods look on PC for Spider-Man. Hey man, look, I mean, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, it's money that's going right back that is going into Sony's pockets. So it's like, if I wait, I wait. It is what it is. It's just crazy to think about, man. It's another reason that's been taken away from me. I'm trying, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to find a reason. I'm waiting for somebody to help give me a reason. And I'm struggling to find one because VR isn't one. But anyway, nonetheless. Abdel, what's going on? Appreciate you coming through. And Vandal, I'm not going to say PlayStation ain't got no games because I didn't agree with that when people say it on Xbox.
They're just reloading right now.
I do hear people all of a sudden saying that, well, maybe that ecosystem just doesn't have the games that you're looking for. Mm-hmm. Well, what a Marvel concept. I wonder where we heard those things at. Correct. Where do we hear that exact phrase before, huh? Right. Just depends on what games you're looking for, huh? Another quick one that I could dive into. Yobi says, living split screen. Man, I was playing Miles Morales on my PS5 at 120 is insane still. Mods on Spider-Man 2018 and Miles Morales, bar none, it's insane. Yeah, man, it's just a better time. And because of the type of gamer that I am, I really don't get anything out of playing games multiple times. I don't. I like people, I know people try to go down that single player boat. Oh, you can play the game this many. If it's not a Souls game, I'm not playing that damn game multiple times. I just am not. I'm not that dude. I don't care how great the game is. Mass Effect Legendary Edition was, again, Mass Effect's one of the greatest IPs I have ever played. It literally is. Mass Effect 2 is the GOAT. I will never play those games again. Never. That's just how I am. I can't help that. I have gameplay that I recorded that I could watch that make me feel like, oh, I want to play. Oh, I remember going through that section. I love that. I would never play those games again. That's how I approach that shit. I can't help it. It's just a personal thing. It is what it is. Nonetheless, Pone, was there anything else? I know we skipped a week, so I'm giving people a little extra juice here, squeezing it dry for our weekend, really getting them pumped up. The Black John says the next thing I'm getting is a deck or a ROG. I do want a PC in the future. Yep. If you're going towards PC, I would definitely recommend you getting the Asus ROG. It'll automatically push you in that kind of direction. It's also an more open platform, so you're not limited to Steam. If you want ease of access, something that's going to be easier to use, only worry about Steam, and you'll be able to carry that shit over regardless. You can tinker with it later. I would go Steam Deck, especially if you can get it at a decent price, because they dropped this price on Steam Deck too. So, especially for the big boy version. You can get the big boy version of the Steam Deck for $3, $4. I would definitely go that direction, but nonetheless. Force Unleashed. Yes, Force Unleashed was amazing. I love those games.
Black Myth Wukong is going to be at
yes.
So we should get some information. Hopefully a release window, maybe if they're ready. I know a lot of people are speculating. I think they might have even said 2024, but that was a while ago. But maybe now that they're showing up at Gamescom, maybe we will finally get, confirmation on platforms.
Game Pass, Gamescom, Xbox, big.
PK brought this up in the DMs. I had to say it would be a giant W if that's the case. But for the game that has received a lot of hype to even being officially announced for platforms, I would think that the developers, that would be pretty early for them to take a Game Pass deal. I could see a marketing deal, at least Xbox promoting it, because Sony's not going to be at Gamescom. We already know that, right? PlayStation's not there. So it's Xbox. Xbox has got a big presence. If Black Myth Wukong is in the Xbox floor, right, then that would indicate a marketing deal, potentially Game Pass deal, but it would be pretty early to, announce something like a Game Pass, unless it was a big bag, right? And it helped them through development or whatever else it may be. So
I hope so.
Potentially. I mean, Lies of P got announced pretty early on Game Pass too. That was last year, right? So maybe so. It would giant W. Again, it's something we called for the minute we saw it. Phil, remember how many people were tweeting at Xbox and Phil and everybody going, do not miss out on this game. Go get this game, whatever.
I think it's gonna be special. I think Lies of P is also going to be special in its own way. I do think it's going to be more niche. It's not going to be Elden Ring. But I do think it's going to be of the echelon of those what people are looking for between a Bloodborne and that Dark Souls 2 kind of feel that people are really wanting right now. I think it'll stick for that. There's some other games that I haven't heard much else from Steel Rising since, which is another one, which I do have in my backlog. I was thinking about jumping into that because it looks cool, where you're more of like a puppet. You can kind of create a character.
Yep.
And then there was another one, Thymesia, however you say it. It's more so you were a witch doctor, and you have these moves, and it's based off a stamina system, and it's aggressive and whatnot. Those seemingly haven't landed quite right, so it still shows that it's only certain Souls games, just the same way Baldur's Gate kind of comes out of nowhere and just really slams you across the head. And Vandal, I've been seeing conflicting things about Lies of P, but again, there are from people that typically are kind of a little bit off on Souls games, where you said Lies of P feels real good. That's good to hear. I mean, again, I'm going to play it for myself to know for sure, but Black Myth is going to be definitely a steal, and I think it's going to be a real standout if they end up nailing that one, for sure. So
saw some reworked characters and stuff from Black Myth 2. It looks like they revised a bunch of stuff. Some of the
even more.
Yeah. They went back and revised some of the aesthetics on some of the characters and some of the environments and stuff. And I liked it. Again, it's always going to be personal taste, but I definitely think that this game is one of those games that what they showed us was legit. And I think that obviously it's all going to come down to getting the controllers in our hands, the gameplay itself, frames, because obviously when you're talking about Souls, that's vital. Again, it's not something I'm going to be into per se, unless they really pulled back on the Souls stuff. But again, the game is so gorgeous and the mythology behind it is so fantastical that I think that that's the key, is how they optimize it, how it comes out. As far as smoothness goes, as far as the parrying goes and the dodge mechanics, because that's what those games are, right? So better than anybody, Steel. So I don't have to tell you guys that. I just think that that's what it's going to come down to. But I think looks wise, I think what they showed us was legit.
I hope so.
And I think this studio is going to pull that off.
Remember, it started as one dude, and now he has a team behind him after he put that trailer out. And if that's what's represent, again, it is a fear because they've been able to market their games more, but Bright Memory Infinite was started by one dude. Then again, I mean, no, it's not the fastest game out there, but it doesn't look far off from what they.
Performance wise, it wasn't up to par.
Not
Right?
at
That
the
was
time.
most people had a problem with the
Right.
performance. Like it was up and down, and some of the mechanics just didn't work, and some of the gameplay. But again, single person for the most part, creating something out of their house. Like, come on, can we give them a little for first time out, coming out of nowhere? Not too damn bad, man.
Yeah, I
not
don't
too
think so.
damn bad when they perform. So yeah.
Not at all.
Yep, I think that's about it. Still, that's all I pretty much got. Again, go check out if you guys are love Obsidian like I do. Please go check out their behind the scenes, their documentary. They've been putting out more and more. I think they're 5-part series on their history, their 20th anniversary of Obsidian. Highly recommend you go check it out if you're into the behind the scenes stuff. Interesting this week, still just another little tiny tidbit here. They confirmed that Avowed was going to be a co-op multiplayer until they got acquired. And that's when things changed
because of what we've been talking about. They needed something to
they
be
said
able
it was
to sell to their shareholders.
And sell to the publishers out there that a co-op multiplayer was going to be easier. And then once they were acquired, for everybody out there who says, oh, Microsoft is going to force multiplayer games service, Game Pass games on all their developers, that this is the end of the industry if Microsoft continues to buy up. Here's a perfect example. Developer coming out and saying, we actually went in the opposite direction. We went back to what we are good at because we didn't have to worry about selling our game anymore. Okay. Thank you. That's all I want to hear.
We'll see. I think it's still a missed opportunity. I think that would have been dope. They would have brought me in.
Right. That's not who Obsidian makes game for.
No, I mean, and that's fine. I mean, again, you want to go, again, you know me, I'm 1,000% behind that. You as a developer deciding this is your vision up front. All right. Go for it. I was just it would have been dope to get that in there.
Said that it was a missed opportunity. Neo GameSpark, shout out to Neo. He said, I didn't know I really wanted a co-op Avowed until you just said it. Now I really want a co-op Avowed. There's
got me more interested for sure.
Like
I was like,
that definitely would have been
that would have been fire.
But I want Obsidian to do what they're masters at, which is single player RPG experiences. Give it to me all day damn long. So we got plenty of co-op multiplayer out there. Obsidian, keep doing your thing. And if this was the route that you decided to take, but it does also steal. Not only does it lead, lend credence to the fact that Microsoft is Xbox is letting these developers do what they want to do, how they want to make their games, take as much time as necessary. But the fact is also that kind of falls in line with why Avowed didn't come out as soon as we thought it could be. It wasn't as far along when they talked about the reset internally. Yeah, this is obviously a part of that. They reset. They
literally
said, hey, no, we're going to get back to what we know how to do. Okay, fine with me. Again, fine with me. I'm all for this. So just interesting tidbits about Avowed this week. Behind the scenes, again, go check out their documentary on their 20th anniversary. Learn a lot about where they were at as a studio, about what it meant to them to be acquired at this point, and how much of a relief it actually is. And even some of the negative history they had with Microsoft. They talk about a game, I forget the name of the game, from 2012 that Microsoft was going to publish and then canceled that game, which caused Obsidian to have to lay off people. And there was one dude who said it was kind of strange hearing that we were going to be acquired by Microsoft after what they did to us in 2012. Like there was still some of that lingering resentment because that was a big blow to the company. Again, the stuff that we never get to hear about behind the scenes. I love when these documentaries come out, and go check it out for sure. Yeah,
1,000%. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and start winding things down. Well, if you don't know, if you're new here, that means it's time to get into our This Day in Gaming segment. Audio listeners, I do want to let you know, unfortunately, you're probably not going to get audio that's as crisp and clear as you would usually. For whatever reason, anytime that I hit the record button and record the show at the same time, it's overloading my encoder for whichever reason now. So I'm just going to have to download the show off of YouTube. Mainly that just means you guys are going to end up hearing this probably about a day late, unfortunately. Typically I do it, have the show uploaded about an hour after we go live. So definitely apologize on that. We're going to work on getting that fixed. Hopefully, if not, maybe something that we'll have to end up doing, getting the show uploaded a day later. But hopefully this isn't the new norm, but we'll see. But I do appreciate you all for listening because you guys have been growing. I think we've been getting our numbers up over there, so it's good to see. But let's get into this day in gaming segment, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you're new to this day in gaming, this is a segment where we go back about 30 years in gaming history, because you got to know where you came from to really respect where you are today. I mean, at least for me, it helps me out a lot when I just think about how games used to be and then what I'm getting now, and in comparison, I'm forever grateful. People ask, when was if you could go back in gaming history, where would you want to go? I would tell you right now, I'm fine right now where we're at. I'm getting more games than I've ever gotten before. I'm playing more varieties of games than I've ever been able to play. The access is crazy. Being able to chop it up with people about the games that I'm playing. And again, the quality of the games. And I know it's a double-edged blade, because yes, I want complete games, but I'll be honest and also say that the fidelity of the games, the quality of life things that we've been getting are definitely of higher standard than what we typically got back in the day. So, but this helps us reminisce a bit. So let's get into it. Let's see. Pong, mic check for me real quick, just to make sure I can hear you. Perfect. Just want to make sure. I want to make sure you're not. All right. So this is going to be August 12th of 2023. So we're going to start off with The Adventures of Bayou Billy and on the NES. Lord Jesus, Bayou Billy 88. Oh, that's funny. Then in 94, we'll skip ahead a little bit. In Japan, the Super Nintendo released Shin Nippon Pro Wrestling 94. Shout out to Super Nintendo. Then in 94, Super Nintendo released Wild Guns. Okay. Oh, really? Damn. You're good. Okay. Then in 98, PC released Jazz Jackrabbit 2. Shout out to Cliffy B, right? Tando says you're muted. You're not muted for me though. I didn't do anything. Hopefully you guys can hear. Hopefully you can hear me still. I'm not bringing up anything. Yeah, I switched scenes. All I did was switch scenes, but it shouldn't be giving you mic issues because it's literally on the same thing. Your bars are moving. Interesting. Hold on. Let me try one more thing, Rhea.
Because I'm not muted anywhere else. I just checked everything here.
Yeah, no, I can hear you, so I'm gonna do that. Let me know if you can hear Pong now, guys.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Am I back, everybody? Yes or no?
It's still showing your bars, so I don't know what's going on with that.
Am I back? Please tell me. I know we're catching up in the chat here because everybody's still saying I'm muted, but we can't hear you, Pong. Dragonheart's still saying he can't hear me.
That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. We can hear Steel, but we can't hear Pong.
No, just continue on then. It's fine.
Can hear you still, not Pong. Well, okay. Interesting. All those coming through the exact same audio. I now made a new source for it. That source isn't working. So that's interesting to hear. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys at least letting me know.
So now we're catching up. Here comes the chat.
Okay.
Chat says I'm good now. Now it's good. Okay.
Okay. It's weird. Regardless, it's still strange.
What is going on?
I don't know. See this? I'm trying to check it out. Anyway, it's really weird. I'll just reset OBS or something. I don't know. Maybe it needs to be closed out. It's strange.
Anyways, we made it through a whole show, so I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, it is. Then in 1999 in Japan on PlayStation, you got Toshinden Subaru.
Ooh.
Not the Toshinden.
Car fighting game? What is that?
Let's see. It's an action fighting 3D game. Yeah, it's based off also known as Toshinden 4.
Interesting.
It's a fighter.
Yep.
Yeah. Then in 2002 on Game Boy Advance, you had Duke Nukem Advance.
Yes, let's go.
Then in 2002 on Game Boy Advance, GameCube, PC, PS2, and Xbox, you had Madden NFL 2003. That same year, you also got NFL Blitz.
Bring back
2003.
Blitz. Bring
or 2003.
2K. I know you got the license for an arcade version of the NFL. Please make it like Blitz. Please, just do it.
Then in 2002 on PlayStation 2 and Xbox, you got Street Hoops.
Shout out to Street Hoops.
Then in 2003, you got Madden NFL 2004 with Mike Vick on the cover. One of the greatest years for Madden.
Yep. Dog killer. I'll never forgive him. But in Madden, he was quick as shit and couldn't be stopped. So whatever.
Yeah, it's not okay. But 2004, you had in Japan PlayStation 2 release King of Fighters Maximum Impact.
Shout out to KOF, classic from day one. Let's go.
Then in 2008 on the DS, you had Bengai O Spirits.
Okay.
Then in 2008 on the DS, PlayStation 2, 3, PSP, Wii, Xbox, and 360, you had Madden NFL 09. Is that Brett Favre on the cover?
Yep.
Then in 2009 on the DS, you had Flipnote Studio.
Okay.
Then in 2013 in Japan on PC, you had Mitsurugi Komui Hakai.
Nice. Could have been a little bit longer, but I'll take that one.
It could have.
Let's go.
Shout out to Mitsurugi. I shot at Soul Calibur for being able to say, those crazy words. Anyway. And then in 2014 on PlayStation 3 and on the Vita, you got Akiba's Trip, Undead, and Undressed.
Excellent game.
I bet it is.
No, it's not what you think it is.
Okay.
It's a very good actual kind of Persona-like RPG.
Okay.
Is there some mechanics there where, yes, you need to bring the enemies down to their underwear to get? Yes, there is. But it's a good game.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Akiba's, do you notice that if you put Trip with the S, that's kind of what it is? Yeah. Akiba Strip. Yeah.
Okay.
They played on that word and yes. Anyways, but it's a good game.
Nice.
I played it on Vita.
Hey, well, shout out to 2014 and Akiba's Trip.
Yep.
Then in 2014 on PlayStation 3, 4, and Vita, you had Hohokum.
Like it. Good game. Fun game.
Okay. Nice.
Played around with it for a second. Music.
Okay. Music based. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Then in 2014, PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 released Risen 3 Titan Lords.
Didn't come out to the best reviews. Actually, one of the worst in the series. Still had its moments. Definitely much higher rated on PC. The 360 version is what I played. I liked Risen 2, which was the pirate Risen, which was cool as hell. But Risen 3 Titan Lords had its moments. They changed too much, and the fan base kind of got upset at them. So
that's weird.
Yeah, they went to a more action-based, really action-heavy, went away from the RPG elements. People kind of like Fallout 4. People just did not approve of it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Then in 2014 on PlayStation 4, you got Silent Hills.
Silent Hills.
I would never play that shit. Then in 2019, Linux Macintosh PC got Anodyne 2, Return to Dust.
Shout out to Linux.
Yeah, Linux is still doing this thing.
El Domingo, I'm not sus. Okay, I admit what games I play. Right, I do.
You do.
Right?
You do.
I do. But I do tell you up front if they are that way. And again, Akiba's Trip was not overtly that way. Let's put it.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Then in 2019 on Linux, Macintosh, and PC, you got Delta V or 5, depending on who you are, I guess. Rings of Saturn. I'd imagine that's Delta 5.
I would imagine it's Delta 5.
Then in 2021 on PC, we got Naraka Blade Point. Shout out to Naraka. Recently just did another update. But seemingly doing really well, man. Yeah, and they did it with Nier. And they dropped a new character along with that. Naraka's seemingly doing extremely well, especially with it releasing the PlayStation. It's really dope that crowd. And then it's unfortunate because that is something that is strong for PlayStation. But it's brought more people in, and that's the major thing. We'll see how long those people stay, because Naraka does have a very high skill ceiling.
Yes, it does.
So we'll see how long people stay. But I love the game. I definitely love Naraka.
I mean, again, it's for a battle royale. I don't like battle royales. You all know this, but for battle royales, melee based, it was cool. I had a great time with Steel and others as we played through Naraka. Like Steel said, if you don't play for a while, or if you just aren't a high skill player, you will find out. Again, I found out, as I'm not that type of player, but it still has its moments where you can actually run in there and feel really good about yourself. I had a great time with Naraka.
We caught some dubs, man. So we had a good time.
Yeah.
Then in 2021 on PC, you got Suganoi. I think that's how you say it.
Yep.
Suganoi. Maybe I'm saying that wrong. Oh well. Then in 2021 in Japan on Nintendo Switch, you got Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale.
Shout out to Yu-Gi-Oh!
Still going strong. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Then in 2023, Nintendo Switch got Tow Truck Driver Simulator 2023.
Shout out to sim games. Again, who plays them? Obviously, a lot of people do because they keep pumping them out.
And people love watching them.
Yep.
I definitely noticed that people love watching a good sim game.
They do.
It's really interesting.
Yep.
Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen,
GTA Online is so popular with the crowd that like.
That is true. Lots of role play happening in there.
And they bought more. They bought the company that was one of the biggest one for role playing, right?
So we'll see.
Not touch on that, but Rockstar bought them. It's coming.
We'll see how that carries. Yeah, we'll see how that carries over to GTA 6. There has to be a bigger reason why they're bringing them in there. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that. It's going to be a lot of content for GTA 6 that's going to release, and I think that's going to be, instead of being we got to delay the online for a month because we want you to experience the campaign. No, it's going to be ready to go from jump.
Yeah, no. And rumor is that it's going to come to PC day one, first time.
It should.
So
there's no reason why it shouldn't. It'll be, and that's going to be super dope to see too. Again, can't deny GTA for what it is.
Nope.
One of the most innovative to do it.
Correct.
And it feels good when you play. I'm not going to lie.
Not my game, but.
Not my game anymore. I had my time with it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment, and that was episode 114 of Living Split Screen. One of the longer ones we've done in quite some time, but again, we did end up skipping last weekend, so I greatly appreciate everybody that was able to tune back in today, man. I appreciate you guys coming through. With that being said, Paul, lead the beautiful people to victory.
All right, as long as you can all hear me and Steel hasn't muted me again, which
I hope
he's obviously getting better at and doing it more on purpose. So anyways, everybody, great to get a full show in on a Saturday morning with you all here, Living Split Screen with my brother from another Steel Rain. Again, my Saturday has started off the right way. It won't feel weird for the rest of the day, which it always does. Great to see so many familiar faces in here. I actually saw some new faces in here as well. If you liked what you heard, please subscribe. Please share us out. Please tell people about this Saturday morning. Again, whether you come in here for 5 minutes or whether you come in here after another show, like the Gaming Circle podcast, our brothers over there, shout out to Everborn and Kay Asante for what they do, or whether you join us the entire 3, 4, 5 hours, whatever we wind up doing, we love you all the same. Thanks for checking us out. Hope you found something that you did enjoy. Maybe you caught the rant and enjoyed our rant. Maybe it was just our extended talk on a number of subjects. Again, you won't hear elsewhere or a different perspective maybe than you heard from elsewhere. Listen, Thank you for being here. Again, this adventure that continues on has been simply fantastic, and that's due in large part to you all joining us weekly. So thank you.
Big thanks.
Listen, you guys know the drill. Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on the X, formerly known as Twitter. I will follow you if you follow me. So check me out there. Otherwise, tonight it is the Shop Podcast PTK Blam's channel. That's right. Blam's channel is blowing up finally. He's been doing it for over 6 years. One of the greatest hosts out there. Come check us out. The best way to end your Saturday night. It's Blam. It's Fuzzy. And you know Fuzzy's going to have a lot to say about Forza. He had a lot last night. He saved some. Gonna have more tonight. Myself, and we have guests. The one, the only, the incredible community member, Web Dave, is going to be on there. The man who does interviews with everybody. He's fantastic at what he does. And he's got his Sunday show with Retri Game Pass Daily, which they also do. Listen, it's going to be a fun time tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Tomorrow, Sunday, you're going to get a little extra me at some point. Hasn't been announced yet. It's not going to be Iron Lords, so you guys probably can guess what it's going to be, but you're going to get a little extra tomorrow around evening time. So check that out. I'll be tweeting that out as soon as it goes live. But Sunday, you do get extra me. And then, of course, next week it starts over again. Xbox Factor Podcast, Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick every Tuesday. He's 5 days a week, but I always promote Tuesdays because I love that show. It'll always be special to me. Steele's been hanging out on Xvlog a lot too on Thursdays too. But come check out the Xbox Factor Podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Thursday nights, PM in the PM, fun speculation. That's right. Pong and Mav in the PM. I almost said what Poison says. Poison calls us PCMR in the PM now because Mav also has his PC and we talk Baldur's Gate all the time now. But PM in the PM every Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Two-man show unless we have a guest, which we did. Luke Lore, Insipid Ghost, the one, the only. Shoot, one of the best guys out. He interviews so many devs. He's just such a cool guy. Just a positive influence in the community. Super Luke dope. Lore, great talk with him. Go check that show out if you haven't already. We had him for the first 2 hours, but every Thursday night you can find Mav and I over there. And then, of course, Friday nights, it's back on Fun Speculation with Xbox Ultimate, the family. We don't know how many people we're going to have there. Last night, Steele showed up. Last night, 3-Bit decided to show back up again. We had a nice big panel, good talks, good laughs. Drop in there, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, every Friday night, Xbox Ultimate. And then, of course, God willing, back here again for Living Split Screen next week with my brother from another Steel Rain. Listen, y'all, it's Golden Age of Gaming. Wherever you are, whatever you're playing on, doesn't matter. There's something for you right now. There's probably 100 things for you right now. That's how good we are eating right now as gamers. Get out there, play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Steel, your outro, sir.
Well, I got one thing I want to say. Anybody that said that the combat in Atlas Fallen didn't have any like weight to it, maybe we're just playing different games. I don't know. Sometimes that's just the conclusion that I come down to. But that's okay, because you can find me, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. I make it super easy for a reason. You can type it into Google. You'll probably find all my information there. I've tried it. I had your mama try it. No, I'm playing. Don't do that. But no, I frequent the streets of Twitter mainly. If you want to hit me up there, hit me up in the DMs. Let's chop it up. Also the Xbox ecosystem mainly. Because again, I need a reason. I am a gamer, but I also believe in choice and having a reason. I can give you a reason for lots of other things. I can't give you a reason for that. Just can't. Nonetheless, as much as I'm being funny and having a good time, it's been an amazing time to sit here and chop it up with my brother again. This is the time that we can spend kind of catching up a little bit before we, conquer our days and try to get stuff set up so we can either get some game time in later on, or whether Pong's caught up in Baldur's Gate, or on a Sunday where we could just fully just kick back and just enjoy our time away from the work week and whatnot. So, and then joining with you guys and the chat getting lively with us and us, really trying to ramp things up as we get to that 1K and 3K after that. It's nothing but fun. Enjoy being here, and I appreciate everybody, even on a weekend off. As much as I hate when it happens, that you guys come right on back and you lock in with us for the full time, damn near. So it's a beautiful thing to see. Much love to everybody that's here. Episode 114 is in the books, and we'll catch you guys next weekend for episode 115. I can't wait till we can get to like out of these ones, because it looks terrible for the thumbnail. I'll tell you what, I need some big. I need the twos. I need some the more full numbers. You like it? You like it?
I
The ones make me feel weird, cool, man. The ones make me feel weird.
All right. Well,
It's just me.
there.
I don't know.
We'll get there.
No, not a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all stay safe. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll catch you on the next one. Peace.